Chapter 1. A resounding slap to Jia Dongxu. In the winter of 1963, in the southern part of the city of Beijing, at the Drum Tower Alley, a traditional courtyard stood silently. Li Dong surveyed his surroundings, a mix of the familiar and the strange, leaving him utterly bewildered. Bang, 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 bang. As he attempted to organize the tumultuous memories swirling in his mind, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of forceful knocks on the door. Li Dong, I know you're at home. Open the door. The voice calling from outside belonged to an elderly woman. The moment Li Dong opened the door, he was rendered completely speechless. Wasn't this the infamous Jia Dongxu from the drama, The Courtyard Full of Emotions? Wait a moment, the furnishings in this room, how could they feel both familiar and foreign? It dawned on him. He had traversed time. Li Dong, you have grievously injured my son Dongxu, and you must take full responsibility for this matter. Jia Dongxu exclaimed harshly. Dongxu is still lying in the hospital. I offer you two options. First, compensate us with 100 yuan for medical expenses, and we will bury the hatchet between our families. Second, relinquish your position to Qin Huairu, and we will not pursue your liability. Li Dong's father, Liu Haizhong, had been a worker at the Hongqing steel plant, tragically losing his life in an accident at work. The factory had compensated him with a sum of death benefits, and, according to the management policies of that era, Li Dong was to take his father's place. At this moment, Li Dong was still attending school. Liu Haizhong had invested considerable effort to send Li Dong to university, and he had just embarked on his freshman year. Li Dong intended to continue his studies and had not yet taken up the position at the factory. However, the Jia family had their eyes set on this position, hoping Li Dong would cede it to Qin Huairu. The Jia family had a notorious reputation in the courtyard, and Li Dong was resolute in not yielding his position to them. Subsequently, the Jia family summoned Zhonghai to persuade Li Dong. Li Dong adamantly refused, and soon a scuffle ensued. Jia Dongxu sustained a head injury from Li Dong's blow, while Li Dong was knocked unconscious by a sneak attack from Jia Dongxu, only regaining consciousness today. In truth, the individual who had awakened was no longer the original Li Dong, but rather a time-traveling counterpart from the 21st century, sharing the same name. Despite being the Jia family's aggressors, they had the audacity to turn the tables. Zhang Suihua, I see you're eager for a beating. You'd best get out of here. Li Dong, are you leaving or not? Before Zhang Suihua could finish her sentence, Li Dong raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The slap landed squarely, causing Zhang Suihua to spit blood, her mouth twisted from a force. Simultaneously, the ferocity within Zhang Suihua was fully ignited. Li Dong, how dare you strike me? I will fight you to the end. Zhang Suihua, with bared teeth and claws, lunged at Li Dong in a fit of rage. Li Dong, unyielding, kicked her fiercely, sending her sprawling. Whoa, someone help me, save me. Li Dong, unfazed by the shrieking woman, retreated into his home, intending to gather his thoughts. At that moment, a crisp electronic voice resonated in his mind. System detected psychic energy fluctuations. The Doomsday Farm system has been successfully activated. Zhang Suihua harbors resentment towards the host, collecting 1.2 points of psychic energy. Simultaneously, a small screen flickered to life in his mind, displaying a series of fluctuating data. In the span of just a minute, the value skyrocketed from an initial 0 to 45 points, and it continued to rise. Wait a moment. What do you mean by Doomsday Farm system? System detected that the current world has entered an ice age and eternal snow disaster will descend in 31 days. Eternal snow disaster? Li Dong furrowed his brow. System, indeed, a global ice age, starting with a millennium. That's not right. Li Dong was taken aback. I have watched The Courtyard Full of Emotions. The most it depicted was a 3-year calamity, which has long since passed. There is no such thing as an eternal snow disaster. You must have mixed up your scripts. System, this is a parallel universe. System, it is advised that the host collect as many plant seeds and animal offspring as possible before the snow disaster strikes. The Doomsday Farm can provide the host with a continuous supply of resources, aiding a prosperous life. Subsequently, Li Dong reviewed the data of the system's farm. Farm level 1. Possessing 1 acre of arable land, 1 acre of pasture, 1 acre of freshwater fish pond, and 10 acres of saltwater marine fishery. Upgrading the farm requires 100 points of psychic energy. Current points are sufficient for an upgrade. Good heavens, in just a few minutes, Zhang Zihua had contributed over 200 points of psychic energy, more than enough for Li Dong to upgrade his farm. Upgrade the farm immediately. Ding. Farm upgrade successful. All work areas are now doubled in size, unlocking the new function, time-space acceleration. The farm's time-space acceleration function allows the adjustment of time flow between 0 to 100 times. If items need to be stored, the time flow can be accelerated. If agricultural production is to be expedited, the time flow can also be hastened. Each 1,000 square meters of area constitutes a small time-space grid, allowing for different flow rates to be adjusted as needed. With the Ice Age snow disaster looming in a month, what's the point of working? Li Dong peered through the window at the wailing Zhang Zihua and devised a plan. At that very moment, Qin Huairu, accompanied by Zhonghai, arrived at Li Dong's doorstep. Li Dong, open the door quickly. Zhonghai knocked urgently. Li Dong leisurely exited the system space, enjoyed a cup of tea in his room, and then finally opened the door. Li Dong, why have you struck someone again? Upon seeing Li Dong, Zhonghai immediately began to scold him. I warn you, do not. Enough already. Before Zhonghai could finish his sentence, Li Dong interjected, Zhonghai, spare me your incessant nagging. Don't you all simply wish to inherit my father's position? I've reconsidered and am not entirely opposed. I am willing to sign an agreement to cede my father's position to Qin Huairu, but the Jia family must compensate me with 500 yuan. Chapter 2. Blood money of 300 yuan. What? 500 yuan. Just moments ago, Zhang Zihua, with tears streaming down her face, suddenly ceased her weeping and began to act defiantly. Li Dong, why don't you just go and rob it? Li Dong responded with an air of indifference. Zhang Zihua, I can't be bothered to engage in pointless banter with you. If you all wish to inherit my father's position, you must pay me 500 yuan. Otherwise, I shall sell that opportunity to someone else. All right. Zhang Zihua, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. As Zhang Zihua prepared to continue her verbal sparring with Li Dong, she was sternly interrupted by Zhonghai. Let us discuss this matter back home. We should consider Dongxu's perspective before making any decisions. Let us go. After departing from Li Dong's residence, the group arrived at Zhonghai's home, Qin Huairu. With a pained expression, remarked, Uncle E, you can't seriously be contemplating paying that little brat Li Feng 500 yuan to buy his father's position, can you? 500 yuan is no small sum. I certainly cannot afford it. Zhonghai replied gravely. Li Dong's price of 500 yuan is undoubtedly excessive. However, it is also unrealistic to expect to acquire Li Daizai's position without any expenditure. Li Daizai is a skilled 4th-level mechanic, earning over 50 yuan a month, and many are vying for this lucrative position. Qin Huairu remained troubled. But we truly cannot come up with that much money. Then let us negotiate with Li Dong. Zhonghai stated calmly. The relationship between your family and Li Dong has completely soured. Expecting him to relinquish his position unconditionally is out of the question. He is not mistaken. If he transfers the position to someone else, he will still reap considerable benefits. Fine. As long as we can secure the position, spending a little money is acceptable. Qin Huairu gritted her teeth in agreement. However, we must negotiate the price with Li Dong. 500 yuan is absolutely too much. That afternoon, Li Dong visited the market, purchasing a quantity of wheat, rice, and even livestock such as chickens, ducks, and geese. The system predicted that a month later, the world would descend into an icy apocalypse. Thus, preparing more supplies now seemed prudent. Upon returning home that evening, Zhonghai once again arrived with Qin Huairu. Zhonghai proposed purchasing the position for 50 yuan, which Li Dong firmly rejected. After over an hour of haggling, they finally settled on a price of 300 yuan. Is the Jia family impoverished? Quite the contrary. The Jia family is indeed one of the wealthier households in the courtyard, while Qin Huairu's constant lamentations of poverty are mere pretenses. After all, she must extract resources from Shaju. How could she do so if she were not feigning hardship? With the 300 yuan agreed upon, Li Dong also signed a consent form, allowing Qin Huairu to take over her father's position at the Hongqing steel mill. Though somewhat pained at the expenditure, the prospect of securing a lucrative job filled her with delight. Meanwhile, that very night, Li Dong ventured to the pigeon market, where he spent a considerable sum on young animals, including calves, lambs, piglets, rabbits, and puppies. He acquired a substantial number of them. nearly filling the farm's capacity. Before returning home satisfied, they asked for reserving living expenses. There was no need. Li Dong was a university student, and in this era, university students are prioritized by the state. Tuition was waived, and the government even provided living subsidies. Before the impending disaster struck, he could return to school for meals and lodging. Not only was saving unnecessary, but he even needed to spend the compensation he received from the factory promptly, converting it into supplies. In truth, the farm shop also offered seedlings and young animals for purchase. However, the pricing model of the system shop was rather exploitative. It employed a non-fixed pricing strategy. Each click increased the price exponentially. For instance, should Li Dong wish to procure various young animals through the system shop, the cost would be as follows: 1 point for a calf, 2 points for a lamb, 4 points for a piglet, 8 points for a rabbit, and 16 points for a puppy. Each successive click to unlock a new species would double the previous price. Given that there are approximately 1.5 million species in nature, utilizing this method to unlock all species would quickly deplete any resources. Thus, the system shop served well as an emergency measure. Common livestock such as chickens, ducks, and pigs were not difficult to collect in reality and did not require engaging with the system shop. The following morning, as Li Dong prepared to head to school, Yin Bugui and Aunt San arrived. Yang Ruihua carried a bowl containing 2 black steamed buns and half a bowl of bitter pickles. Li Dong, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Please eat something. And San offered the bowl to Li Dong. With a smile, Li Dong replied, "And San, I appreciate your kindness, but I just had breakfast at home, so I won't be needing this." After exchanging pleasantries, Yen Bugui got to the point. "By the way, Li Dong, our school's teacher Ran seems quite compatible with you. I introduced your situation to her yesterday. She is also willing to date you, and I'll arrange for you two to meet soon." "That would truly be a burden on you, Uncle San." Li Dong nodded with a smile. Previously, while Li Dezai was alive, he had asked Yen Bugui to play matchmaker for him. Yen Bugui had accepted gifts several times but had never followed through. Now that Li Dezai was gone, he suddenly remembered the matchmaking. Seizing the amicable atmosphere, Yen Bugui's true intentions were finally revealed. Li Dong, your Aunt San wishes to purchase some furniture for the house, but finances are a bit tight. Would you be able to lend us 30 yuan? Rest assured, I'll return it to you as soon as I get my salary next month. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Dong decisively declined. "I'm sorry, Uncle San, but I don't have any money at the moment. No money. That seems unlikely." Yen Bugui's face remained adorned with a smile. "Li Dong, we are all genuine neighbors. If you can't help with this small favor, that would be quite ungracious. Your Aunt San and I have been working to help with your matchmaking. You know, I genuinely have no money." Li Dong sighed. "I am just a student and have yet to enter the workforce. Where would I earn any money? I was hoping to ask you for assistance. Oh, life is truly difficult. Oh dear." Seeing that borrowing money was futile, Yen Bugui could only sigh in disappointment and depart with resentment. Chapter 3. I have no interest in you. After their departure, Li Dong immediately heard the system's voice in his mind. Detecting mental fluctuations, Yen Bugui harbors resentment towards the host, gaining 1 point of resentment, then 2 points. Yang Ruihua harbors resentment towards the host, gaining 5 points, then 6 points, then 7 points. Qin Huairu harbors resentment towards the host, gaining 80 points, then 90 points, then 100 points. Zhang Suihua continues to harbor resentment towards the host, accumulating 450 points, then 460 points, then 470 points. Interesting, Li Dong thought, furrowing his brow at the fluctuations in these values. Zhang Suihua truly is petty. It was merely a slap. How could she harbor such intense hatred for a whole day and night? At 8 a.m., Li Dong arrived at school. In the back row, Wei Yong rushed over to greet him. "Li Dong, how is your recovery coming along?" "Wei Yong, I'm feeling much better now." Li Dong, who had always been introverted and had few friends, considered Wei Yong to be a good companion. Wei Yong's father, Wei Tao, worked as a technician at Hongqing Steel Mill, where he was a colleague of Li Dong's father, which solidified their friendship. "Dongzi, how about I help you with things concerning Sun Jieli?" Upon hearing Sun Jieli's name, Li Dong furrowed his brow and decisively shook his head. "I think it's best to let it be. I've already broken up with Sun Jieli. Let us leave it at that." Sun Jieli can be considered the ex-girlfriend of Li Dong's predecessor. She possesses striking beauty, with thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, adorned with 2 long and robust braids that perfectly align with the aesthetic preferences of this era. Although Li Dong's predecessor was introverted by nature, he consistently sought to win over Sun Jieli. However, ever since the demise of Li Dezai, Sun Jieli has gradually distanced herself from Li Dong. the reasons are not overly complex. With Li Dahai's passing, the family's pillar of support was lost, leaving them without a source of income. Sun Jieli felt that marrying Li Dong would not lead her to the life she desired. And thus, she naturally began to drift away from him. Li Dahai, as a technician, held a stable job in this age, a veritable iron rice bowl. Now that he is gone, the Li family's mainstay has vanished. And Li Dong must rely on government assistance to continue his education and livelihood. From Sun Jieli's perspective, choosing to break up seems justifiable. As for the current Li Dong, he is no longer the same person he once was. He harbors little interest in a woman as materialistic as Sun Jieli. Moreover, according to system notifications, the apocalyptic blizzard is looming, and Li Dong's thoughts are consumed by the need to gather supplies. Fawning over someone like Sun Jieli would only hinder his efficiency in resource collection. Dongzi, isn't it a pity to give up like this? Wei Yong suggested. In truth, Sun Jieli is not a bad person aside from her slight vanity. You both are university students, and once you graduate, you are guaranteed a stable job. At that point, you can work together and earn money. Even if Sun Jieli enjoys spending, you would still be able to support her. Right, go for it. Li Dong replied, somewhat irked. Wei Yong, can't you wish for something good for me? You know full well that Sun Jieli has her issues, yet you still urge me to reconcile with her. Are you intent on leading me astray? Am I truly unable to find a partner and must settle for her? At that moment, Wei Yong's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he gave Li Dong a thumbs up, exclaiming, Dong Ge, now I can rest easy. A real man shouldn't hang himself on a single tree. Sun Jieli is not worth it. Li Dong shook his head and chuckled. Wei Yong, you really have a way with words. After school that afternoon, Li Dong delivered a leave request to his instructor before departing the campus. With the impending arrival of the apocalyptic ice age, he found little inclination to continue his studies. Time was of the essence to gather necessary supplies and enrich his doomsday farm ecosystem. When the world outside is enveloped in frost and desolation, Li Dong would be able to reap a continuous bounty from his farm. Li Dong, wait. Sun Jieli intercepted him at the school gate. Li Dong glanced at her and inquired, is there something you need? Sun Jieli, in a sweet voice, said, Li Dong, I haven't had dinner yet. Will you treat me to a meal? Li Dong's brow furrowed in displeasure. Treat you to a meal? We have already broken up. Why would I still treat you? You, Sun Jieli retorted angrily, do you even understand romance? Don't you know why I broke up with you? If you had shown me some concern, would we have parted ways? Now, I'm giving you another chance. Before she could finish, Li Dong had already turned and walked away without looking back. Li Dong, stop right there. Sun Jieli fumed, stamping her foot, but he vanished into the distance. In her eyes, being beautiful and graceful meant Li Dong should be at her beck and call. If she was in a good mood, she could keep him as a backup. If not, she could easily discard him. Conversely, Li Dong perceived his predecessor as a bottomless sycophant, infatuated with a woman who was a flirt, juggling multiple men, yet remaining hopelessly devoted to her. I'm sorry, but Dong Ge simply cannot engage in such behavior. A woman like Sun Jieli is not worth my time. Upon returning home to the courtyard, Li Dong promptly entered the farm space. In just half a day, the various creatures within had contributed several thousand points to his tally, allowing for another upgrade of the farm. Ding, congratulations, host. Farm upgrade successful. The farm is now level 3. Cultivated area expanded to 20 acres. Pasture to 30 acres, freshwater fish pond to 30 acres, and saltwater fishing area to 500 acres. Tropical rainforest terrain unlocked, covering an area of 100 acres. This tropical rainforest terrain exists as an isolated island, not connected to the main farm area. Although the land is not vast, the internal environment is intricate, featuring woods, shrubs, streams, swamps, and ponds, teeming with insects, birds, and various animals. Essentially a miniature tropical rainforest. Li Dong couldn't help but wonder, what is going on with the system? Wasn't it stated that unlocking biological samples requires a significant expenditure of points? There are hundreds of new species within this rainforest, yet only over 3,000 points were consumed. Chapter 4. I Seek Sister Shaoyi System. This upgrade consumed a total of 3,209 points, of which 400 points were for area expansion. During the upgrade process, the system passively unlocked 2,809 species, totaling 2,809 points expended. Li Dong asked, why does unlocking a species only cost 1 point? Wasn't it mentioned that each new species would require an exponentially increasing cost? System, that is the cost for the host to actively unlock species. The farm's upgrade, being a passive unlocking, only consumes the default points. So, essentially, if I actively unlock a species, the cost per unlock rises to 2 points. Does this mean future passive unlocks will also cost 2 points? System, correct. When the host actively unlocks a high-value species, each point consumed doubles. However, species unlocked through system upgrades are all wild species and do not include domesticated ones. Haha. Li Dong laughed heartily. That's precisely what I wanted. Purely wild species. Wild, organic food is certainly more delectable than artificially raised alternatives. The only potential drawback is that wild species are less convenient for large-scale farming, resulting in lower efficiency. Yet, this is hardly an issue for me, as the Doomsday Farm can be upgraded indefinitely, with each upgrade exponentially increasing internal space. Doubling the space equates to doubling resources, which means I possess infinite resources. With limitless resources, I can choose the best without a care for efficiency. As night descended, Su Damao arrived at Li Dong's residence. His purpose was quite straightforward. Dongzi, my brother, I've been a bit tight on cash lately. Could you lend me some money? I'll repay you as soon as I get my paycheck next month. Since Su Damao was being direct, Li Dong felt no need for pretense. Damao, money is something I lack as well. In fact, I currently have no job and am struggling with living expenses. Perhaps you could assist me first? Su Damao's expression darkened. Li Dong, even if you don't intend to lend me money, there's no need to lie through your teeth. Everyone knows you've recently come into a substantial sum. How about this? Lend me some money, and I'll pay you interest. Rest assured, I guarantee that I will keep my word. Before Su Damao could finish his sentence, Li Dong interjected. Damao, your wife, Liu Haizhong, is quite beautiful. How about lending her to me for a few days? I won't use her for free. I'll pay you interest later. Li Dong, are you seeking death? Su Damao exploded in rage, swinging a fist towards Li Dong's head. Li Dong had long been prepared for a confrontation. Before Su Damao's attack could land, he smashed a small stool onto him. Ouch! With a single blow, Su Damao howled in agony, and as Li Dong sought to continue his lesson, Su Damao fled in a panic, disappearing without a trace. Liu Haizhong was at home preparing dinner when she saw Su Damao return in a disheveled state, furrowing her brow in concern. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight again? Su Damao replied darkly. It was that Li Dong. He's such a miser. Who in the courtyard doesn't know he has a large sum of money? I only asked him to borrow a few dozen bucks, and not only did he refuse, but he also insulted me. It's infuriating. Forget it. Liu Haizhong sighed and lamented. Li Dong's family has had its share of hardships. Ever since Li Dahai passed away, Li Dong has been left utterly alone. That meager compensation of a few hundred yuan is scarcely enough to sustain him until he graduates from university. What do you even understand? Su Damao shot a glare at Liu Haizhong, reprimanding her. I merely sought to borrow a bit of money from him due to temporary financial constraints. I intend to repay him. Enough, enough. It's futile to explain this to you. I shall contemplate other strategies. Su Damao, cunning as he was, recognized that with Li Dahai's demise, the Li family was left with only the honest Li Dong, who now possessed a substantial sum of money. What a prime opportunity to take advantage of a veritable cash cow. It would indeed be a grievous loss not to exploit this situation. While Su Damao was still scheming on how to manipulate Li Dong, the latter suddenly appeared. Li Dong, I warn you not to act recklessly. Su Damao's demeanor shifted to one of palpable anxiety upon seeing Li Dong. If you dare to resort to violence, I shall call the police. Haha. Li Dong replied cheerfully. Damao, why are you so anxious? I am a civilized person. How could I possibly strike you without provocation? Then does your visit imply you are willing to lend me money? Su Damao's eyes brightened at the prospect. I have not come to seek you out. Wang Jianxi interjected with a grin. I am here to speak with your sister-in-law. Speak with my sister-in-law? Su Damao was taken aback. At that moment, Liu Haizhong inquired, Li Dong, what brings you here? Li Dong responded with a smile, sister-in-law. I wish to discuss the possibility of our family sharing meals together. You see, I am now the sole occupant of my home, and cooking and washing dishes alone is quite troublesome. I happen to have some food supplies. Let us combine our resources and dine together. It seems only fair that we each bear half of the food expenses. Does it not? Indeed. Liu Haizhong replied with a smile. That does sound quite equitable, but absolutely not. I firmly oppose this. Su Damao interrupted her abruptly. Liu Haizhong, do not provoke me. Li Dong, you must leave at once. Damao, why are you so agitated? Li Dong laughed brightly. Just moments ago, you were treating me as a brother. Besides, you witnessed that sister-in-law Xiaoyi is in agreement. Su Damao bellowed in fury. Her consent does not equate to my agreement. Li Dong, you better scram. Before Su Damao could finish his sentence, Li Dong swiftly slapped him. After delivering the blow, Li Dong seized Su Damao by the neck. Su Damao, who do you think you're insulting? Do you wish to meet your end? Enough, enough. Please stop fighting. As Su Damao appeared on the brink of violence, Liu Haizhong anxiously interjected, Li Dong, cease your aggression towards Damao. since he is adamantly opposed to the idea of sharing meals. Let it be. In Chapter 5, A Little Stimulus, Li Dong did not forget to scold Su Dama as he departed. The moment he stepped out of Su Dama's home, he received a notification from the system, strong psychic fluctuations detected. Su Dama harbors animosity, gaining 10, 20, 30 hatred points. Thereafter, the system as points began to accumulate rapidly. Thus far, Li Dong had gathered psychic energy from 6 individuals: Zhang Cuihua, Qin Huairu, Yin Bugui, Yang Ruihua, Su Damao, and Sun Jieli. According to the system's rules, once someone emitted psychic fluctuations towards the host, their energy bar would remain indefinitely. During intense emotional upheaval, the psychic value would soar, and even during calmer moments, it would gradually increase. Therefore, to amass more points, Li Dong needed to activate the energy bars of more individuals. The more activated, the greater the rewards. Otherwise, when the harsh winter apocalypse arrived in a month, relying solely on these few individuals for points would be utterly inadequate. Emotions can generally be categorized into 2 types, positive and negative. Any occurrence of either emotion generates psychic energy, serving as the source of the system's points. In essence, Li Dong could gain points by offending others, but he could also acquire them by winning others over. Given the unique environment of the Sihiyuan, however, Li Dong opted to embrace the role of the villain. After all, could he expect to win the gratitude of those beasts with goodwill? Within a month, he would surely be driven to his demise. The previous day, Li Dong had taken a leave from school. Thus, on the following day, he did not attend but ventured into the countryside. Li Dong needed to gather more crop seeds and livestock offspring. Although he had secured mainstream grains like rice and wheat, it was far from sufficient. He needed to acquire quality green vegetables and perhaps some fruit tree seeds or saplings. Otherwise, when the eternal snow disaster struck, it would be exceedingly difficult to gather such resources. After a full day of labor, his haul was quite bountiful. He procured a significant amount of vegetable seeds and a fair quantity of fruit tree seeds. That evening, heavy snow began to fall, and the temperature plummeted several degrees. Sitting by the window, watching the thick blanket of snow outside, Li Dong felt an overwhelming chill. A rough estimate suggested the temperature might have dipped below -20°C. The winters in the city were inherently frigid, and -20 degrees was not unusual. However, when correlating the current extreme cold with the system's warning of an eternal snow disaster, a sense of anxiety began to creep in. At Su Damao's residence, Luo Xiaoyi said, "Damao, I actually find Li Dong's proposal today quite reasonable. He is all alone while we are 2. Besides, Li Dong usually eats at school, does not return for meals. Sharing costs would be quite economical. How about we partner with him?" Su Damao's expression darkened as he retorted, "Partner? Nonsense. I warn you, Luo Xiaoyi, Li Dong is not a good person. Keep your distance from him. Do you understand?" Unyielding, Luo Xiaoyi replied, "Su Damao, why are you being so ferocious? I am not your enemy. Regardless, I insist you stay away from him. Just do as I say. No need for arguments, understood?" Humph. Luo Xiaoyi scoffed at Su Damao's wrath and turned away, choosing to ignore him. Had this been before, Li Dong's suggestion to share meals would have been met with enthusiastic agreement from Su Damao. After all, he would stand to gain from such an arrangement. However, now that Su Damao was aware of Li Dong's interest in Luo Xiaoyi, he dared not allow Li Dong into his home. That would be tantamount to inviting infidelity. On the morning of the following day, at Li Dong's home, a notification sounded. Doomsday Farm successfully upgraded to level 5. Cultivated area expanded to 5 square kilometers. Pasture expanded to 10 square kilometers. Freshwater fish ponds span 20 square kilometers. While saltwater fishing grounds extend over 200 square kilometers, new ecosystem unlocked. Marine ecosystem. With the unlocking of the marine ecosystem, the waters within the system space flourished with life. An abundance of marine species swam about, accompanied by a diverse array of seaweed and coral. What was once a stagnant pool of lifeless water was now vibrantly revived. At this moment, Li Dong's apocalyptic anxieties were wholly alleviated. With a self-contained little world, even if the outside realm was engulfed in ice and snow, the interior remained a veritable springtime paradise. Doomsday Farm expansion successful. Level 5 farm unlocks new feature. Host attributes enhanced. Following this, another set of details appeared on the system panel. Host, Li Dong. Strength, 80 kilograms, can be enhanced. Speed, 9 meters per second, can be enhanced. Defense, 100 points, can be enhanced. Overall combat power, 108 points. Li Dong clicked on the enhancement option next to strength, and the panel immediately transformed. His strength increased from 80 to 81 kilograms, consuming 1 point from the system. The difference between 80 and 81 points felt negligible to Li Dong, so he continued to allocate points, rapidly raising it to 100 points. At this juncture, the system interface shifted, allowing each subsequent enhancement to consume 10 points instead. Li Dong could distinctly feel an invigorating surge of power coursing through his body, compelling him to find an outlet for his newfound strength. In his home, there was a traditional carbon stove used for heating, an exceptionally heavy piece, weighing no less than 300 pounds. Typically, it would require at least 2 strong men to move it. Li Dong decided to test his capabilities and effortlessly lifted the cumbersome stove. The effect is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Li Dong wasted no time and immediately allocated all 3 attributes on the panel to a maximum of 1,000 points. This 1,000-point threshold marked the limit. To further enhance his strength, he would need to elevate the level of the Doomsday Farm. The following morning, the snowfall outside showed no signs of abating, with a nearly foot-high layer of snow accumulating on the ground. The neighbors in the courtyard were all busy sweeping the snow with their brooms and shovels. Li Dong opened the door to take a quick glance outside, only to find the wind howling and the snow falling heavily, indicating that the blizzard had no intention of letting up. He retreated indoors, contemplating the futility of snow removal in such dreadful weather. Just as one cleared the snow, it would be replaced within minutes by another thick layer. Upon returning home, Li Dong ventured into his space and caught a large white goose, utilizing the stove to prepare a substantial pot of goose stew. Chapter 6. Repairing the Foolish Pillar. Before long, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard. In the Jia household, the delicious scent was irresistible. "Grandma, I want to eat meat," exclaimed Bang Gung, whose keen sense of smell had awakened the hunger within. "Who is cooking meat this early in the morning? Such a wasteful person." Jia Dongxu, too, felt tempted, but her words were as harsh as ever. "Grandma, the meat aroma is coming from Li Dong's house." Xiao Dang had gathered the pertinent intelligence. "Grandma, I also want to eat meat." Jia Dongxu was about to scold, but Bang Gung clung to her leg. "Let's go to Li Dong's house and ask him for a bowl of meat." Jia Dongxu selected the largest bowl from her home and, with Bang Gung in tow, made her way to Li Dong's residence. However, before Li Dong's pot of meat was even fully cooked, Zhang Cuihua had already arrived at his door. Jia Dongxu did not bother to knock. She simply pushed the door open. Upon entering, she unapologetically declared, "Li Dong, are you stewing meat at home? Our Bang Gung is craving some. Let me serve him a bowl." As she spoke, Zhang Cuihua lifted the pot lid. "There is an entire goose simmering in here." Zhang Cuihua's eyes lit up instantly. "Get out," Li Dong shouted, pushing her aside as she reached for a goose leg. "Who gave you permission to come into my home and eat my meat? How shameless can you be?" Zhang Cuihua. Enraged, Zhang Cuihua retorted, "Li Dong, why are you so stingy? Isn't it just a child craving some meat? You have so much in that pot, you can't possibly eat it all by yourself. What's wrong with letting the child have a taste? I told you to leave. Did you hear me? You're disgusting." Li Dong had no patience to engage with someone like Zhang Cuihua, and he issued an eviction order. Li Dong, you scoundrel. You bully an old woman. You will face your comeuppance. She wailed. "Help. Li Dong is hitting people." Bang! Zhang Cuihua fell into the snow, wailing loudly, while Li Dong resolutely shut the door, uninterested in dealing with the shrew. Moments later, Qin Huairu summoned Zhonghai, and the neighbors, busy shoveling snow, began to gather around to witness the commotion. "Li Dong, you have gone too far," Zhonghai admonished from the doorway, his tone righteous. "A child merely desires a taste of meat. What harm is there in giving him a bite? You, on the other hand, refuse to share and resort to violence. That is utterly inhumane." "Humph," Li Dong coldly replied. "Zhonghai, don't come here with your moralizing. What does Bang Gung's craving have to do with me? If you're such a benevolent person, why not buy him some pork to satisfy his hunger?" At that moment, the foolish pillar also chimed in. "Li Dong, are you refusing to take responsibility for hitting someone? If you purchase the meat, it is your choice not to share it with Bang Gung. But what gives you the right to bully an elderly woman from the Jia family? Unprovoked violence has its consequences." Li Dong responded firmly. "Let me make this clear. From now on, if anyone dares to enter my home without knocking or permission, I will treat them as thieves and act accordingly. I think you're just asking for a beating." Foolish pillar, enraged, swung his hand towards Li Dong's face. Li Dong quickly stepped back to evade the attack. Foolish pillar, frustrated by his missed strike, lunged forward, attempting to grab Li Dong by the collar to prevent his escape. However, to Foolish pillar's astonishment, Li Dong, eschewing any unnecessary chatter, hastened to the kitchen to retrieve the remaining half-basin of goose meat from the morning's feast. The large goose that Li Dong had stewed earlier that day was particularly plump, weighing well over 10 pounds. After 2 substantial meals at breakfast and lunch, a considerable amount of meat still lingered. Li Dong, weary of the dish, had no desire to indulge further. However, given Qin Huairu's evident interest, he decided to present it to her. allowing her to feast her eyes upon Li Dong. I knew you were a man of substance. Qin Huairu mistakenly assumed that Li Dong intended to gift her the leftover goose. Her delight causing her to tremble with excitement as she reached for the basin. Suddenly, Li Dong withdrew his hand, merely allowing the goose meat to sway tantalizingly before her. Qin Huairu's mood soured. Li Dong. What do you mean by this? With a jovial smile, Li Dong replied, Sister Qin, you just declared that you are not a frivolous person. Am I to be seen as a man who gives away what he has purchased with hard-earned money so easily? This goose was acquired with genuine currency, and I cannot simply part with it. Qin Huairu, gritting her teeth, retorted, Then what do you want? What do I want? Surely you are aware. Li Dong, hurry up. I must return home soon. On her part, Qin Huairu, having feigned defiance for barely half a minute, began to disrobe. An hour later, Li Dong emerged from the bedroom, trousers raised and satisfaction evident. Qin Huairu, having tidied her disheveled hair, packed the goose meat into a brown paper bag to take with her. Watching her retreating figure, Li Dong could not help but nod in quiet approval. This woman certainly had a flair, and it was no wonder that Shaju was utterly captivated by her, willingly serving as her lifelong source of sustenance. Cunningly, Qin Huairu had come to Li Dong's residence wrapped securely, fearing the judgmental eyes of others. After leaving, she did not rush back to the Jia family but instead exited the courtyard. Once she had removed her hat and scarf, she returned to the Jia household in her true form. Upon her return, the large bag of goose meat incited a chorus of wails from the children. The cold goose meat, yet to be heated, was eagerly snatched by Bonging, who could hardly wait to sample a piece. Xiao Dang, let me have some too. Qin Huairu, in a flurry, poured all the goose meat into a pot. Xiao Dang, wait a moment. Cold meat can upset your stomach. It will be ready shortly. Jia Dongxu and Zhang Zuo soon arrived in the kitchen, drawn by the commotion. Qin Huairu, where did you procure such a bounty of meat? This meat is what Li Dong had left over from breakfast. It was not just scraps at the bottom of the plate, but clean remnants from the pot. Is that so? Zhang Zuo exclaimed in disbelief. When I went to Li Dong's house this morning to ask for meat, he drove me away. How could you possibly have gotten any from him? Jia Dongxu's expression darkened ominously. Qin Huairu, you better confess where this meat truly came from. I cannot believe that Li Dong would offer you any. It is true. Qin Huairu insisted, steeling herself. After work today, I visited Li Dong, primarily to persuade him to apologize to my mother-in-law and mend our family's relationship. Although he refused to apologize, he agreed to ease tensions. Seeing he was struggling alone, I helped him wash the dishes, and he offered me the remaining meat from the pot dough. I see. The situation began to make sense. Qin Huairu washing dishes for Li Dong and receiving the leftover goose meat seemed reasonable enough. Jia Dongxu finally relaxed, while Zhang Zuo pressed further. Qin Huairu, why did you throw all the meat into the pot? How can a mere child like Bonging consume so much? Qin Huairu quickly clarified. I thought there was ample meat remaining. If I add a bit of water and stew it, it will be enough for our entire family. Goodness, Qin Huairu, you truly are a gluttonous wife, Zhang Zuo exclaimed. Could you not save some for Bonging? Are you so starved that you must compete with a child for meat? Our Jia family has truly fallen on hard times to have married a wasteful woman like you. As Zhang Zuo spoke, she rushed forward, scooping a substantial portion of the freshly cooked goose meat from the pot. She intended to save it all for Bonging, with the temperatures plummeting to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Preserving the goose meat would pose no challenge. Watching Zhang Zuo remove the meat, Qin Huairu's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she remained silent. This basin of meat had been earned through her own sacrifice. And after all her efforts, she had not tasted a single bite, instead facing harsh rebuke. The frustration within her was palpable. Zhang Zuo's cruelty did not end there. Once the goose meat was heated, she ladled every last morsel and drop of broth into a bowl for Bonging, neglecting to offer Xiao Dang even a sip. Grandma, I want meat. I want meat too. Xiao Dang wailed, weeping inconsolably while clinging to Zhang Zuo's skirts. Exasperated, Zhang Zuo slapped at her. Eat, eat, eat. You little money waster. Do you know anything beyond eating? There's barely enough for your brother. Keep crying, and I swear I'll teach you a lesson. With 2 hard slaps, Zhang Zuo left one side of Xiao Dang's face swollen and red. Xiao Dang, now too intimidated to persist in her pleas, ran to Qin Huairu, sobbing in distress. Though aware of Zhang Zuo's difficult nature, Qin Huairu could not bear to see her daughter mistreated. She promptly gathered Xiao Dang into her arms, saying, Bonging, why are you hoarding food again? Quickly bring the meat over to share with your sisters. Zhang Zuo erupted in fury. Qin Huairu, are you unable to comprehend human speech? Those two little money wasters will be married off sooner or later. It would be a waste to feed them meat. Bonging needs this nourishment to grow. Qin Huairu, undeterred by Zhang Suihua's outburst, pressed on, Bonging. Did you hear what I said? Reluctantly, Bonging pursed his lips and begrudgingly fetched his bowl. Realizing Qin Huairu was resolute in her stance, Zhang Suihua's temper flared. You shameless wretch, are you trying to drive me to madness? I see you have no intention of living peacefully. Enough. As Zhang Suihua prepared to unleash another tirade, Jia Dongxu interjected, Mother, perhaps you should temper your words. I believe Xiao Ru handled today's situation quite astutely. With a little ingenuity, she secured such a bounty of meat from Li Dong. With that wastrel around, will our Jia family ever lack for meat? Jia Dongxu's words momentarily stunned Zhang Suihua, causing her to pause in her complaints. Humph. After a brief silence, Zhang Suihua huffed, ceasing her nagging. She realized they would still need to rely on Qin Huairu to procure meat from Li Dong in the future. If she continued to berate her, who would provide for Bonging then? Before bed, Li Dong once again reviewed his apocalyptic farm system. It had been a day rich in rewards, though he had spent the day at home. It did not hinder the flock of beasts in the courtyard from generating substantial psychic energy points for him. Ding. The apocalyptic farm has successfully upgraded. Current farm level, 6. Cultivable area, 20 square kilometers. Pasture, 50 square kilometers. Freshwater lakes, 100 square kilometers. Marine area, 2,000 square kilometers. The host's individual attribute value cap has been raised to 10,000 points. The following week saw continuous snowfall. Initially, everyone persisted in shoveling the snow daily. But as they realized the futility of the effort, they ceased large-scale shoveling. Instead, they merely cleared a path in front of their homes for ease of access to supplies. Li Dong stepped outside to survey the scene, noting that in some areas, the snow accumulated to over a meter in depth. Thankfully, the city's snow was being cleared, so life for residents remained unaffected for the time being. The countryside faced a more dire situation, with several remote villages completely snowbound and cut off from the outside world. Li Dong heard numerous reports of disaster relief over the radio. Wait a moment, he mused quietly. According to the system, the eternal snow disaster was supposed to arrive a month after my crossing. By the timeline, it has barely been half a month. Could this be an early onset of the snow disaster? System, the Ice Age spans millions of years, with no distinct temporal boundaries. This world has now entered an Ice Age. However, the current level of snowfall remains ordinary, far from the intensity of an everlasting snow disaster. In 20 days, the eternal snow calamity will descend, at which point its destructive power will be tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold compared to the present, tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. A chill of trepidation coursed through Li Dong's heart. The system declared, the eternal snow disaster is a catastrophe of species extinction level, its intensity comparable to the prehistoric extinction of dinosaurs in Earth's history, according to the system. The current situation can at most be deemed a mere ordinary blizzard. Compared to the eternal snow disaster, this is but a minor event. Outside, the world is besieged by heavy snow, and while the order in Sijio City remains remarkably stable, it too faces a dire shortage of supplies. In this era, we are still entrenched in a planned economy, where acquiring goods requires not only money but also vouchers. With the outside world snowbound, transportation of supplies is nearly impossible, and the stockpiles within the city are alarmingly limited. This results in a severe scarcity of resources within the city. Although prices have not inflated, the market is devoid of goods, rendering one unable to purchase anything even with money and vouchers. In the courtyard of the Yin family, Aunt San approached Yin Bugue, carrying an empty sack. Old Yin, take a look. Our family's food is nearly depleted. If you fail to procure more grain, our entire family may very well be left to fend for ourselves. Sighing, Yin Bugue replied with a pained expression, Yang Rui Hua, you must ration your consumption. I visited the market 3 times yesterday and couldn't secure even a grain. A frenzied crowd was snatching up food. It was utterly disheartening. If it comes to it, perhaps you should check the pigeon market. Aunt San's face grew even more despondent. It's not that I'm wasteful. I am utterly helpless. At the normal rate of consumption, our food would have run out 2 days ago. For the past few days, we have been scraping by, but I truly cannot endure this any longer. Very well, I shall go to the pigeon market and assess the situation. At Liu Haizhong's residence, Aunt Air stood at the door, anxiously awaiting the return of Liu Haizhong and Liu Guangtian. Liu Guangtian dismounted his bicycle and handed Aunt Air a cloth bag. Mother, this is 15 jin of cornmeal. Hurry and make me some cornmeal buns. I am starving. I will do so at once. Wait. Aunt Air was about to steam the buns when Liu Haizhong abruptly halted her. Zhonghai, do not act recklessly. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to acquire this cornmeal? I braved the wind and snow, waiting all day at the pigeon market just to obtain this small amount. This single bag of cornmeal cost me a full 5 yuan. What? Aunt Air's expression shifted dramatically. 15 jin of cornmeal for 5 yuan. That unscrupulous dealer is brazenly engaging in profiteering. We must report him at once. Report what? He sold the goods and vanished. Where am I supposed to find him? Chapter 9. The relief grain arrives, but fine, quickly prepare a pot of corn porridge for me, slightly thicker if possible. I am so famished that I am seeing stars and have no strength left to converse. Understood. At Su Damao's home, the relentless blizzard had made life increasingly difficult. The family's food supplies were nearly exhausted. Some time ago, Liu Shaoyi had brought back a bag of millet from her family. Now, Su Damao's household had been subsisting on millet porridge for 3 consecutive days, having not consumed solid food for days. Su Damao felt as though his stomach was pressed against his back, his limbs weak and vision dim. This cannot continue. Even though I just had a bowl of porridge, I'm already hungry again. He lamented, seeking Liu Shaoyi's assistance. Shaoyi, if possible, could you return to your family and bring back some food? Even if it's just some buns and pickles, I need something solid to eat. If this continues, I may truly starve to death. Liu Shaoyi scoffed. Su Damao, this is entirely your own doing. I had suggested that we partner with Li Dong to stockpile some food at our home. If we had stored provisions earlier, we wouldn't be facing the shortage. Su Damao, exasperated, stomped his feet. Enough. Liu Shaoyi, spare me your useless admonishments. We are out of food now, and if we do not devise a plan to procure some, we will truly starve. Liu Shaoyi inquired. What of the Hongxing steel plant? They were supposed to provide meals, weren't they? Sighing, Su Damao replied with a grim expression. The plant is also out of food. We've been eating porridge there as well. Moreover, I have heard that if this blizzard does not relent soon, the plant will be forced to close. Is that so? A large factory can simply shut down? Liu Shaoyi exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, the snow outside is exceedingly deep, the products manufactured can't be transported, and the raw materials cannot be delivered. The power and coal supplies are insufficient, leaving us unable to continue production. Alas, Liu Shaoyi lamented, if all else fails, I will have no choice but to return to my father. At Zhonghai's home, when the blizzard had only just begun, he had wisely purchased some grain. Furthermore, he had a cellar stocked with vegetables such as radishes and cabbages. In this time of widespread panic, Zhonghai's family was undoubtedly faring better. Yet even so, Aunt De remained anxious. Old E. Given the severity of the disaster in the community, what news do we have from the authorities? Surely, relief grain will arrive soon. Zhonghai quickly reassured her. Calm down, Lin Shuling. There is no need for your undue worry. The weather forecast indicates that the skies will clear soon. Such distressing times. At the Jia family household, the family gathered around the dining table, lost in thought. The table was set with 5 bowls, all licked clean. The situation for the Jia family was even more dire. They had been out of food for 3 days. The only sustenance they had was the 2 jin of cornmeal borrowed from Zhonghai by Qin Huairu. A thin, watery porridge, devoid of even steamed buns, barely kept hunger at bay. Bonking was so starved that his eyes sparkled with desperation, his legs trembling uncontrollably, utterly miserable. This cannot go on, Jia Dongxu proposed. Xiaoru, go and borrow some grain from Uncle Yi. Even if we can get a few black buns to fill our stomachs, it would help. Qin Huairu shook her head vigorously. That may not be possible. Uncle Yi's family hasn't managed to acquire any grain either, and their supplies are running low. However, there is no need for concern, she continued. I went to the street office to check with Director who said that relief grain has been dispatched. Relief grain? Jia Zhashur inquired. While the grain has been allocated, the severe snowfall is hindering transportation, which will take some time, Qin Huairu added. Everyone, just hold on for 2 more days. The relief grain will surely arrive. Zhang Cuihua exploded in frustration. We can't wait. If we wait 2 days, our entire family will starve to death. If it comes to that, I suggest you go find Li Dong for something to eat. Li Dong? Qin Huairu grimaced, shaking her head. With the blizzard raging outside, the entire courtyard is facing a food crisis. How could Li Dong possibly have food? Perhaps Li Dong truly does have supplies. Jia Dongxu asserted. He lives alone, and recently received some compensation, along with the 300 yuan from our family. He must have bought a substantial amount of fine grain. I'll go check on the situation. With no other option, Qin Huairu steeled herself and set out for Li Dong's home. At that moment, Li Dong was seated by the stove, enjoying a hot pot. The freshly slaughtered lamb, dipped in the red broth, was simply indescribably delicious. What brings you here? Upon seeing Qin Huairu, Li Dong set down his chopsticks. With a woeful expression, Qin Huairu replied, Li Dong, we have run out of food at home. Life is becoming unbearable. Could you lend me a few jin of grain? Li Dong, with a pained look, responded, I truly apologize, but we have no food at home either. Seeing Li Dong's indifferent attitude, Qin Huairu quickly employed her secret weapon. Rest assured, Li Dong, I will repay you. It is inconvenient now, but I will serve you tonight. How about that? Coughing, Li Dong cleared his throat and sighed. Qin, I genuinely have no grain at the moment. Qin Huairu pressed, no grain? Then where did this lamb come from? With a chuckle, Li Dong replied, the lamb is leftover from what I bought earlier. This is the last piece. If this blizzard continues unabated, I shall find myself starving by tomorrow. At this moment, Qin Huairu's mood is exceedingly irritable. Just look at Li Dong, feasting lavishly, his face glowing with health. He hardly resembles someone suffering from a food shortage. He appears more like a prosperous landowner. Yet, since Li Dong possesses the food and refuses to share, what can Qin Huairu do? It is truly a helpless situation for her, especially as she gazes at the bountiful spread before her, which only intensifies her cravings. Li Dong, with so much food on the table, might I partake as well? Of course, come, let us share a meal. Li Dong gestures towards the seat beside him, inviting Qin Huairu to join him. However, the chair Li Dong occupies can only accommodate one person. If Qin Huairu were to sit beside him, she would have to settle in his lap. Chapter 10. The high price of grain. This is not merely an invitation to dine. It is a request for her to keep him company while he eats and drinks. Qin Huairu, ravenous to the point of desperation, cannot afford to be choosy at this moment. Nevertheless, she is cautious in such matters. She first scurries to the door to ensure no one is watching, then she secures the lock from the inside. With the door firmly shut, she finally feels emboldened enough to leap into Li Dong's embrace. Driven mad by hunger, she seizes the chopsticks and begins to devour the food voraciously, disregarding any semblance of decorum. After a hearty feast, a substantial portion of the meal has vanished. At this juncture, Qin Huairu suddenly informs Li Dong, Li Dong, I wish to pack up the remaining food to take back for the children. You seem to have had your fill. Allow me to tidy up the table. Wait, Li Dong exclaims, grabbing her arm. He then states firmly, Qin Huairu, I only agreed to let you eat your fill. I did not consent to you taking the food with you. Li Dong, do not be so stingy. If you cannot finish it, it will go to waste. I understand you do not eat leftovers, but allow me to take it home. That is out of the question. Li Dong adamantly refuses. We are good friends. I simply wanted you to have enough to eat. If you take food as well, who could possibly bear that? Then I shall wash the pot. With no other option, Qin Huairu steels herself and uses the excuse of washing the pot to discreetly remove the leftover scraps. As she exits, Li Dong reminds her, Xiaoru, remember your promise to me. I know. Qin Huairu's face flushes with embarrassment. I will come to attend to you once I settle things at home. Is that acceptable? At this moment, Qin Huairu is brimming with resentment. She has already made such significant sacrifices, yet Li Dong remains so miserly, showing no generosity whatsoever. However, as she returns with a bag of scraps, the boy Bonging is overjoyed. Although it is merely the remnants, there is still plenty of lamb and vegetables left, enough to provide ample sustenance for Bonging. The following morning, the streets were bustling with the distribution of disaster relief grain. Each household received rations based on the number of people. An adult was allocated 5 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of cornmeal, and 10 pounds of sweet potato flour, alongside 4 ounces of pork, 3 pounds of potatoes, 5 pounds of cabbage, and 10 pounds of radishes. With the arrival of this relief grain, the famine in the courtyard was swiftly alleviated. It could even be said that families like the Jia and Yin clans, due to their large numbers, had profited handsomely from the relief supplies. There was so much grain that it was impossible to consume it all. Coincidentally, just as the relief grain arrived in the morning, the weather cleared by the afternoon, bringing sunshine. This delighted Yin Bugue, Zhang Hua, and others, their expressions beaming with joy, now that they had received the aid. There was no way it would be returned. To suddenly acquire such a bounty of grain was an exhilarating experience. That very night, Li Dong sought out Yin Bugue. What, you wish to purchase my family's relief grain? Upon hearing Li Dong's intention, Yin Bugue shook his head vigorously. No, our grain is just enough to last. With the market still closed, there was no grain available for purchase outside, and we absolutely cannot sell. Li Dong wasted no words and stated plainly, very well, Uncle San, I shall not let you assist me for free. I am willing to pay double the price for your grain. What do you say? The prospect of double the price immediately brightened Yin Bugui's eyes. Indeed, I would sell you grain at that price. Yet, after a moment's thought, he replied, but no, Li Dong, this grain is our lifeline. No amount of money can persuade us to part with it. Then it seems I must look elsewhere, Li Dong responded, standing to leave. As Li Dong walked away, Yin Bugui began to regret his decision. He wanted to call out to Li Dong to sell the grain, but ultimately found himself unable to speak once Li Dong was out of sight. Aunt Sin emerged, grumbling, Old Yin, you are such a fool. Li Dong is willing to pay double. Why not sell him the grain? The weather has cleared, and the market will soon be replenished, Yin Bugui murmured. That young fellow, Li Dong, is rolling in wealth. The factory just compensated him with a substantial sum, and he sold his father's position to the Jia family for another windfall. I simply wish to gain a little advantage from him. Aunt San's sentiment was clear. Since the relief grain was essentially free, any sale would be pure profit. Selling it at double would yield an even greater fortune. Indeed, Yin Bugui nodded. If Li Dong returns, we shall sell it to him at double the price. After leaving Yin Bugui's home, Li Dong paid a visit to the Jia family, another household of considerable size that had received a generous amount of relief grain. Upon learning of Li Dong's intent to purchase grain, Jia Dongxu immediately declared he would not sell. Li Dong then remarked, I am willing to buy your grain at 1.5 times the market price, ensuring you do not suffer a loss. 1.5 times. Jia Dongxu's interest was piqued. Exactly. Li Dong replied earnestly, if something is worth $1, I offer you $1.50, allowing you to profit by 50 cents. Is that not agreeable? At that moment, Qin Huairu interjected, Dongxu, while our family has plenty of grain, we also have many mouths to feed. Perhaps we should refrain from selling it, if you wish to purchase grain. Seek Uncle San. They received ample relief grain as well. All right, I shall inquire elsewhere. Li Dong nodded, smiling, and prepared to take his leave. Wait, at this critical juncture, Zhonghai spoke up. I will make the decision. Let us sell all the grain. Qin Huairu's eyes widened in alarm. Mother, what will we eat if we sell all the grain? We should keep enough for a few days and buy more when it runs out, Qin Huairu protested. If grain were readily available, the government would not distribute such generous relief supplies. When director who distributed the grain this morning, he made it clear that we are in a difficult time and that resources must be distributed uniformly. It is impossible to procure even a single grain from the market. Do not harbor such delusions. Chapter 11. You profit. I do not lose. Qin Huairu. Are you lacking in common sense? Jia Dongxu glared at her. Rebutting, the weather has cleared. Why should we hoard such a surplus of grain? Let us sell the excess for now. If we find ourselves short later, I can always figure something out. Thus, with Zhang Cuihua and Jia Dongxu's insistence, the Jia family's grain was significantly reduced. After purchasing the grain from the Jia family, Li Dong sought out Su Demao, Liu Haizhong, and others to acquire more. These individuals were astute, recognizing that with the weather improving, selling the relief grain at 1.5 times its value would yield substantial profits. Naturally, their eagerness to sell grain was met with enthusiasm. As Li Dong began to buy grain on a small scale in the courtyard, it swiftly attracted the attention of the neighbors. Those eager to profit flocked to Li Dong, eager to sell their grain. Li Dong welcomed everyone, boldly purchasing whatever was offered. Consequently, the once somber courtyard atmosphere transformed into one of unprecedented liveliness. In the Jia household, Zhang Cuihua exclaimed gleefully, this Li Dong is truly a simpleton. Today, the sun has shone all day, melting a considerable amount of the snow on the roads, with the street officials clearing the snow. The alleys and streets have been opened up. Now that we have cash in hand, how could we possibly fail to purchase grain? Qin Huairu, you ought to be more discerning. Had it not been for Dongxu and my cleverness in selling the grain, how could we have possibly amassed such wealth? Indeed, Jia Dongxu proclaimed with great satisfaction, Qin Huairu, you truly possess long hair but short insight. From now on, all matters concerning our family must heed my mother's counsel. If you dare to contradict her again, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. At this moment, Qin Huairu felt a twinge of guilt and merely nodded in silence. Through this series of maneuvers, the Jia family indeed profited handsomely. Their strategy had truly proven to be fortuitous. In the ensuing week, the weather remained predominantly clear and the temperature saw a slight rise. However, this increase was rather negligible. At the peak of midday, the temperature barely reached 2 or 3 degrees, while at night it plummeted to below -10. Such frigid temperatures were insufficient to melt the thick blanket of snow measuring over a meter. Within the urban area, much of the snow was cleared away through human effort, Yet the outside world remained a frozen expanse. Nonetheless, through various endeavors, the supply of essential goods had returned to normalcy. This era still belonged to a planned economy. People could not merely purchase items with money. They also required ration tickets. Thus, it was utterly unrealistic for Li Dong to stockpile goods through market procurement. The supplies he acquired from the Jia family were in bulk quantities. Even if he had to spend a little extra, obtaining these goods was worthwhile. Li Dong did not genuinely require these supplies. He purchased them at inflated prices solely to prepare for the inevitable arrival of the eternal snow disaster, intending to use them to teach those beasts in the courtyard a severe lesson. That evening, the atmosphere in the courtyard was abuzz with gossip. Almost everyone was discussing Li Dong's recent high-priced acquisitions. Among the crowd, Jia Dongxu was the most animated. Ha ha ha. You all have no idea that Li Dong is simply a spendthrift. All the compensation money his father earned with his life has been squandered away. Jia Dongxu laughed heartily. A few days ago, he came to my house to buy grain and offered us 5 times the price. We made quite a profit just from selling the goods. Ha ha. And San chimed in. What a pity. Initially, Li Dong came to my house, wanting to buy my relief grain at double the price. I urged Old Yin to sell it immediately, but he stubbornly refused. After Li Dong went elsewhere, when Old Yin and I returned, they only offered 1.5 times. Just thinking about it now makes me want to scream. Zhang Suihua laughed. Yang Ruihua. It's surprising that Old Yin, a teacher at the school, a man of culture, wouldn't sees an opportunity presented right before him. His lack of acumen is truly exasperating. Aunt San sighed repeatedly. Truly a missed opportunity. Aunt Air, curious, asked, what do you think Li Dong is buying so much grain for? Clearly, it's for reckless extravagance. Jia Dongxu replied without hesitation. While we were all starving during the heavy snowfall. That Li Dong was living it up, making sure everyone knew he was feasting on meat. What a spendthrift. Aunt San shook her head in dismay. Aunt Air echoed, indeed, with Li Dahai gone, no one can rein him in. He has completely let loose. Zhang Suihua added with venom, in my opinion, a wastrel like Li Dong will be of no use even after graduating from university, living lazily day by day. What future could he possibly have? Given his current state, I doubt his father can rest in peace beneath the earth. The following morning, as Li Dong finished his morning routine and prepared to leave, Lu Xiaoyi arrived. Sister Xiaoyi. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Oh, it's nothing urgent. I just wanted to talk to you. Is this a good time? Then please come inside. It's cold outside. Once inside, Lu Xiaoyi informed Li Dong. Li Dong, I have persuaded Su Damao. He agrees to our partnership. From now on, when you come to my house for meals, we will each supply half of the grain, and I will handle cooking and washing dishes. I assure you, you won't be at a disadvantage. What do you think? Li Dong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Sister Xiaoyi, I plan to return to school for meals during this period. Let us discuss our partnership another time. What? You're not going to partner with me? Lu Xiaoyi frowned slightly. I appreciate your good intentions, Sister Xiaoyi, but let us defer this matter for now. All right, I'll take my leave. Oh, wait. Lu Xiaoyi paused mid-sentence, suddenly changing her tone. Since you've called me Sister Xiaoyi, I must remind you of one thing. During these years at university, you haven't been able to earn money. So it's wise to conserve the family's savings. Otherwise, if an urgent need for money arises in the future, it could become quite troublesome. Chapter 12. Just live your life well. Thank you for the reminder. I understand, Sister Xiaoyi, Li Dong replied. Well then, I'll head back now. If you decide to partner for meals, feel free to come to my house anytime. With that final remark, Lu Xiaoyi got up to leave. Watching her retreating figure, a faint warmth flooded Li Dong's heart. Ever since he had traversed into this world, he had been all alone, without support. Each day was spent navigating the treacherous dynamics with the beast in the courtyard. Having tasted the harshness of society, he had never felt a single shred of care. Just a casual remark from Lu Xiaoyi became the only glimmer of kindness he had experienced within the courtyard. That day, while the temperature had yet to rise, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was quite pleasant. Li Dong chose not to attend school but ventured to several small villages on the outskirts of the city. He managed to procure a few squabs, several quails, some live crabs, and eels, along with a substantial amount of fruit tree cuttings. These cuttings could be planted in the system space through propagation, thereby ensuring a supply of fruit within the farm. Although he had gathered a fair amount, it still fell short of Li Dong's plans. Over the next week, he continued his daily excursions, striving to collect as many necessary resources as possible. However, new challenges soon emerged. Li Dong, neglecting work and school, wandered aimlessly through the streets, earning the reputation of a vagrant. The gossip among the residents of the courtyard was merciless. Li Dong's current state of idleness had led to him being mercilessly slandered. As he sat down for dinner one evening, he could hear the insults filtering through the window. Zhang Suihua exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I've always said that Li Dong is a wastrel, a good-for-nothing. You all refused to believe it." Insisting he was a university student. Look at him now, neither studying nor working. He spends his days indulging in gluttony and gallivanting about like a rogue. And lamented, when Li Dahai was alive. "We never saw Li Dong squander like this. Now that Li Dahai is gone, this worthless lad has fallen into such disarray." Yin Zhechen remarked, "Isn't it quite normal, if Li Dahai were still here? Li Dong wouldn't dare to behave so recklessly. He's supposed to be a university student. Yet all that education seems to have gone to waste. He shows no ambition, just a heap of mud." Aunt San sighed, "It's truly lamentable. Li Dahai had such high hopes for Li Dong during his lifetime. Now this boy has fallen into such a state. It's a disgrace to his father's earnest efforts." Yin Bugue added, "This wastrel is squandering money daily, which is truly heart-wrenching. Even if he possesses wealth, such extravagance can't last long." Sha Zhu sneered, "Li Dong, this incorrigible scoundrel, deserves to starve. Oh dear, is it snowing again?" "Indeed, it's coming down quite heavily. Let us disperse. The snow is getting worse." Meanwhile, Li Dong had opened the window to gaze at the swirling snowflakes outside. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, could this be the prelude to the eternal snow disaster? According to the system's alert, the eternal snow disaster would arrive in 9 days. However, it is often the case that signs precede great calamities. The intensity of the eternal snow disaster would be 100-fold greater than that of a typical blizzard, and it was likely there would be a transitional period. The snow continued to fall heavily throughout the night. On the following morning, Li Dong pushed open the door to his room, only to discover that the snow outside had accumulated to over a foot in depth. The thick layer of snow piled up at his doorstep rendered it impossible for anyone to venture outside. "Never mind," he thought. "I shall refrain from going out today and instead bask in the warmth of the fire at home." Li Dong, devoid of any desire to clear the snow, promptly closed the door and returned indoors. Nestled by the fireplace, he held a book in hand, turning its pages, which offered a unique charm of its own, while Li Dong relished the warmth of his cozy abode, sipping on a cup of hot tea. The residents of the courtyard were already bustling with activity, following the previous heavy snowfall that had led to a food shortage, causing distress among many, including Jia Dongxu and Yin Bugue. This time everyone had learned from past lessons and stocked up on provisions in advance. Early in the morning, families from the courtyard collectively surged towards the market to procure grains. The market was well stocked. However, the rationing of food tickets limited the quantities that individuals could purchase, making it unrealistic to stockpile large amounts. Nonetheless, acquiring enough supplies to last 10 days to half a month was feasible. The allocation of food tickets was generally linked to wages, for large households like the Jia family. Jia Dongxu's monthly salary converted into grain was just sufficient to feed the family for a month, leaving little to no surplus by the end of the month. Even now, despite being prudent, they could manage to store only a few dozen pounds. In contrast, the two older gentlemen, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong, with their higher incomes, were able to acquire more supplies. That evening, Li Dong slaughtered a sheep in his space, subsequently kindling a fire to prepare a delicious roast lamb. After indulging in a sumptuous meal of roasted lamb, Li Dong rested in his space for a few hours before returning to the real world. Within the confines of the system's space, not only could the duration of rest be adjusted, but there were also distinct seasonal variations. Different regions within the space exhibited varying temperatures, contrasting the frigid -20 degrees outside with a balmy 18 degrees indoors, akin to paradise. The blizzard persisted for a day and a night, finally ceasing on the third morning. However, the skies remained overcast, and the biting cold made even water freeze. At the home of the simpleton, Sha Zhu, he stood at the doorway, gazing at the thick blanket of snow with a furrowed brow. While others were busy acquiring food the previous day, Sha Zhu had not joined them. Now, upon visiting the market, he found it closed. This blizzard had wreaked havoc on the operations of the Hongqing steel plant, which announced a holiday today, a development that troubled Sha Zhu greatly. Previously, when the Hongqing steel plant operated normally, even amidst shortages faced by others, Sha Zhu had never lacked for food, as he worked in the kitchen and had access to substantial supplies. Not only did he manage to eat well daily, but he also brought home-packed meals. This was the very reason he had not stockpiled provisions. Now, with the sudden holiday declared by the plant, Sha Zhu was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 13. A bite of lamb leg to calm the nerves. Unable to procure food from the market, Sha Zhu sought to borrow some from Zhonghai. only to be met with a stern reprimand. Oh Shashu, you truly have no memory at all. Just a short while ago, during the last blizzard, everyone faced a food shortage, and the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. How can you forget so quickly? Shaju replied with a wry smile. I never anticipated that the Hongqing steel plant would suddenly halt operations. Even if it hadn't, there would still be no food. Zhonghai sighed in resignation. Oh Shaju, how can I even begin to advise you? Despite the scolding, Shaju could only muster the courage to placate Zhonghai. Uncle E, please have some understanding. Our household is out of food and we can no longer cook. Finally, Zhonghai went into the inner room and returned with half a bag of cornmeal, approximately 4 to 5 pounds. After receiving the cornmeal, Zhonghai reminded him, oh, by the way, although the small market has no food for sale, you might still find some at the supply and marketing cooperative. Hurry and check it out. Since the plant is closed, perhaps some activity will yield results. Thank you, Uncle E. I will head out immediately. Zhonghai's words rang true. There was still food available at the cooperative. Fresh vegetables were out of the question. But rice, flour, and corn were still in stock. After all, this blizzard had just begun, and the city's granaries would not be depleted so swiftly. Time passed swiftly, and soon a week had gone by. During these days, the blizzard continued intermittently, and the snow on the ground grew ever thicker. Previously, emergency food supplies had been distributed, and families had also stockpiled some provisions at the onset of the snowfall. Consequently, although this snow disaster was more severe than the last, it did not lead to famine. On that particular morning, at the Jia family home, the family gathered around the dining table to eat. A plate of steamed buns was laid out, with the topmost white bun being taken by Bang Gong. The others feasted on cornbread, which, while not of high quality, was plentiful enough to satisfy their hunger. Just as Bang Gong was about to take a bite of the bun, a thought struck him. Grandma, how about we pay a visit to Li Dong's house? Jia Dongxu furrowed her brows. What do you want to go to Li Dong's house for? Bang Gong chuckled. Our family isn't lacking in food now, so I want to see what that spendthrift Li Dong is eating. For a while, I could smell the savory aroma of meat wafting from his house daily. But for the past few days, there hasn't been any smell of meat. I suspect Li Dong's family must be out of food by now. Let us take the white steamed bun over to tease that spendthrift and see how he reacts. Ha ha ha. Zhang Cuihua immediately brightened at the idea. Bang Gong, you're quite clever. I've long been irritated by Li Dong's arrogant demeanor. He does no work, lives off his father's pension, and flaunts it everywhere. What a disgrace. Let us go see if that brat still has meat to eat. I wager he can't even manage cornbread now. With that, Zhang Cuihua took a bowl of cornbread while Bang Gong carried the white steamed bun. And the two gleefully made their way to Li Dong's home. Indeed, as Zhang Cuihua predicted, Li Dong was at home drinking thin porridge. The dining table held nothing but a bowl of clear porridge and utterly meager spread. What brings you here? Upon seeing Zhang Cuihua and Bang Gong, Li Dong's mood soured instantly. Ha ha ha. Bang Gong chuckled. Li Dong, look at you today. Have you run out of food at home? How does it feel to be less arrogant now? Are you unable to afford even cornbread? Zhang Cuihua seized the opportunity to press him further. Li Dong, why aren't you speaking? A strapping young man like you, only drinking porridge, that's too bland. Isn't it? Have you really run out of food? Li Dong could only chuckle helplessly and turn to the kitchen. Ha ha ha. Bang Gong's jeering echoed behind him. Li Dong, don't walk away. Aren't you the one who loves to boast? Let us see you flaunt it now. Indeed, Li Dong, if you're truly out of food, we could sell you some cornmeal, but you'll need to pay us 3 times the price. Before Jia Dongxu could finish her sentence, Li Dong emerged from the kitchen, holding a perfectly roasted, golden brown lamb leg. This sight left Zhang Cuihua dumbfounded, while Bang Gong's mouth watered uncontrollably. Without wasting words, Li Dong took a hearty bite of the lamb leg and continued. Ah, eating meat every day does get a bit rich, but to tell you the truth, Zhang Cuihua, I envy you. Eating cornbread every day, so light and simple, how wonderful. Zhang Cuihua's face turned a shade of liver color. Not being foolish, she quickly realized Li Dong was deliberately mocking her. Who doesn't he know that meat is far more delectable than cornbread? At that moment, Bang Gong was utterly distraught. Grandma, I want to eat meat. After the initial embarrassment, Zhang Cuihua swiftly shifted her demeanor. Li Dong, look at that enormous lamb leg. You certainly cannot finish it all by yourself. It's of no concern, Li Dong interjected before she could finish her sentence. Given the cold weather, I can store the lamb leg in the pantry and have it for the next meal. But no buts. Li Dong cut her off once again. Zhang Cuihua, if you have nothing better to do, just hurry back and enjoy your cornbread. I need to savor this lamb while it's hot, so I won't waste any more time with you. Alas, Zhang Cuihua found herself in a predicament. Compelled to muster her courage and drag the stick back home. Upon returning, she urged Qin Huairu to visit Li Dong's residence immediately to procure some meat for the stick at home. Wailed incessantly, leaving Qin Huairu with no choice but to reluctantly carry a bowl over. Li Dong, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with someone like Qin Huairu, got straight to the point. Qin Huairu. Allow me to reiterate the rules here. If you wish to enjoy a morsel of my delicacies, you must ensure my comfort first. Moreover, anything I have here is strictly for your personal consumption and cannot be taken away. Qin Huairu, with a bitter expression, replied, Li Dong, how about this? I won't eat any meat myself, just let me take a small portion home for the children to savor. After all, whether it's you or me consuming it, it's merely that little bit of meat, isn't it? There's really no need to quibble over such trivialities, right? Very well, take this back to satisfy the stick, Li Dong said, gesturing towards a few leftover bones on the dining table. Qin Huairu's expression shifted dramatically. Li Dong, these are nothing but your leftover bones. You intend to humiliate me, don't you? What's wrong with the bones? Li Dong replied cheerfully. Qin Huairu, don't accuse me of lacking respect. I have shown you ample respect, yet you have brought this upon yourself. Sighing in resignation, Qin Huairu had no option but to gather the uneaten bones. Although devoid of meat, the lamb bones could still be simmered for soup. Offering a modicum of satisfaction, when drinking the soup, she could crack the bones with a hammer to taste the marrow, at least providing some semblance of accountability to the stick. The sacrifices of Qin Huairu, as a mother, were truly heartfelt. Yet Zhang Zuo's nature was devoid of humanity, resorting to actions reminiscent of brutal beasts. Not only did she fail to obtain meat from Li Dong herself, but she also insisted that Qin Huairu seek it out. Should Li Dong also be unable to procure any meat, Zhang Zuo would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon Qin Huairu. Moreover, if Qin Huairu returned empty-handed, not only Zhang Zuo but also Jia Dongxu would berate her. At the Jia household, Qin Huairu returned with a few lamb bones, while the stick frantically gnawed at them like a rabid dog. Jia Dongxu, with a face full of skepticism, inquired, I simply cannot comprehend where Li Dong managed to acquire such an abundance of meat. I visited the market yesterday, and it was closed. There was no meat for sale. Who knows where this spendthrift got it? Jia Dongxu speculated. Could it be that Li Dong procured lamb from the pigeon market? The Red Star Steel Factory did provide them with a substantial amount of compensation. It wouldn't be surprising if that spendthrift secretly bought some lamb for himself. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Jia Dongxu nodded in agreement. Qin Huairu, why did you only bring back these bones? Why not acquire more meat? For a moment, Qin Huairu was at a loss for words. Internally, she seethed with anger. Jia Dongxu and Zhang Zuo were nothing short of two insatiable vampires. They never considered how difficult it was for Qin Huairu to beg Li Dong for meat. Instead, they scorned her for the meager offering she returned with. Little did they know that even this paltry amount was the result of Qin Huairu's sacrifices. Did they expect more? That was utterly out of the question. Meanwhile, Li Dong devised a new strategy. He relocated several essential items into the system space and moved himself there as well. Within this system space, there existed a pleasantly temperate area, with a stable temperature ranging between 16 to 25 degrees Celsius. Residing in such an environment rendered heating unnecessary, allowing one to experience a perpetual spring-like atmosphere. Even amidst the frigid, sub-zero temperatures of the outside world, the internal space remained unaffected. Thus, Li Dong settled into the space, occasionally emerging to observe the folly of the beasts outside. As time swiftly passed, another few days slipped by. At last, the day of the eternal snow disaster arrived, prompting Li Dong to exit the system space to assess the external conditions. The sky was overcast, devoid of even a whisper of wind, and snowflakes danced through the air like great cotton tufts. The accumulating snow on the ground piled up at an alarming rate, obstructing doors and windows, rendering Li Dong unable to open a single window. Goodness, Li Dong exclaimed, astonished at the sight. If this snow continues at this pace, I'll be buried alive beneath it within the day. He knew he had to clear the snow from the entrance and windows to prevent his home from being crushed by the weight of the snow. As Li Dong took a shovel to clear the snow, the neighbors in the courtyard busied themselves with their own snow removal, creating a lively scene. Amidst his work, Yin Bugue approached with a cheerful demeanor. Li Dong, we seem to have run short on grain. Could you possibly sell us some? Li Dong promptly shook his head in refusal. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Yin, but my supplies are quite limited as well. I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. Seeing Li Dong unwilling to sell him grain, Yin Bugue reluctantly escalated his offer. How about this, Li Dong? I'll pay you 1.5 times the usual price if you could spare me some grain for an emergency. Huh? Li Dong replied with a slight smile. 1.5 times is insufficient. If you truly wish to show sincerity, offer me double the price. You heartless scoundrel, why don't you just rob someone? Yin Bugui retorted. We are genuinely in distress, seeking your help. You little rascal, just try laying a hand on me. Yin Ruihua shouted in anger. Li Dong, you insolent brat. Dare to touch me and see what happens. Before Yin Ruihua could finish her sentence, Li Dong interrupted with a swift slap. Yin Ruihua, who do you think you're calling a brat? Speak another word and see what I'll do. Just as Yin Ruihua was about to retaliate, she noticed Li Dong had raised his hand once more. Not being foolish, she recognized that the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. Should she continue her defiance, she was certain Li Dong would retaliate fiercely. Yet, the pent-up anger within her had no outlet. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, Yin Bugui, are you blind? Can't you see that Li Dong just slapped me? Hurry and avenge me. With the pressure placed upon him, Yin Bugui's face transformed into a large, sorrowful grimace. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Yin Jieqing stepped forward to defend Yin Ruihua. Li Dong, you truly don't know when to stop. You dare to strike my mother? Li Dong scoffed dismissively, paying Yin Jieqing no heed. Fueled by a surge of bravado, Yin Jieqing declared, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize to my mother, or I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Li Dong replied nonchalantly, very well, let me see how you plan to deal with me. I'll cripple you. Yin Jieqing roared, seizing a shovel and swinging it towards Li Dong's head. But Li Dong was not one to sit idly by. He swiftly countered with a powerful punch to Yin Jieqing's shoulder. Ow. Yin Jieqing howled in pain, collapsing to the ground. Li Dong followed up with a forceful kick to his abdomen. Stop. Enough. Yin Bugui exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. From now on, if I ever see you again, I'll beat you senseless, Li Dong warned before departing. Meanwhile, Yin Ruihua tearfully assisted Yin Jieqing back home, and thus this fierce confrontation came to a close. The terror of the eternal snow disaster had revealed itself on the very first day. On that day, Li Dong ventured out to clear the snow 3 times, but to no avail. The snowstorm was indeed ferocious. Nearly one night had passed, and by the dawn of the following day, the snow had accumulated to an astonishing depth of over 2 meters. The thick blanket of snow completely sealed the front door, and the windows were tightly blocked as well. Remaining indoors, one could not shake off the suffocating sense of oppression. Fortunately, after a night of relentless snow, the snowfall ceased by the morning. However, the sky remained ominously overcast. Shrouded in dark clouds, the temperature plummeted below -30 degrees, and a fierce wind howled at level 11 outside. Li Dong employed a shovel to carve out a narrow passage through the thick snow. After clearing a bit of the snow at the entrance, he climbed onto the roof to survey the situation outdoors. To his astonishment, the neighbors in the courtyard were bustling with activity. Every household was fervently shoveling snow, with the highest efficiency observed at the residence of Elder E. The snow at Liu Haizhong's doorstep had nearly been cleared. Surrounding them lay thick snow, but the area where the Liu family resided had been excavated into a massive pit over 2 meters deep. The Liu family's exceptional snow-clearing efficiency was chiefly attributed to the return of their eldest son, Liu Guangqi. The 3 brothers, Liu Guangqi, Liu Guangtian, and Liu Guangfu, worked together to shovel snow, and it would have been a miracle had they not excelled. The eternal snow disaster was a calamity that showed no signs of abating. Given that it had already descended, further snow removal felt utterly superfluous. Li Dong merely stood aloft, briefly assessing the situation outside before retreating indoors. The frigid world beyond, with its icy expanse, paled in comparison to the spring-like comfort of his own space. Ate Zhonghai's home, he gazed at the thick snow outside, filled with trepidation. In my several decades of life, I have never witnessed such a terrifying snow disaster. Alas, and he lamented, I wonder when the next relief grain will be distributed. It's truly worrisome. Zhonghai replied, I heard on the radio that snow is falling across the country. In fact, temperatures have plummeted globally. If that is the case, what shall we do? And he exclaimed in alarm. Zhonghai shook his head in resignation, sighing, for now, we can only take one step at a time. At least at this moment, Zhonghai managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the reason being rather uncomplicated. He had ample provisions stored, with a high salary and minimal expenses as a bachelor. His savings were substantial. Simply saving money did not provide him with peace of mind. Thus, he also accumulated a considerable stock of grain. With the provisions he possessed, even if everyone outside starved to death, he could survive for quite some time on his reserves. At the Jia family residence, Jia Dongxu looked at the thick snow outside, feeling somewhat anxious. Shuru, how long can our food sustain us? We have quite a bit of grain. It should last us about 10 days. 10 days? Jia Dongxu furrowed his brow. This snow won't melt away in just 10 days. Our supplies are still insufficient. It simply won't be enough. Qin Huairu weakly responded, if we lack enough food, it's not the end of the world, as long as we can hold out until the next relief grain arrives. The mention of relief grain sparked a glimmer of hope in Jia Dongxu's eyes. Indeed, the last time the street distributed relief grain, there was quite a substantial amount, given the severity of this disaster. It was certain there would be even more relief grain provided this time. Then we should hurry and inquire with the street office, Qin Huairu suggested. If there is relief grain, that would be splendid. But if there isn't, then we must devise alternative plans. Let us go. We shall set off immediately. At the residence of the street office director, Hu Qing, the place was bustling with people eager to collect relief grain. Hu Qing was earnestly trying to persuade the crowd. Dear neighbors, I swear by heaven, the last time relief grain was distributed, everyone received individual notifications, did they not? The Meteorological Bureau had long warned that this year's natural disaster would be severe. And the relief grain was intended for you to store in preparation for prolonged hardship. Each person received around 60 kilograms of grain, which, if used sparingly, should last nearly 2 months. It has only been half a month since then. And you claim to have run out. What am I to do? Those seeking grain had a defensive attitude. Director Hu, we did indeed let our guard down previously, but we are truly in dire straits now. Our homes are bare, and the children are crying from hunger. We are left with no choice, Hu Qing replied. Everyone should try to make do. This is a challenging time. You might collect some grass or tree bark to stave off hunger. Rest assured, I will actively report your difficulties, and I will inform you at the first opportunity if there are any developments. Chapter 16. Has Li Dong frozen to death? Everyone, disperse. Please disperse. After Hu Qing's persistent entreaties, the crowd gradually began to disperse. At this moment, Qin Huairu found herself amidst a throng of people, filled with concern. Overall, the order remained stable at this stage. This was not particularly complicated. Most of those who came to seek grain from Hu Qing were not genuinely in need. The previous distribution of relief grain had been plentiful, and the street office had also reminded everyone to save their supplies to cope with extreme weather. Most people were obedient and did not waste food. The Jia family, however, was an exception, as Zhang Cuihua, driven by greed, had brazenly sold their grain. Most were not truly lacking food but rather seeking to test their luck with Hu Qing. Upon returning, Qin Huairu relayed this situation to Zhang Cuihua honestly. Zhang Cuihua proposed, I think we should go find Li Dong and ask for our grain back. With the snow so thick outside, it would be impossible to clear it in a mere 10 days. What would we do when our food runs out? Yes, let us go to Li Dong and reclaim our grain. Jia Dongxu echoed, that grain is our lifeline. We cannot allow it to fall into Li Dong's hands so easily. Subsequently, the Jia family decided to head to Li Dong's house to retrieve their grain. However, a new problem arose. The snow at Li Dong's doorstep had not been cleared, and the 2 meters of snow completely buried the house. If Jia Dongxu and the others wished to enter Li Dong's home, they would first need to clear the surrounding snow. At the very least, they needed to carve a path through the snow. This effectively meant they would be helping Li Dong clear his snow for free. The Jia family, each more cunning than the next, would never agree to help Li Dong shovel snow. They quickly changed their minds and decided to wait until Li Dong had cleared the snow before approaching him. Shoveling snow, what a futile endeavor. With the eternal snow disaster upon them, why waste time on such tasks? Meanwhile, Li Dong was indulging in a grand feast within his system space. Just moments ago, he had slaughtered a sheep. He had prepared several pounds of prime meat for skewers and was roasting 2 legs of lamb over the fire. The lamb chops were stewing in a pot, requiring little seasoning besides some salt to transform into a culinary delight. Enjoying lamb meat and broth alongside refreshing cucumber and onion salads was sheer bliss. At that moment, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Current system points have met the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the system immediately? Li Dong decisively commanded, upgrade the system immediately. Ding! System upgrade successful. Current Doomsday Farm status is now level 7. With the farm area expanded to 200 square kilometers. The ranch area has been expanded to 500 square kilometers, with an additional 1,000 square kilometers of mountainous terrain. Freshwater fish ponds now span 2,000 square meters, and the saltwater ocean fishing grounds cover 10,000 square kilometers. The system has unlocked a new feature, Doomsday Technology Research Institute. Doomsday Technology Research Institute, capable of developing super technologies from future parallel universe worlds. The current Technology Research Institute is at level 1 status, capable of researching and unlocking all technologies for the next 10 years. Upgrading the Technology Research Institute allows for the development of even more advanced technologies. Li Dong pondered. System, according to your prompts, The eternal snow disaster qualifies as an apocalyptic catastrophe. Since this world has encountered an eternal snow disaster, it stands to reason that there would be no future left for it. System, as a species endowed with wisdom. Humanity possesses a remarkable ability to adapt to harsh environments, since the system is capable of unlocking future technologies. It indicates that this world still possesses a future. Li Dong perused the research interface of the Scientific Research Institute and discovered that the technological advancements anticipated over the next decade primarily encompass manned spaceflight technology, lunar landing technology, cutting-edge computer technology, and various life medicine technologies. For humanity in the 21st century, these technologies may not seem particularly advanced. However, for the denizens of this world, they're undeniably pioneering the most pressing need for sustaining human existences. In fact, singular energy. With an ample supply of energy, one could survive not only on Earth, even in temperatures plummeting to -30 degrees, but also thrive on a foreign planet at -100 degrees. In this current age, although the scientific and technological prowess of the Eastern continent remains lagging, the Western powers have already mastered nuclear energy, a remarkably advanced means of energy provision. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the system suggests a portion of the population can endure the eternal snow disaster. For Li Dong, the technologies available for the next decade are certainly insufficient. Contemplating this, he promptly upgraded the Doomsday Technology Research Institute. With a substantial number of points remaining, Li Dong swiftly elevated the institute to level 6. Forcibly unlocking technologies for the next 60 years, reaching the year 2024. What a delightful turn of events. The array of drones, smartphones, and artificial intelligence devices in the future world is truly astounding. By unlocking these technologies, Li Dong quickly acquired a set of computer equipment, along with several cameras. Although he currently resides within the system space, he must remain vigilant about the external circumstances to prevent any predatory intrusions. Once the equipment was in hand, Li Dong immediately set about installing cameras in several rooms of his dwelling. He then transmitted the camera signals wirelessly to the interior of the system space. Consequently, while seated within the system space, Li Dong could monitor the outside world at any time through the cameras. Should an uninvited guest intrude upon his home, he would be able to respond promptly to prevent any theft. As time passed, another week had swiftly elapsed. During this week, several intense snowstorms occurred intermittently. The heavy snowfall caused the accumulation at Li Dong's doorstep to increase dramatically from 2 meters to over 6 meters in height. His home had become completely buried beneath the snow, rendering it invisible. However, the residents of the surrounding courtyard continued to diligently clear the snow each day. An astonishing scene unfolded. While everything appeared normal at the entrances of other households, Li Dong's home had transformed into a towering snow mound. The sight was truly shocking. Such an extraordinary spectacle attracted a crowd of onlookers, taking advantage of a brief pause in the blizzard. They gathered around Li Dong's snow mountain to speculate. Zhang Cuihua remarked that Li Dong hasn't made a sound for days. Could he have frozen to death in there? Liu Haizhong replied, I doubt he is frozen to death. Li Dong is far too clever for that. He had already tricked many of us out of our relief supplies, and he surely knows how to stockpile food and firewood. And Sant chimed in. I think Li Dong might be up to something. With the snow sealing off the mountains, even if he wanted to stay warm at home, he would still need to venture out for basic necessities. Right. Otherwise, he would be suffocated by the stench of his own waste. Enter added, if that's the case, Li Dong could indeed be in danger. Yin Bugue suggested, why don't we all go check on Li Dong and see if he is all right? Liu Haizhong shook his head decisively. You can go if you want, but I'm not going. The thick layers of snow surrounding Li Dong's house pose a significant risk. One misstep could lead to being buried alive. Air concurred. Yes, it's far too dangerous. I certainly won't take that risk. Zhonghai sighed. I hope that Li Dong is fortunate and resilient. He is still so young. It would be a tremendous loss if he were to perish. It must be said that Zhonghai, at present, was left with nothing but his words. He continually expressed his concern for Li Dong's safety, yet remained rooted in place. If only he had the initiative, he would have already rallied others to dig through the snow and rescue Li Dong. In the Jia household, Jia Dongxu glanced at the dwindling grain supplies in their granary and could not help but frown deeply. Jia Zhashur exclaimed impatiently, this is unacceptable. Our food supply is dwindling rapidly. We must hurry to retrieve some grain from Li Dong. Qin Huairu, still wearing a troubled expression, replied, but if we go to Li Dong for food, will he even return it to us? After all, he bought our grain with money. What's the difference? Zhang Cuihua retorted defiantly, we're all starving here. Shouldn't Li Dong return our money? Regardless, he can't just stand by and watch us starve. If we get desperate, We might have to confront him directly. Yes, if we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight for it. Jia Dongxu echoed the sentiment, but Qin Huairu quickly intervened. Dongxu, don't act rashly. If you kill Li Dong outright, you'll have to pay with your own life. Even if we need food, there is no need for outright robbery. We can think of a plan. Ah, Jia Dongxu's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we steal? Exactly. Qin Huairu nodded in agreement. If it comes to that, we can at least try to sneak something. The consequences of stealing are far less severe than those of robbery. Moreover, Li Dong initiated this predicament. We simply cannot survive any longer, and even if the police come, we'll have a valid explanation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Zhang Cuihua was already eager to act. However, Qin Huairu shook her head. It's still too reckless to go steal right now. What I mean is, let us wait a few more days. We can ration our food a bit more and stretch it out for another 10 days. I suspect the relief supplies from the street will arrive soon. If we can wait for those, we won't have to take such risks. That makes sense. Let us wait a bit longer. Jia Dongxu agreed. From today onward, let us tighten our rations. The child needs to eat well to grow. We can all manage with just one meal a day, and even that meal shouldn't be too filling. We should only eat until we're about 60% full. Shiru, you just need to take care of Xiaodong and Zaiwawa. Qin Huairu's face turned pale at this arrangement. Jia Dongxu's plan was utterly harsh. Previously, the Jia family had already reduced their 3 meals a day to 2, and each meal's ration had been curtailed to the point of only being 60% full. This cut their food consumption in half. While Jia Dongxu and Zhang Cuihua managed to scrape by with slightly less food, Qin Huairu was suffering, as her rations had to be shared with both Xiaodong and Zaiwawa. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxu both harbored a severe preference for sons over daughters. Caring only for the boy and disregarding the well-being of the 2 little girls. As Qin Huairu's expression grew increasingly troubled, she was met with a scathing rebuke from Zhang Cuihua. Qin Huairu. You wasteful woman, are you not satisfied? This is a time of hardship. Every household is tightening their belts, yet you, a spendthrift, fail to understand the need for frugality. It drives me mad. Qin Huairu sobbed, Mom. It's not that I don't understand. It is just that the little ones and I can't fill our stomachs with that little food. 1 meal a day, with only a bowl of rice, is hardly sufficient for Xiaodong and Zaiwawa. Share food? Nonsense. Zhang Cuihua snapped. Let those 2 useless girls starve. If the adults can't survive, what is the point of worrying about them? This time, Jia Dongxu's attitude differed slightly from Zhang Cuihua's. Qin Huairu, here is what you should do. Go to Li Dong's and see if you can get some food. Ideally, bring back some meat. Not only is meat nutritious, but it also keeps hunger at bay. As long as we have meat, the 3 children won't go hungry. Sighing, Qin Huairu replied, I think I should take the time to return to my hometown and figure out a way to bring back some grain. Good. Hurry back then. Zhang Cuihua said cheerfully. Take Xiaodong and Zaiwawa with you. It will save a lot of food. Qin Huairu was infuriated by this suggestion. At such a critical moment, Jia Dongxu interjected, All right, enough, Mom. With the snow so heavy outside. How can you expect Shiru, a woman, to manage bringing back 2 little girls? Before departing, Qin Huairu wept, Dongxu, no matter what, Xiaodong and Zaiwawa are your own daughters, even if you harbor disdain for them. You cannot simply stand by and watch them starve to death. Otherwise, I shall hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. Qin Huairu, you shameless wretch, how dare you speak in such a manner? Zhang Cuihua was immediately infuriated. Are you threatening us here? Enough already. Mother, let us keep your comments to a minimum. Jia Dongxu shot Zhang Cuihua a glare and remarked, Shiru is not wrong. Xiaodong and Zaiwawa are, after all, my own daughters. How could I bear to see them perish from hunger? Shiru, return to your hometown with peace of mind. I assure you I will take good care of these 2 girls. Thus, Qin Huairu prepared herself for the cold and, with tears in her eyes, returned to her hometown. The Shaju household, the brother and sister were equally distressed. Chapter 18. Thank you for your hard work, second uncle. While everyone was busy hoarding food, Shaju had not collected any. Relying on his position as a chef to pilfer from the factory. Consequently, as the snow disaster commenced, the food in Shaju's home was soon depleted. He borrowed a few pounds of cornmeal from Zhonghai and, following Zhonghai's advice, managed to procure some sweet potato flour from the large supply and marketing cooperative. The siblings subsisted on a thin porridge of cornmeal and sweet potato flour daily. Shaju grew weak and dizzy from hunger, struggling to walk. In desperation, they resorted to gathering tree leaves and bark to stave off their hunger. Yet, this too proved insufficient. After a prolonged period of consumption, The siblings found themselves unable to even access cornmeal anymore. Liu Shui was on the verge of tears. Brother, what are we to do now, if we can't obtain any food? We will truly starve. Let us go. We'll seek out Dage together. Reluctantly, Shaju took Liu Shui along to find Zhonghai. What, you wish to borrow food again? Upon hearing Shaju's intention, Zhonghai became anxious. Shaju, have I not helped you? You should be well aware of that. With a pained expression, Shaju replied, I will never forget your great kindness, Dage, but we genuinely have no food left at home. Dage, I beseech you. As he spoke, Shaju's knees buckled, and he knelt before Zhonghai. Witnessing Shaju's kneeling, Liu Shui hastily followed suit. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhonghai retreated to his inner room and returned with 2 pounds of cornmeal for Shaju. Thank you, Dage. Wait. Just as Shaju was about to leave, he was called back by Zhonghai. Zhonghai cautioned, Shaju, these days are tough. Merely relying on borrowed food will not suffice. Here, as a suggestion, go into the mountains and gather some roots, bark, and similar items to mix with the cornmeal. That should help alleviate your hunger. I understand. Dage. Shaju nodded vigorously. Zhonghai continued. By the way, Shaju, I saw Li Dong collecting grain everywhere. Having purchased over 1,000 pounds, I am certain he still has plenty of grain. You might try your luck with him. Even if you have to pay double the price for the grain, it's better than starving. All right, I understand. Not only Shaju but many in the courtyard wished to seek grain from Li Dong, yet they found it impossible to do so. Li Dong's house was now buried under a mountain of snow, rendering it inaccessible. It appeared highly probable that Li Dong had frozen to death inside. Liu Haizhong's home. During mealtime, he announced a significant decision to his family. Guangqi, Guangtian, Guangfu, prepare yourselves. This evening we shall clear the snow from Li Dong's house. Before Lu Guangtian could respond, Dama protested vehemently, Old man, have you lost your mind? Clearing snow is laborious work, and with everyone in the family barely able to fill their stomachs. You want to engage in such thankless labor? You understand nothing. Liu Haizhong replied sternly. I calculated the time. Li Dong's house has been buried in snow for 10 days. For a full 10 days. He emerged, likely frozen to death beneath the heavy snow. Lu Guangqi affirmed. It is certain that Li Dong has perished. Otherwise, he would have come out for air by now. Recently, Li Dong was frantically hoarding grain, and many families in our courtyard sold their relief grain to him at high prices. I am confident he has a substantial amount of grain stored. If we are the first to enter, we will undoubtedly acquire a good amount of food. Exactly. Lu Guangtian's eyes sparkled. If we could obtain those several thousand pounds of grain from Li Dong and ration it carefully, it would sustain us until spring arrives. By then, the temperature will rise, and the snow will naturally melt, allowing us to endure. However, Dama voiced a different perspective. I fear this matter may not be so simple. How could Li Dong, with all that grain, be the first to die? Liu Haizhong scoffed. It's not necessarily that he starved. He could have frozen to death. It's also possible that the coal fire caused carbon monoxide poisoning in the house. If that's the case, finding Li Dong's body first would indeed yield great profit. Liu Haizhong advised. There's no need to clear all the snow. We only need to dig a path directly to the door and open it. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. Late at night, Li Dong was soundly asleep in his spatial room when he was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent alarms. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that someone had begun to clear the snow surrounding his house. Isn't that Liu Haizhong? When did Dage become so altruistic as to help me clear the snow? As Li Dong marveled at this, he hastily exited his spatial realm and returned to the real world. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. The temperature in the space was 20 degrees, while outside it was minus 30 degrees, a staggering difference of 50 degrees, indeed quite uncomfortable. However, staying for a short while was manageable. At that moment, after over an hour of strenuous effort, Liu Haizhong and his group finally broke through to the entrance. Liu Haizhong stood at the door, ready to knock, when suddenly the door swung open, revealing Li Dong standing inside. Li Dong, how are you still alive? The interior was frigid, with even the heating stove extinguished, yet Li Dong had not succumbed to the cold. This was nothing short of miraculous. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Li Dong shot Lu Guangtian a glare, admonishing him. Can you not wish for my well-being? At that moment, Lu Guangtian found himself at a loss for words. Liu Haizhong, too, felt his head spinning. They had initially hoped that upon Li Dong's demise, they could easily seize his stored resources. Now it seemed they had been overly naive. The thought of taking advantage of Li Dong was a mere fantasy. Ha ha ha. Li Dong chuckled, quickly retrieving a hard black bun from the house and handing it to Liu Haizhong. Thank you for your hard work, Dage. Unfortunately, This is a special time, and I have nothing substantial to offer you. Please accept this bond. Liu Haizhong's face turned green with anger. Yet, there was nothing he could do against Li Dong. Had Li Dong perished in his home, they could have easily pilfered his supplies. But now, in this year of great disaster, who would care about such trivial matters? Yet, with Li Dong still alive, they could not possibly resort to killing him to seize his resources. Chapter 19. Qin Huairu arrives. Although societal order has begun to unravel, it has not yet reached a state of lawlessness. Reluctantly, Liu Haizhong accepted the black bun thrown to him by Li Dong and left in frustration. This is akin to treating a beggar. With the snow at the entrance cleared by kind-hearted souls, the house regained its ventilation. Li Dong decided to leave the space and reignite the fire in the house, returning to the reality of daily life. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu had initially intended to return to her hometown to procure some food. However, upon her return, she managed to bring back not a single grain but rather a living person, Qin Huairu. The rural environment was far harsher than that of the city. This time, the villagers were foraging for tree bark and roots in the mountains to stave off hunger, with no overnight provisions at home. Qin Huairu found it unbearable in the countryside and wished to accompany Qin Huairu to the city for a meal. Is it that easy to share the Jia family's rations? The following afternoon, Qin Huairu brought Qin Huairu back to the Jia household, both sisters feeling ravenous. Qin Huairu retrieved 2 black buns from the house, one for herself and the other for Qin Huairu. Just as Qin Huairu was about to take a bite of the bun, it was snatched away by Jia Dongxu. Zhonghai, with a darkened expression, scolded, "Who is this wild girl, coming here to eat without restraint? Hurry and leave. Our household does not have surplus food." Qin Huairu was immediately flustered. "Mother, could you not act this way? Jingru and I have been hungry all day. At least give her a morsel to fill her stomach while we think of a solution." "Leave, leave, leave, get out quickly." Zhonghai discreetly signaled to Jia Dongxu, who promptly seized Qin Huairu by the arm and propelled her out of the room. Overcome with hunger, Qin Huairu found herself abandoned in the snow by the Jia family. And she could not help but burst into tears, cradling her head in despair. Qin Huairu, feeling utterly helpless, suggested to her, "Jingru, please don't blame me. Our family is out of food as well. We have no other options left. How about I help you find a man to at least fill your stomach?" "All right," Qin Huairu replied through her sobs. "Just take me away. I only want to eat. I'm so hungry." "Then follow me," Qin Huairu said, taking Qin Huairu's arm and heading to Li Dong's house. At tea that moment, Li Dong was enjoying a bowl of steaming lamb soup at home. On a frigid day, the warmth that enveloped him after consuming a hot bowl was indescribably delightful. Just then, Qin Huairu entered the room, dragging Qin Huairu along. Without beating around the bush, she stated directly, "Li Dong, I've brought you a woman. Will you take her?" "What?" Li Dong was taken aback by Qin Huairu's words, his expression turning blank. "Qin Huairu, I warn you, don't act recklessly. Trafficking women is illegal." Qin Huairu replied sternly, "This is not trafficking. This woman is my cousin, Qin Huairu. I intend to betroth her to you for marriage. And I won't ask for any dowry. You give me 50 jin of white flour, 50 jin of rice, 80 jin of sweet potato flour, and 100 jin of cornmeal, and she will be yours." My goodness, at that moment, Qin Huairu finally understood the underlying scheme. The Jia family was struggling to feed themselves, yet Qin Huairu dared to bring her to the city. It was clear that Qin Huairu was treating her like a piglet to be sold off. Li Dong was equally stunned. "Qin Huairu, have you lost your mind? You claim this isn't trafficking?" Qin Huairu retorted, "Li Dong, we must act with conscience. Jingru is, after all, a living person weighing over 100 jin. Trading a living being of that weight for 200 jin of food is not unreasonable, is it? And just look at her. Isn't my cousin beautiful?" Li Dong pondered for a moment and replied, "Qin Huairu, this is a year of great calamity. Food is more precious than people. You are correct. My household indeed lacks a woman. If Qin Huairu is obedient, I can keep her and provide her with food." "That's fine. As long as I have something to eat, I'm willing to stay," Qin Huairu exclaimed eagerly. "Can I eat now?" Having just finished his lamb soup, Li Dong was aware of the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Qin Huairu had come to the city precisely to secure food, and the prospect of eating meat with Li Dong was too good to resist. Li Dong, you're so unscrupulous," Qin Huairu interjected, seizing Qin Huairu's arm firmly. "My cousin is a virtuous maiden. You can't expect to take advantage of her without offering something fair in return." Given the harsh year of calamity, Qin Huairu realized her previous demands had indeed been too steep. "Let us adjust the terms. 100 jin of sweet potato flour and 100 jin of cornmeal will suffice. I won't even ask for rice or white flour," Li Dong coldly replied. "Qin Huairu, you've acted as a matchmaker. That counts as a contribution. I can treat you to a meal as thanks, but I won't part with a single grain of food. Fuming, Qin Huairu shot back. Jingru, come with me. I'll help you find another man. One much better than Li Dong. With that, she took Qin Jingru to Shaju's house. Upon seeing Qin Jingru, Shaju's eyes widened in astonishment. She was indeed beautiful, and he was genuinely smitten. However, Shaju himself was without food, so how could he provide anything for Qin Huairu? Though Qin Huairu only asked for 50 jin of cornmeal from Shaju, he hesitated, instead suggesting, Sister Qin, how about this? Let Jingru stay with me. And I'll give you 60 jin of white flour come spring. Sighing, Qin Huairu realized Shaju was not going to yield any further. I'm starving. Hurry and get me something to eat. After negotiations concluded, Qin Jingru immediately cried out for food. Shaju promptly entered the kitchen and prepared a bowl of cornmeal porridge for her. Expecting a delightful meal, Qin Jingru eagerly scooped with her chopsticks, only to be met with the taste of tree bark. Her face turned green. What is this? It's inedible. With a pained expression, Shaju replied, Jingru, bear with me. I'm trying to gather food. Before he could finish, Qin Jingru interrupted, do you have anything edible? Even if it's burnt bread? I'll take it. Shaju's face fell in despair. At that moment, Qiyushui could no longer contain herself. Qin Jingru, what are you doing? It's a year of famine. Having any food at all is a blessing. If you can't adjust to this, then leave. We can barely feed ourselves. We have no surplus to sustain you. Go, go, go. Fine. If you want to go, then just go. Who cares about your pathetic situation? Qin Jingru huffed. Leaving without a backward glance. Jingru, come back. Li Dong is not a good man. Don't go. Qin Huairu sensed the situation was slipping away and hurried after her, but Qin Jingru ran away faster than a rabbit. Qin Jingru, far from being naive, was quite astute. She had seen the disparity between Li Dong enjoying lamb soup and Shaju struggling with mere cornmeal porridge, despite Shaju's promise of flour come spring. It was clear to her that he was not a suitable option. As she entered Li Dong's house, she found him just finishing his bowl of lamb soup and preparing for another. Li Dong, I accept all your terms. I will be your woman. I don't need a dowry, but can I eat now? Jingru, you foolish girl, don't let him deceive you. Selling yourself for a bowl of lamb soup is far too cheap. Humph. Qin Jingru retorted, a bowl of lamb soup is worth much more than a bowl of tree bark. Thank you for bringing me from the countryside, sister. I've found a good man like Li Dong. Please return to care for Xiaodang and Huaihua. I can't bear to see Zhang Cuihua's disgusting face again. Qin Huairu realized that Qin Jingru's heart had already been captured by Li Dong, and there was no way to take her back now. Yet, the thought of sending her virtuous cousin to Li Dong troubled her greatly. Li Dong, I brought my cousin all this way, even if I haven't earned a reward. I've certainly endured hardships. Is it not a bit cruel to take so much without giving anything in return? Li Dong, not wishing to linger in the discussion, retreated to the inner room and returned with 5 or 6 jin of cornmeal. Tossing it to Qin Huairu. Is this all you have? If you think it's too little, you can keep it. I want it. Qin Huairu exclaimed, clutching the cornmeal tightly. She then began to make demands. Li Dong, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Everything's in the pot. I've had my fill. You two can share what's left, Li Dong replied, pointing to the iron pot on the stove. You call this a treat? Just leftovers. Before Qin Huairu could finish her sentence, Qin Jingru had already rushed over to devour the remaining meat. As the lamb quickly disappeared, Qin Huairu, forgetting her pride, lunged forward to snatch food alongside her cousin. Li Dong maintained his usual terms. If you help me with something, I can ensure you eat well, but you can't take food away. Thus, Qin Huairu could only satisfy her hunger before leaving with the 6 jin of cornmeal. What? Qin Huairu's actions infuriated Zhang Cuihua. Are you a fool? You exchanged a living girl weighing over 100 jin for merely 5 jin of cornmeal. You could have at least sold her for a pig or, at the very least, 2 hens. Li Dong has made a tremendous profit. We need to get Jingru back. Tomorrow, I'll go with Dongxu to find an old bachelor in the mountains to take her instead. Exactly. Jia Dongxu chimed in. Li Dong is so stingy, only giving 5 jin of cornflour. Qin Jingru, that girl, is quite pretty. I refuse to believe that a hefty girl like her, weighing over 100 jin, can't even exchange for 2 old hens. Qin Huairu then explained, Zhang Cuihua, do you really think I'm foolish? The person with the most stored grain in our courtyard is undoubtedly Li Dong. I went to borrow grain from him, but he refused. Now that Jingru is married to Li Dong, it won't be so difficult to borrow grain from her later. Even if I casually borrow a few times, it will be far more advantageous than getting 2 old hens. Indeed, Jia Dongxu nodded in agreement, If we were to sell Jingru in the mountains, that would be a foolish trade. The snow is so thick that it may not fully melt until next spring. 1 sheep and 2 chickens 1 tea solve our problems. If we could obtain those thousands of jin of grain from Li Dong through Qin Jingru, that would be a huge profit. Zhang Cuihua, however, was growing increasingly impatient. What are we waiting for? Qin Huairu, hurry up and ask her for the grain. Qin Huairu replied irritably, Jia Dongxu, you are far too greedy. I just got some corn flour from Li Dong. How could I possibly borrow more grain from him now? At Li Dong's home, a large pot of mutton soup was completely consumed by Qin Jingru. Even the bottom of the pot was licked clean. Yet, Qin Jingru still felt unsatisfied. Li Dong, do you have any dried goods, like white flour buns? Though the mutton soup was delicious, it was rather thin. Li Dong gave her a complex look, realizing the situation was amiss. Qin Jingru quickly changed her tone. If there are no white flour buns, a black corn bun will suffice. Li Dong chuckled, rising to leave the living room. Feeling anxious, Qin Jingru hurriedly added, if there really isn't any. That's fine. I've had enough. I'll go help you wash the pot and dishes. Just then, Li Dong emerged from the storage room carrying a bag. What is this? Qin Jingru inquired. Li Dong replied solemnly. While I may not have century-old buns, I do have some white flour. Steaming buns is too troublesome. I'm too lazy for that. If you can steam buns, let me handle it. Qin Jingru was overjoyed and quickly accepted the flour from Li Dong. He then instructed, since you can steam buns, let us try something new. Subsequently, Li Dong fetched a bundle of scallions and a leg of lamb from the storage room. Prepare this lamb and scallions to make lamb and scallion buns. And also wrap some dumplings. Tonight we shall feast on lamb dumplings. Absolutely. I'm going to get started right away. Qin Jingru exclaimed, her smile broadening. Chapter 21. I am now Li Dong's person at this moment. Li Dong suddenly adopted a stern demeanor. Jingru, you are now my woman. I consider you family, and I certainly won't be stingy with you. However, you must remember, our grain does not come from the wind. It is just enough for the 2 of us to eat. Do not give our grain to others. How could I? Rest assured. Li Dong, I promise not to act recklessly, Li Dong said gravely. If I catch you giving our grain to others, I want to keep you. Why don't you trust me, Li Dong? I swear, if I were to give our grain to others, may I suffer a terrible fate. Who asked you to swear? Li Dong replied with a smile. I already consider you my woman. How could I not trust you? With Qin Jingru's presence, Li Dong's quality of life improved exponentially. Although Qin Jingru's culinary skills were mediocre, the quality of Li Dong's ingredients, such as fresh fish and meat, transformed even the simplest preparations into exquisite meals. She took charge of cooking, laundry, and dishwashing, ensuring the fire in the stove burned brightly, providing hot water around the clock. More importantly, at night, discussing life with Qin Jingru brought immense joy. That evening, Li Dong did not return to the system space, but stayed with Qin Jingru in the real world. Meanwhile, Shaju had been out all afternoon, busily hunting in the mountains. What was Shaju up to? Of course, he had gone hunting. Braving the bitter cold, Shaju spent an entire night in the mountains and finally caught a plump mountain chicken. The next morning, upon returning home, he didn't even bother to sleep, immediately plucking the chicken and tossing it into a pot to stew. Just an hour later, a large pot of steaming stew was ready. He Shui, drooling with anticipation, rushed over. Brother, I want a chicken leg. What are you talking about? Shaju shot her a glare. This isn't for you. It's specially prepared for your sister-in-law. Huh? My sister-in-law? He Shui was taken aback. Shaju continued, it's the girl Qin Jingru that Sister Qin brought yesterday. The chicken is still hot. I must head over now. With that, Shaju carried a pot of stew to the Jia family. Oh, isn't that Shaju? Come in quickly. Zhang Cuihua greeted him warmly upon spotting him from afar. Usually, she would regard him with disdain, but today her demeanor was friendly, primarily due to the enticing aroma of the meat in his hands. Zhang Cuihua had been eating thin porridge daily, and the sight of Shaju's bowl of meat made her mouth water. She reached out to grab the bowl, but Shaju swiftly withdrew his hand in refusal. At that moment, Bonging burst out, shouting, Uncle Shaju, give me some meat. I want to eat meat. Shaju pushed Bonging aside and said, Bonging, go call Qin Jingru. I have something to discuss with her. Qin Jingru isn't at my house. She asked with Li Dong. What? Shaju was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Qin Huairu just introduced me to Jingru yesterday. Even if she likes Li Dong, it couldn't have happened so quickly. At that moment, Qin Huairu also walked out of the house. She informed Shaju, Shaju, Bonging is correct. Jingru is indeed with Li Dong. But let me clarify, that girl is too innocent. She has been deceived by Li Dong. She then recounted everything that had transpired the previous day. Upon hearing her account, Sha Zhu's emotions crumbled. That Li Dong is truly despicable. Jingru is clearly my match. He deceived her in such a shameless manner. Seeing Sha Zhu so disheartened, Qin Huairu quickly reassured him, "You need not worry too much. Even if that rascal Li Dong has abundant resources, there will come a day when he exhausts them. This pot of chicken." "Haha," Sha Zhu chuckled. "I caught this while hunting in the mountains. That's fantastic." Qin Huairu exclaimed with delight. "Your hunting skills are truly impressive. No matter how much grain Li Dong hoards, it will eventually run out. Your hunting skills, however, can provide endlessly. Let us go. I'll take you to find Jingru and clarify the situation." Before long, Qin Huairu brought Qin Jingru to Li Dong's home, after obtaining Li Dong's consent. Qin Jingru finally opened the door. "Jingru, look what we brought you." Qin Huairu is exceedingly cunning. She understands that merely relying on empty words would be futile in persuading Qin Jingru, so she directly presents the chicken. Originally, according to Qin Huairu's expectations, upon seeing the fragrant bowl of chicken, Qin Jingru would surely relent. Unexpectedly, Qin Jingru's demeanor is remarkably indifferent. The same dish, prepared by different chefs, can yield distinctly varied flavors. Sha Zhu is a professional cook, renowned for his culinary skills in the Tan family cuisine. In contrast, Li Dong is not a trained chef. His cooking prowess has been developed solely through personal experimentation, although both are meat stews. The flavor of Sha Zhu's creation is undoubtedly superior to that of Li Dong's, with a more enticing aroma. Thus, even though Qin Huairu is aware that Li Dong has meat at home, she still feels confident enough to flaunt her dish at his residence. Her greatest reliance lies in Sha Zhu's culinary talent. However, Qin Jingru harbors a different perspective. When she first encountered Sha Zhu yesterday, she witnessed firsthand the meager fare of his household, consisting of cornmeal porridge boiled with wild roots. That haphazard pot of food appeared scarcely palatable. Yet today, as Sha Zhu pursues her once more, he brings with him a large bowl of aromatic chicken soup. Clearly, this soup has been meticulously prepared by Sha Zhu, who typically subsists on cornmeal porridge. In stark contrast, Li Dong's home offers a completely different experience. Qin Jingru spent the majority of yesterday at Li Dong's, enjoying 3 meals, lunch and dinner yesterday, along with breakfast today, each featuring white flour and meat. A visit to Sha Zhu's entails only this solitary fragrant meat dish, followed by a monotonous diet of wild roots and tree bark. Chapter 22. Eat freely. Staying at Li Dong's translates to meat at every meal, faced with the choice of 1 meal of meat versus 3 meals of meat. Qin Jingru can discern the difference. After a prolonged silence, she calmly states, "Sha Zhu, your family's financial struggles make securing this pot of meat no easy feat. I suggest you keep it for yourself. I am quite content at Li Dong's, and I am now his person. In an instant, Sha Zhu feels as if the world has gone dark, nearly fainting on the spot. Jingru, bang." Qin Huairu attempts to say more, but Qin Jingru shuts the door decisively, denying her the opportunity to speak. It's no joke. Just yesterday, Qin Huairu had effectively sold Qin Jingru out, so how could Qin Jingru possibly entertain her again? Unperturbed by this rejection, Qin Huairu calmly reassures Sha Zhu, "Do not be overly anxious, Sha Zhu. Li Dong won't be able to maintain this for long, even if he has 100 jin of meat. How long can he and Jingru sustain themselves on it? Once the meat is gone, I wonder how he intends to keep Jingru." Clearly, Qin Huairu's words offer little comfort to Sha Zhu. The phrase Qin Jingru uttered just moments ago, that she is now Li Dong's, resonates painfully with him. This implies that Qin Jingru has been ensnared by Li Dong. She is no longer a young maiden. As for Qin Huairu's bluster, Li Dong remains entirely unperturbed. He possesses a vast expanse of land on his apocalyptic farm, capable of yielding an abundance of delicacies and seafood that could last for millennia without depletion. Furthermore, once the ecological cycle commences, resources will only continue to proliferate, rendering the notion of scarcity obsolete. After seeing off Sha Zhu, Li Dong returns to his system space to retrieve a well-prepared goose. "Jingru, let us make the most of our time. Start preparing early. We're having iron pot braised goose." Qin Jingru, filled with concern, replies, "Donggu, perhaps we should be more frugal. Half of this goose would suffice for us. Eating only meat can be overwhelming. We could incorporate some potatoes and onions as side dishes, or enjoy it with steamed buns. That way, a single goose could last us 2 days. Ha ha ha." Li Dong chuckles. "I hadn't anticipated you to be so adept at managing resources. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We'll consume half the goose today and save the rest for tomorrow. However, let us add a vegetable dish. How about scrambled eggs with onions? All right, Donggu, I understand." Meanwhile, Qin Huairu accompanies Sha Zhu back home. Seizing the opportunity to persuade Sha Zhu, Bang Gung reaches for a chicken leg from the bowl. Sha Zhu, feeling despondent, lacks the energy to respond, but He Yushui intervenes to stop Bang Gung's greedy hand. Bang Gung, incensed, retorts, He Yushui, why are you meddling in my affairs? Sha Zhu has already agreed to let me have some meat. He Yushui defiantly replies, Bang Gung, you little rascal, go away, and you, Qin Huairu, I see you're not a decent person either. Our family has been without food for several days, when we sought to borrow grain. You couldn't spare a single grain. Now you have the audacity to come to my home and mooch off us. How shameless can you be? Qin Huairu's face flushes crimson. How can you speak to me like that? He Yushui, I am merely trying to help facilitate a connection between your brother and Jingru. What's wrong with a child wanting a bite of meat? He Yushui, filled with fury, responds, if you want meat, you should bring grain to exchange for it. This properly cooked mountain chicken would fetch at least 3.5 yuan in the mess hall, while a jean of cornmeal costs merely 0.03 yuan. Bring me 120 jean of cornmeal in exchange. Qin Huairu's expression shifts dramatically. He Yushui, why don't you go rob someone instead? For such a small amount, you expect me to give you 120 jean of cornmeal? Humph. If you can't afford it, then don't eat. He Yushui promptly issues an eviction order. Just then, Bang Gung interjects, He Yushui, don't underestimate me. I wouldn't dream of taking that worthless cornmeal. I'd rather exchange white flour for meat. White flour typically costs 0.2 yuan per jean, and during this famine year, you can't even buy it for 0.5 yuan. Let us settle on 0.6 yuan per jean. 6 jeans of white flour should suffice for this bowl of chicken. Right? He Yushui firmly rebuffs, Bang Gung, are you trying to play tricks on me? Yes, grain prices have indeed risen, and 0.6 yuan per jean might not even guarantee a purchase, but has the price of meat not risen as well? This substantial bowl of chicken, sold at 3.5 yuan in the mess hall, would at least double in price during a famine. If you don't believe me, go to the mess hall and ask. Even at double the price, you want to find this bowl of meat. To trade white flour for this bowl of meat, you'd need to offer at least 30 jean of white flour. Do you think I'm foolish? I'll give you a maximum of 20 jean. Surprisingly, He Yushui concedes. Fine, 20 jean it is. Hurry back and bring the grain. Bang Gung heads off to fetch the grain, leaving Qin Huairu in a state of panic. Sha Zhu, how can you be like this? For just one bowl of meat, you're haggling so meticulously. Are you still pursuing Jingru, or not? Sha Zhu glances at He Yushui, despair etched across his face, and replies, Yushui, perhaps it's best to let it go. Let it go? He Yushui rebukes sharply, brother, you need to wake up. Qin Jingru has explicitly stated she is now Li Dong's person. Even if you bring her back, what good will it do? This is a famine year. Food is paramount. We have no grain left to feed ourselves, let alone Qin Jingru. Enough, enough, Sha Zhu, exasperated, declares, I'm done with this. I am going to sleep. With that, he storms off without a backward glance. Bang Gung desires meat, but He Yushui adamantly refuses to relent. What can be done? The only option is to trade grain. Zhang Tsuehua has always mocked Li Dong as a spendthrift. In reality, it is the Jia family's Bang Gung who is the true squanderer. To secure this bowl of meat, Bang Gung is indeed prepared to part with all 20 jean of white flour from his household. Witnessing this scene, Qin Huairu bursts into tears. Bang Gung, have you lost your mind? This is all the white flour we have left, meant for steaming buns. If you give it to He Yushui, what will we eat? I don't care. I want meat. I'm tired of gnawing on buns. Slap. In a fit of rage, Qin Huairu slaps Bang Gung across the face. You shameless harlot. Seeing Bang Gung being struck, Zhang Tsuehua erupts with fury. How dare you hit my grandson? Chapter 23. You can't have it both ways. Bang Gung is at an age where he is growing. What's wrong with wanting to eat some meat? You heartless, unfeeling woman. I'm taking charge of today's affair. Bang Gung, let us go. At a crucial moment, Zhang Tsuehua stepped forward to support Bongging and successfully retrieved a bowl of meat. Upon receiving the meat, Bongging feasted joyfully, while Qin Huairu squatted on the ground, weeping inconsolably. The several dozen kilograms of white flour from the Jia family served as Bongging's source of sustenance. Now, with the arrival of the snow disaster and the scarcity of food, every household faced hardships. Nevertheless, Zhang Tsuehua indulged Bongging excessively, insisting he consume steamed buns made from white flour to aid his growth. Each meal required a steamed bun made from white flour on the dining table, a delicacy exclusively for Bongging, while others, including Xiao Dang and Xiao Hua, were denied this privilege. That 20 kilograms of white flour, if solely for Bongging's consumption, could last him over a month. Yet now, he had devoured it all, leaving no chance for future indulgence in steamed buns. Shaju had not anticipated that this single mountain chicken would exchange for 20 kilograms of white flour in a bountiful year. This would merely be an equivalent trade. But let us not forget that these are times of famine. In such a year, the quantity of food far outweighs its quality. Satisfying one's hunger becomes the paramount objective. The chicken was consumed entirely by Shaju and his sister in one sitting. However, converting it into 20 kilograms of white flour was a delightful prospect, allowing for the preparation of a thick porridge and frugal consumption of buns, potentially lasting a week. Tasting the sweetness of this exchange, Shaju resolved to continue hunting. After resting at home for the morning, he ventured out again in the afternoon to scavenge for prey. That evening, at Su Damao's home, he cast a glance at the black cornmeal buns and corn porridge on the table, his expression darkening ominously. Daily fare of black cornmeal and plain porridge was enough to drive one to despair. Luo Shaoi, can't you manage to prepare something with meat? Where am I to procure meat? Luo Shaoi lamented, feeling utterly wronged. The remaining provisions consisted solely of cornmeal and sweet potato flour, with no rice or fine flour to be found. To my knowledge, Li Dong's household has stored quite a bit of grain. Previously, the relief meat that the Jia and Yin families received was all sold to him. Why don't you ask Li Dong if he could lend us a piece of meat to satisfy our cravings? Lend? That seems rather unlikely. Luo Shaoi shook her head. It's a year of famine. Everyone is short on food. You haven't even tried. How do you know it won't work? Hurry up, you want me to go? Then I shall go. Why the excess chatter? Under Su Damao's stern insistence, Luo Shaoi reluctantly made her way to Li Dong's home. Upon entering, she found Li Dong and Qin Jingru partaking in their meal. This evening's supper was anything but simple. On the table lay a large platter of steaming lamb dumplings, and a generous bowl of leftover goose meat had been reheated by Qin Jingru. Additionally, several boiled eggs sliced in half adorned another plate. Unable to resist the sight of such tantalizing food, Luo Shaoi swallowed hard. Sister Shaoi, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Li Dong inquired. Luo Shaoi found herself at a loss for words. Sister Shaoi, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. We are neighbors, after all. No need for formality. Li Dong's words were spoken with genuine sincerity. Previously, when Li Dong had indulged in lavish spending and stockpiling, Luo Shaoi had kindly cautioned him to be frugal and avoid excess. Although he had not heeded her advice, he appreciated her goodwill. In a courtyard filled with unrefined individuals, Luo Shaoi stood out as a breath of fresh air, the only one Li Dong considered a friend. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Shaoi finally voiced, Li Dong, you must have some meat stored away. Could you lend us a piece to satisfy our cravings? Luo Shaoi, how brazen can you be? Before Li Dong could respond, Qin Jingru interjected sharply, it's a year of famine. And you dare come here to borrow meat? Do you think our food just falls from the sky? Then forget it. Aware of her own shortcomings, Luo Shaoi chose not to press further and stood to leave. Wait, Li Dong interjected, Sister Shaoi, don't leave just yet. My stock of meat is dwindling, so lending isn't feasible. But if you wish to satisfy your cravings, feel free to join us for a meal. Ah, Luo Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. Jingru, please fetch a set of bowls and chopsticks for Sister Shaoi. Though Qin Jingru was reluctant, she begrudgingly complied. In a prosperous year, Luo Shaoi would not have felt such longing for food. As her family was affluent and well-fed, a mere visit home would suffice for a hearty meal. However, in this year of famine, Luo Wanqing also faced difficulties. The purchasing power of money had diminished, rendering even abundant wealth worthless. Hence, Luo Shaoi too was struggling, having gone a long time without tasting meat. With Li Dong's sincere invitation and bowls prepared for her, Luo Shaoi no longer hesitated, eagerly digging into the meal. Meanwhile, Su Damao awaited her return, hoping she would bring back meat to improve their lot. As time passed and she did not appear, he grew anxious and decided to head to Li Dong's home to check on the situation. Upon arriving at Li Dong's doorstep, he was about to knock when he suddenly heard laughter coming from within. Curiosity piqued, Su Damao refrained from knocking and instead peered through the crack in the door, witnessing Luo Shaoi devouring meat inside. Seeing this, a wave of frustration washed over Su Damao, yet he managed to restrain himself. Since Luo Shaoi was eating meat at Li Dong's, surely she would bring back some for him once she was full. The large bowl of goose meat would be more than enough, complemented by the platter of dumplings on the table. If she brought back just a little, it would suffice for a hearty meal. With that thought, Su Damao chose not to knock and returned home to wait. Inside Li Dong's house, after savoring several pieces of meat and a dumpling, Luo Shaoi finally felt satisfied. She then informed Li Dong, Li Dong, I'll take a dumpling home for Damao to enjoy as well. Qin Jingru erupted in anger. Luo Shaoi, you truly have no shame. coming here to eat and take home food as if you belong here. Chapter 24. Unlocking the first female protagonist, Luo Xiaoyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she glanced at Li Dong. Clearing his throat, Li Dong replied, "Sister Xiaoyi, I truly apologize. I consider you a friend, so feel free to eat as you wish. However, Sudama is exceedingly unpleasant. Our previous joint meal was spoiled by him. Therefore, I cannot allow you to take this dumpling with you." Well, then forget it. With Li Dong's words hanging in the air, Luo Xiaoyi had little to say. She was not one to engage in moral coercion like Zhonghai. The previous meal they had shared had indeed been soured by Sudama's actions. Meanwhile, Sudama waited eagerly at home for Luo Xiaoyi to bring back meat. Instead, she returned empty-handed after feasting. Sudama was left stunned. "Luo Xiaoyi, where's the meat you promised?" Luo Xiaoyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Li Dong said his meat supply is running low, and he was unwilling to lend any. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Sudama struck her hard across the face. "Luo Xiaoyi, how long do you intend to deceive me? Don't you think I'm unaware? You were just at Li Dong's, eating meat and laughing together, weren't you? You filled your belly there and returned to fool me?" Luo Xiaoyi covered her swollen cheek. Sobbing, "Isn't it because you messed things up with Li Dong? He wouldn't give you a single piece of meat." Sudama was consumed by fury, ready to strike Luo Xiaoyi, yet in the end, he refrained from delivering the blow. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyi still held some utility for him. Although the Liu family was devoid of meat, the old Liu Wanqing had stashed away a considerable amount of grain. Sudama could leverage Luo Xiaoyi to procure a substantial supply of food from her family. If he were to strike her too harshly now, causing her to return to her parental home, it would spell disaster for him. That night, after much contemplation, Li Dong resolved to bring Qin Huairu into the system space for a visit. Despite their brief acquaintance, Qin Huairu had proven herself to be quite commendable, consistently siding with Li Dong and earning his trust. More importantly, the system space required someone to assist in its management. For instance, the large white goose Li Dong had prepared that day was entirely processed by him alone within the confines of the space. Slaughtering the goose, plucking its feathers, and butchering it were tedious tasks. With Qin Huairu's presence, he could delegate these chores to her. Upon entering the system space alongside Li Dong, Qin Huairu was utterly astonished. "Li Dong, am I dreaming? Just moments ago, we were in a dimly lit room, and now we've suddenly arrived in this place." Li Dong replied with a gentle smile, "This is my secret little warehouse, where all the grain for our household is stored. But this warehouse is enormous. How can there be yellow cattle, goats, and rabbits in here? Is this truly a warehouse?" she exclaimed. "Hee, let us head over to that grass hut and lie down. I'll explain everything to you slowly." Thus, Li Dong briefly described the circumstances of the space to Qin Huairu. He also assigned her the task of cultivating a patch of vegetable garden within the space to grow some greens for their daily needs. To this day, Qin Huairu had yet to fully grasp the nature of Li Dong's warehouse. However, one thing was certain: everything within was undeniably tangible. The crops cultivated on the farm, the cattle and sheep raised on the pasture, and the fish reared in the water were all consumable. As long as there was food, Qin Huairu felt no pressing need to discern the essence of this place, while the outside world was gripped by a bitter chill of -30 degrees. Rendering even the warmth of a fire within the house inadequate, the habitable area of the space maintained a comfortable temperature of 18 to 25 degrees year-round. After some deliberation, Li Dong and Qin Huairu decided to settle here long-term, finding little desire to return to the outside world. Previously, Li Dong had felt somewhat stifled being alone in the space, but with Qin Huairu's arrival, it transformed into their private sanctuary, a delightful haven. Meanwhile, outside, a new wave of heavy snowfall began that very night. At Zhonghai's home, he braved the snowstorm to work overnight, relocating all the grain stored in the cellar to his house. The reason was rather straightforward. The previous night, a thief had pilfered food from his storage. Fortunately, the thief was cautious and did not make a large-scale theft. Only a portion of the grain was stolen. Zhonghai had two cellars, one for vegetables and another for grains. The vegetable cellar, located at home, contained over 1,000 jin of produce, including radishes, cabbages, and potatoes. The grain cellar, situated outside, held over 1,000 jin of various grains such as rice, flour, cornmeal, and millet. More than 100 jin of grain had been stolen the previous night. With the rice completely taken to mitigate his losses, Zhonghai had no choice but to transfer the remaining grain back to his home for safekeeping. However, such actions could not be conducted in daylight. With the outside world facing a severe food shortage, transporting large quantities of grain in public would only invite unwanted attention. In recent times, due to the prolonged snow disaster, the food crisis had intensified, leading to a breakdown of social order. Incidents of theft and robbery were rampant. Seeking the police, in such a disastrous year, even they lacked provisions to maintain order. Consequently, Zhonghai opted for nighttime operations to covertly retrieve his supplies. Yet even this proved challenging when Yin Jiefeng, the second son of the Yin family, happened to be out for a bathroom break and witnessed the scene. The following morning, after rising, Li Dong received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the first female master of the Doomsday Farm, Qin Huairu, and earned 1 luck point. Luck points. Li Dong furrowed his brow, pondering their utility. Luck points can be used to awaken supernatural abilities. The current host possesses 1 luck point, sufficient to awaken an S-level ability. The system continued. It is advised that the host accumulate 5 luck points before awakening a 5S ability. After reviewing the system's descriptions regarding the awakening of supernatural powers, Li Dong learned that from the onset of the Eternal Snow disaster, survivors would gradually begin to awaken their abilities. The levels of supernatural abilities were categorized into 10 tiers, ranging from mediocre, ordinary, C, B, A, to S, with the highest being 5S. The awakening of abilities for ordinary people was random, determined by luck. However, Li Dong could generate luck points through the system, with 1 luck point corresponding to 1 S-level ability. As long as he amassed 5 luck points, he could directly awaken the highest 5S ability. Naturally, Li Dong could opt to awaken an S-level ability immediately, but once awakened, it could not be altered. Thus, the system recommended that he accumulate 5 luck points before proceeding to avoid any regrets. After reviewing the information, Li Dong inquired, "So, if I accept a woman, I gain 1 luck point?" The system replied. The host must bring this woman into the system space for a duration of 12 hours for the system to recognize her as the female master. Furthermore, during this period, the host must engage in relations with the female master. If the woman spends less than 12 hours in the space or no relations occur, she will only be considered a visitor, not the female master. Li Dong remarked, "Goodness, those conditions are quite stringent." The system responded, "Given the immense power of luck points, the conditions for acquisition are naturally demanding. If the host urgently needs to awaken a supernatural ability, you may awaken an S-level ability immediately." "Which should suffice." Li Dong retorted, "Come on, this dog system is trying to rip me off again, isn't it? You present the 5S abilities, and I'm expected to settle for this measly S-level scrap? Awakening an S-level ability might be useful now, but when the era of universal ability awakenings arrives, it won't hold enough value." With that thought, he called out, "Jingru, I need to head out for a bit. Would you like to come with me?" "Brother Dong, I still have to tend to the garden. Why don't you go ahead, and I'll plant the vegetables. I'll make you lunch when you return." "All right." Qin Huairu remained in the space to continue planting, while Li Dong ventured out alone. The night prior had brought another heavy snowfall, and the snow in the courtyard had piled up over a meter thick. This time, the residents of the courtyard had lost all motivation to clear the snow, opting instead to lay flat. The outside world was a frigid expanse, with temperatures plummeting to -37 degrees, where even droplets would freeze instantly. In the midst of the cold, a woman's cries rang out piercingly. "Woo-woo, old man, I beg you, please save my brother. I'll bow to you." Li Dong stepped outside to see He Yushui kneeling at Zhonghai's doorstep, sobbing uncontrollably. Nearby, a few individuals whispered among themselves. "Ah, what a tragedy. Shaju went hunting yesterday afternoon and has tea returned. It's likely he has met with misfortune." Originally, their family was already out of food, and if Shaju were to encounter an accident, their days would be unlivable. Shaju is quite reckless, daring to venture into the mountains in such heavy snow. One remarked. It's truly a dire situation. They have no food, and if he doesn't bring something back, they might starve. The relief supplies on the streets, what could one say? They claimed that higher authorities had agreed to allocate food, but the quantity was minimal, and it might take a while to arrive. Who could say for certain? He Yushui knelt at the door, begging Zhonghai for assistance in locating Shaju. Yet Zhonghai could only lament. "Yushui, I am utterly powerless in this matter. Look at this heavy snow. We can't even enter the mountains. Perhaps Shaju is merely temporarily stranded in the mountains and will return in a few days. You must be patient. No, we cannot simply wait passively. We must bang." Before He Yushui could finish her sentence, an elderly woman suddenly locked the door. The elderly woman then shouted through the crack of the door, "He Yushui, stop being a nuisance. On this snow-laden day, your brother, a robust young man, cannot find his way out of the mountains, and yet you still wish to harm our dear old E. Do you? You shameless wretch, be gone at once." He Yushui, berated harshly, felt as though she were being attacked like a dog. while an older woman hastily locked the door from within. He Yushua wept in Zhonghai's home for the better part of the day, with no effect whatsoever, and could only depart in despair. At that moment, Li Dong arrived alongside He Yushua. Li Dong, why are you here? Would you be willing to help me search for my brother? Upon seeing Li Dong, He Yushua felt as though a savior had appeared before her. Li Dong, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, Yushua, I would very much like to assist you in your search. But the crux of the matter is, I also have no idea where your brother has gone hunting. He has ventured to Liu Haizhong Mountain. Li Dong shook his head, chuckling bitterly. Yushua, you know I have been engrossed in my studies and have never hunted in the mountains. I have no idea where Hai Mountain is. Once we exit Nanluoguxiang and head north for about 15 li, we shall arrive. Li Dong continued to shake his head. But with such heavy snow, if we keep heading north without turning, we just end up at Yongding River. Forget it. Why don't you accompany me to the mountains to look for him? I will lead you to Liu Haizhong Mountain. This was indeed feasible. Li Dong readily agreed. Subsequently, he and He Yushua left the courtyard to seek out Shazhu. It was ludicrous to think one could venture out in such weather to find someone. While they were still within the courtyard, the walls provided some shelter, but once they stepped outside into the open, the wind was unrelenting. The fierce gusts whipped up the swirling snow, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Even Li Dong, with his enhanced physique, found it quite taxing, let alone the frail He Yushua. Had it not been for Li Dong holding her hand, she surely would have been swept away. Sensing the ominous turn of events, Li Dong suggested, Yushua, this weather is truly severe. Perhaps we should return for now. No, I must find my brother. Li Dong, I implore you. He Yushua pleaded desperately, if you help me find him, I will agree to any request of yours. Please, I beg you, do not abandon my brother. Despite Li Dong's gentle persuasion, He Yushua refused to heed his advice, and misfortune soon befell them. After walking together in the snow for several minutes, He Yushua suddenly collapsed, darkness enveloping her as she fell to the ground. When she finally regained consciousness, over an hour had passed. By then, Li Dong had brought her back home and administered a warm broth to revive her. Have you found my brother? He Yushua grasped Li Dong's hand, eager to inquire. Chapter 26. I promise to treat you equally. Li Dong shrugged helplessly and sighed. Yushua, you've seen the weather outside. It's not that I am unwilling to help. In such conditions, one cannot return at all. If you insist on searching for your brother, I won't stop you, but I certainly do not wish to accompany you to your demise. After she drank a bowl of thin porridge, he remarked, I must return to rest now. No, Li Dong, please don't go. I beg you, do not leave. As Li Dong attempted to depart, He Yushua clung tightly to his arm. What will I do if my brother remains missing? How can I survive alone? She sobbed, feeling increasingly aggrieved, and soon she was in tears. Li Dong consoled her. All right, Yushua, please stop crying. If life becomes unbearable, you can come to me for help. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I will go with you. As soon as Li Dong relented, He Yushua was eager to accompany him home. You. Li Dong furrowed his brow, while He Yushua explained, Li Dong, you are without a wife. Let me be your wife. I implore you, don't abandon me. He chuckled, having anticipated her words. If that is the case, you may stay at my home for now. It is worth noting that He Yushua was quite astute. She understood the principle that there is no such thing as a free lunch. In these lean times, everyone was in need of sustenance. By staying at Li Dong's home, she would merely be adding another mouth to feed. The cost of feeding an adult is no small matter. If one cannot offer any value in return, how could they expect to eat and drink for free? Did she truly think Li Dong was a philanthropist? Previously, when Shazhu sought grain from Li Dong, he had received not a single grain in return. Now, with Li Dong showing her such care, she understood there must be an underlying motive. He Yushua realized that aside from her own person, she had little else to offer. Li Dong, not wishing to be polite, took He Yushua to his space upon returning home and made her his. That evening, Li Dong, Qin Jingru, and He Yushua shared dinner in the space. During the meal, Qin Jingru suddenly covered her face and began to weep. Jingru, why are you crying? Li Dong inquired. Qin Jingru sobbed, Li Dong, you are so fickle. You promised to marry me, but now you've brought another woman home. What is the meaning of this? Li Dong hastily tried to explain. Jingru, please do not cry. I merely thought you were overwhelmed with work, so I invited He Yushua to help you. Yet, Qin Jingru remained unsatisfied. If you needed assistance, why did you have to sleep with her? At that moment, Li Dong could not be bothered to explain further. All right, Jingru, please stop crying. Rest assured, as long as you are here, I will provide you with food. If you choose to leave, you are free to do so. I impose no restrictions on your freedom. Now eat, or you may find yourself without even a sip of soup. In truth, Li Dong could not afford to continue debating with Qin Huairu that a life for two is indeed more genuine. But to survive in an era of supernatural abilities, one must possess strength. Regardless, Li Dong needed to accumulate 5 points of luck to awaken his most formidable abilities. That night, He Shui spent the night in the system space. The following morning, Li Dong received the system notification as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering the second female master. Luck points increased by 1. The current host has 2 points of luck, allowing for the awakening of 2's abilities in the courtyard of the Jia family. The last of the white steamed buns had been consumed, and the family's stock of flour had been depleted. On this day, the dining table of the Jia family was filled only with dark cornmeal cakes and corn porridge. Bang Gung glanced at the black cornmeal cake in his hand and then at the clear porridge on the table, promptly tossing his chopsticks aside. I don't want to eat cornmeal cakes. I want meat. Jia Dongxu pleaded with him. Bang Gung, I beg you, please don't make a scene. In a few days, we will receive relief grain, and there will be half a pound of meat set aside just for you. Bang Gung roared. I want meat now. Zhang Chuihua pondered for a moment before responding. Dongxu, why don't you go check the mountains? Shaju managed to catch a mountain chicken a few days ago. I refuse. Jia Dongxu flatly rejected. Shaju had been in the mountains for several days and had yet to return. He did not wish to meet the same fate. Jia Dongxu's expression turned sour. Then what should we do about Bang Gung's craving for meat? If all else fails, let Xiaoru go to Li Dong's house and try her luck, even if she can bring back a couple of bones. We can make some broth to satisfy his craving, right? Zhang Chuihua immediately turned her gaze to Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, why are you still standing there? Hurry over to Li Dong's house to get some meat. At this moment, Qin Huairu shook her head in resignation. Mom, please don't put me in such a difficult position. I told you that Li Dong is not a good person. He always tries to take advantage of me. Jia Dongxu suggested, Xiaoru, you should make the effort. The child is at a growing stage. If he doesn't get proper nutrition, he won't grow tall in the future. If Li Dong dares to have any improper thoughts, we will report him to the authorities. With no other choice, Qin Huairu reluctantly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she made her way to Li Dong's home. At that moment, Li Dong was in the system space, with He Shui and Qin Jingru at home. Upon seeing Qin Huairu arrive, He Shui immediately retreated to the bedroom. Qin Huairu cheerfully remarked, Jingru, this Li Dong I introduced to you is quite decent. Isn't he? I see you've been living quite well these past few days. It's all right. Qin Jingru replied coolly, as long as I can eat my fill every day, I am already quite satisfied. Jingru, since Li Dong is not home right now, could you lend me a piece of meat? I want to give Bang Gung a little treat. The relief grain will be distributed soon, and I can return the meat to you then. Qin Jingru smiled and said, since the relief grain is about to arrive, why don't you wait patiently for a little while? Once it comes, we can feast on meat, can't we? Jingru, you can't say that. Qin Huairu earnestly advised, though we are not biological sisters, we are closer than sisters. If you help me today, I will be able to help you in your time of need. Won't I? Chapter 27. Want to eat meat? Exchange it with your body. Sister, I truly do not wish to refuse your request. Qin Jingru replied calmly. It's just that we have no meat at home either. I think you should go back and wait patiently. Once the relief grain arrives, there will be meat to eat. Qin Huairu was instantly infuriated. Qin Jingru, you truly show me no regard whatsoever, do you? With Li Dong not at home, can't you spare me some meat? I might even sell you out. At that moment, the voice of He Shui suddenly came from the inner room. Li Dong isn't home. But I am. Qin Huairu, do you take me for a fool? And you, Qin Jingru, if you dare to give anything from our home to Qin Huairu, I will have Li Dong kick you out. How could that be? Qin Jingru immediately laughed heartily to appease He Shui. Rest assured, I would never casually give away our family's belongings. I have sworn an oath before Li Dong. From the moment He Shui entered, Qin Huairu realized that obtaining meat today was out of the question. Since borrowing was not feasible, she would have to resort to trading her body instead. Where has Li Dong gone? I need to find him. Qin Huairu inquired. What do you want with me? Li Dong's voice echoed from the bedroom as soon as Qin Huairu finished speaking. Li Dong, how about you give me a pound of meat? And I will accompany you once. Qin Huairu, you shameless wretch. He Shui's face turned crimson with indignation. For a mere bite to eat, you would sell your own body. Qin Huairu scoffed. He Shui, don't act so holier than thou. Aren't you the same, relying on selling your body to indulge in food and drink at Li Dong's place? I am not. I am Li Dong's girlfriend. Is that so? Qin Huairu pointed at Qin Jingru and said, If you are Li Dong's girlfriend, then what is Qin Jingru? All right, Qin Huairu, stop trying to sow discord. At a critical moment, Li Dong stepped out of the bedroom. My relationship with Qin Jingru and He Yushui is merely that of ordinary friends. It is not as complicated as you presume. Li Dong, stop feigning ignorance. Forget it. Qin Huairu intended to lash out at Li Dong, but she changed her tone at the last moment. Li Dong, I am too disinterested in the relationship between you. Jingru and Yushui, let us stick to our previous agreement. I accompany you once, and you provide me with a sumptuous meal. If I don't eat it myself, I can bring it back for the girl. Right. Li Dong chuckled. Qin Huairu, if you do that, it will contradict the rules. We agreed that you would eat to your fill alone, but now you wish to take food away. No matter how much grain I have, it cannot withstand your appetite and your need to take. Qin Huairu was anxious. I'll only take one bowl of meat. All right, you want me to eat by myself, but I am lacking in nourishment. I will surely need more than just this little bit. Ha ha ha. Li Dong replied, still amused. I see your reasoning has some merit. However, since you wish to alter the rules, I must adjust them accordingly. How about this? Qin Huairu, you accompany me for 3 days, and I will give you half a pound of meat. Is that acceptable? You. Qin Huairu resolutely rejected. You are utterly shameless. You ungrateful wretch. Get lost before I see you again. As Qin Huairu's expression changed, Li Dong promptly issued her an eviction order. A woman like Qin Huairu was merely a plaything to him. He had no intention of genuinely falling for her. The reason he kept her around for a while was primarily to accrue a bit of luck from her. The system mandated that one must bring a woman into the space for over 12 hours to gain luck points. If Qin Huairu merely accompanied Li Dong once and then departed, she would undoubtedly yield no luck points. Returning home empty-handed, Qin Huairu found Jia Dongxu's face as gloomy as charcoal. Jia Dongxu inquired. Xiaoru, what happened? Where is the meat? Woo, Qin Huairu cried. That scoundrel Li Dong demanded that I sleep with him in exchange for pork. What? Li Dong is a beast. I must go and confront him. Jia Dongxu was instantly enraged, ready to take on Li Dong. Seeing this, Jia Dongxu hurriedly intervened. Dongxu, don't be rash. That scoundrel Li Dong is a heartless rogue. Even Shaju cannot match him. Do you stand a chance? Upon hearing Jia Dongxu's words, Jia Dongxu fell silent. Forget it. We want to eat the meat, he declared angrily. Bang Gung became agitated. I don't care. I want to eat meat. I want to slap. Before he could finish, Jia Dongxu furiously delivered 2 resounding slaps to Bang Gung's face. Eat. I'll beat you to death, you wasteful brat. Do you still want to eat? Woo. Bang Gung cried out, sobbing after the beating. Jia Dongxu was about to strike again, but Zhang Tsuo rushed forward to stop him at the second uncle's house. Liu Haizhong gazed at the nearly empty grain storage with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. What are we to do? Second aunt was equally anxious. Our family's grain was never enough, and now with Qi's family returning, how can we manage? At this rate, we can only last 2 more days before the pot is empty. After a moment's thought, Liu Haizhong replied, there is no other option. Starting today, we will reduce each person's rations by half. We must eat more sparingly. Second aunt still wore a worried frown. Cutting rations will only last us 4 or 5 days at most. We will still run out of food. Then we must continue to cut back. Let us reduce from 3 meals a day to 2, or even down to 1. Second aunt gasped, reducing from 3 meals to 1. And having the rations, the women might manage, but the men surely won't hold out. Liu Haizhong solemnly stated, we'll endure 1 day at a time, as long as we can hold out until the relief grain arrives. We will have made it through. Sighing, he concluded, it seems there is no other way. At the third uncle's house, Yuli was negotiating with Yin Bugui, father-in-law. Our food is run out. I see your family has some grain left. Could you lend us 10 jin of cornmeal for emergencies? Lend? What are you talking about? Before Yin Bugui could speak, third aunt had already lost her temper. Yuli, you were truly daydreaming. Our family has 7 mouths to feed. The remaining grain won't last a week. If we lend you some, what will we do? Yuli cried, I can't just stand by and watch my father and the others starve to death. Father-in-law, I beg you. Chapter 28. The deaf old lady's house is robbed. The fate of your family is beyond my control. We can barely survive ourselves. Yang Ruihua, don't say that. Yin Bugui glared at Yang Ruihua and shouted. We cannot just watch our in-laws starve. Yuli, the 10 jin of cornmeal you seek, I'm afraid I cannot procure for you. I can manage to give you 5 jin to tide you over. As you know, our household is large. All right. Yin Bugui relented, and Yuli did not push further, gratefully accepting the offer. Afterward, Yin Bugui retrieved 5 jin of cornmeal from the granary. which Yuli hurriedly tucked into her bosom and rushed home to alleviate the crisis. Once Yuli departed, third aunt lamented, "Old Yen, this isn't sustainable. If our grain runs out, will the whole family starve? We want to starve, not exactly." Yen Bugue pondered a moment before replying. "The street committee has agreed to distribute relief grain. It should arrive within this week. Moreover, there are still a few households in our courtyard with stored grain." "You mean Li Dong?" Yen Bugue replied nonchalantly. "Besides Li Dong, Zhonghai's family has quite a bit of grain as well." "Go!" Third aunt suddenly exclaimed. "Do you really expect that old misery Zhonghai to lend us grain?" "Ha ha ha." Yen Bugue's expression darkened. "If he refuses to lend, it matters not. When we have exhausted our options, we shall resort to taking from him." "What?" Third aunt's face changed dramatically. "That would be against the law. What is there to fear?" Yen Bugue coldly responded. "In any case, there's no grain outside. Rather than starve out there, it would be better to end up in prison. At least there, one can find some food to survive. Oh, I see. At this moment, Sandama has finally come to terms with her situation. Yen Bugue was indeed correct. Rather than starving to death outside, it is preferable to seek sustenance within the confines of a prison, provided, of course, that the prison remains operational. On the following morning, Li Dong was peacefully nestled in bed, embracing He Yushui. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a piercing cry. "Help, someone, please. My home has been robbed. Help, I can't go on like this." It was the voice of the deaf old lady, having not seen her for several days. He had assumed she had perished from the cold. He Yushui murmured to herself, "I must go out and assess the situation." "Are you coming?" "I think I shall refrain. It's quite chilly outside," He Yushui protested, reluctant to leave the warmth of the bed. Since the onset of the eternal snow disaster, although there hadn't been a continuous blizzard, the temperature had plummeted day by day. Today, it had reached a frigid -41 degrees, where water froze instantly, rendering the cold unbearable. Li Dong ventured outside to investigate and quickly discern the matter at hand. It turned out that the deaf old lady's home had been burglarized the previous night, and all her provisions had been stolen. She was inconsolable, lamenting her loss, but to no avail. Ultimately, she had no choice but to seek assistance from Zhonghai. Upon learning of the situation, Zhonghai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Madam, there's little I can do in this predicament. The snow disaster is far too severe. The local police station is buried under snow. If you wish to file a report, you must go to the Public Security Bureau. Please return home and await further news while I think of a solution." The deaf old lady became exceedingly agitated, retorting, "Zhonghai, do you wish for my demise? My food has been stolen, and you tell me to wait for news? You might as well send me to my death. You must provide me with some provisions." Zhonghai's anger boiled beneath the surface, yet he refrained from expressing it, aware of his esteemed position in the community and the importance of maintaining his image. "I will give you 5 jin of grain. Please return home quickly." 5 jin is hardly sufficient, the deaf old lady insisted. "You must at least provide me with 10 jin, and it must include 5 jin of fine flour. Why don't you just go die?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a robust woman. "Lin Shuling, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I shall strike you down. You shameless harpy." The deaf old lady was no meek individual. Upon hearing the insult, she raised her cane and swung it violently towards the woman's forehead. The impact left the woman bleeding profusely. "You old harpy, I shall not back down." In a fit of rage, the woman lunged forward and pushed the deaf old lady to the ground. Fortunately, the thick snow blanket cushioned her fall, sparing her from serious injury. "Help! Someone quick! Zhonghai is killing people." Thud! The old man employed his usual tactics to extort sympathy, but the robust woman swiftly slammed the door shut, trapping him outside. "Help! Zhonghai is killing people. A life is at stake. Who will come to my aid?" The deaf old lady wailed outside, while Zhonghai remained anxious within the confines of the house. Yet, each time he contemplated opening the door, the robust woman barred his way. "Old E, what are you afraid of? The police station is closed for the holidays. The theft at the old lady's home is of no concern to us, even if she freezes to death outside. It is not our responsibility." Ultimately, swayed by the woman's insistence, Zhonghai steeled himself and chose to disregard the old lady's plight. The deaf old lady cried outside for over 10 minutes. But Zhonghai steadfastly refused to open the door, while she shivered uncontrollably from the cold, struggling to endure, realizing that if she continued to cry, she might well freeze into an ice sculpture. She begrudgingly decided to seek help elsewhere. With no other recourse, the deaf old lady crawled her way to Hu Qing's residence, with the snowstorm blocking all paths and a grain shortage rampant. Hu Qing was overwhelmed with his own troubles. During the last distribution of relief grain, he had repeatedly urged everyone to store their provisions wisely for emergencies. However, most people lacked the foresight and had instead sold their grain at inflated prices. Now, those same individuals, facing hunger, flocked to Hu Qing for assistance. Unfortunately, Hu Qing's supply was dwindling and could hardly sustain himself, let alone help others, when the deaf old lady arrived. Her tale of Zhonghai's alleged murder startled Hu Qing. After grasping the specifics of the situation, he found himself at a loss. "Madam, your actions are rather excessive. I share your outrage regarding the theft of your provisions, but Zhonghai is not the culprit. To demand compensation from him is simply unjust." Chapter 29. In a world on the brink of collapse, is there still room for moral coercion? The deaf old lady retorted with indignation. Zhonghai is the esteemed elder of our community. If I do not seek his assistance, whom else can I turn to? Even in these dire times, the elderly should be prioritized for sustenance. The younger generations can fend for themselves. But if I am left without food, I will surely starve. Hu Qing, exasperated, responded, "What can I do if others refuse to help you? Shall we resort to robbery?" At this moment, the deaf old lady had already concocted a plan. "Director Hu, how about this? Accompany me to the courtyard and let our neighbors contribute some grain. If each household donates just 5 jin, it would sustain me for quite some time. 0.5 jin from each household. You truly dare to ask for that?" Hu Qing flatly rejected her proposal. "Such a scheme will surely yield no grain. Let us start by requesting 1 jin from each household to alleviate your immediate needs." "Very well then. Let us ask for 1 jin from each household to get through this crisis." Subsequently, the deaf old lady led Hu Qing to the courtyard. To procure grain, one must appeal to the wealthier residents. If they contribute, the others will surely follow suit. Previously, during the distribution of relief grain, many households had received a substantial amount. Ironically, the very next day, the weather cleared up, and many, fearing spoilage, sold their grain at high prices. Most of the residents in the courtyard had sold their provisions to Li Dong, undoubtedly the wealthiest among them. Li Dong, open the door. I need to speak with you. Hu Qing knocked at the door. Inside, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any response. Li Dong, open up. I know you're home. The deaf old lady, in frustration, began to pound on the door with her cane. Open the door, Li Dong. Hu Qing and the deaf old lady knocked for what felt like an eternity. Yet the silence within remained unbroken. In reality, Li Dong and Qin Huairu were in the bedroom, and Li Dong signaled for Qin Huairu to remain quiet and stay put, instructing her not to open the door. The deaf old lady's persistent knocking promised nothing good. It was clear she was there to demand provisions. In such frigid weather, with temperatures plunging below 40 degrees, Li Dong had no desire to engage in a futile argument with someone like her. Hu Qing, the director of the street office, was a respected figure. Surely, he would not fear being forced inside. After standing idly at the door for over 10 minutes without success, the deaf old lady, out of options, took Hu Qing to the home of Erdage, Liu Haizhong. Upon hearing the knock, Liu Haizhong opened the door. "Director Hu, what brings you here?" he asked with a forced smile. "Liu, I'm afraid I bring troubling news. The deaf old lady has been robbed. Her home has been stripped of all provisions. Times are tough, and we must band together to support one another. Please, could you spare a jin of grain to help her in this dire situation?" Liu Haizhong shook his head vigorously. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. My own supplies have run low as well. By the way, when can we expect the relief grain to arrive?" Hu Qing felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, the deaf old lady's patience wore thin. "Liu Haizhong, you heartless wretch, you won't lend me even a jin of grain. Do you wish for my demise? I shall strike you down. You soulless beast, will you lend me or not?" In her fury, the deaf old lady raised her cane and aimed it at Liu Haizhong. "Lao Shou, it seems you are courting death," Liu Guangqi exclaimed as he prepared to retaliate against the deaf old lady. Fortunately, Liu Haizhong intervened just in time. Enough, enough. We truly have no grain to spare. It is what it is." Subsequently, Liu Haizhong dragged Liu Guangqi back into the house and with a resounding bang, slammed the door shut. "Liu Haizhong, open the door for me. Open the door." The old deaf man raged outside, pounding on the door, but Liu Haizhong resolutely refused to relent. After enduring for another 10 minutes without acquiring a single grain of food, the two had no choice but to head to Yin Bugui's residence. Just moments earlier, the old deaf man had stirred a great commotion at Zhonghai's house, which had not gone unnoticed by Yin Bugui. "Goodness, my own household is so impoverished that we can scarcely make ends meet. And now you come to borrow food? Who am I to borrow from?" Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Yin Bugui chose to remain behind closed doors. As the director of the Hucking Street office, he certainly could not resort to banging on doors. The Jia family, being a prominent household within the courtyard, had previously received a substantial amount of relief grain. With a mindset of trying his luck, Hu Qing made his way there. Upon seeing Hu Qing at the door, Jia Dongxu immediately opened it. "Director Hu, you've come. Are you here to inform us about collecting relief grain?" Hu Qing's expression instantly darkened. "Dongxu, the old deaf lady's house has been robbed, and now she struggles to even have a meal. Your family received quite a lot of relief grain last time. Could you lend her a pound of corn to alleviate her plight?" "Huh, Director Hu, are you out of your mind? Our family can barely feed ourselves. And you want me to lend food to someone else?" Jia Dongxu was flabbergasted. "Dongxu, has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" As it became evident that the Jia family was unwilling to lend a grain, the old deaf lady's temper flared, and she swung her cane towards Jia Dongxu. Bang, bang. In the midst of their exchange, the old deaf lady struck Jia Dongxu twice. "Old hag, I see you're looking for death." Jia Dongxu erupted in fury, ready to teach the old deaf lady a lesson. Seeing this, Hu Qing hurriedly intervened to stop Jia Dongxu. "Dongxu, please don't act impulsively. The lady is elderly," despite Hu Qing's efforts to restrain him. The old deaf lady was undeterred, continuing to swing her cane at Jia Dongxu. "You little beast, I will not let you get away with this." Jia Dongxu, in a fit of rage, shoved Hu Qing aside, lunging forward to deliver a fierce kick that sent the old deaf lady sprawling to the ground. The old deaf lady had relied on Hu Qing's backing to act with impunity, never anticipating that Hu Qing would be unable to suppress Jia Dongxu. This kick nearly cost the old lady her life. She collapsed unconscious, and Jia Dongxu followed up with several more brutal kicks. Chapter 30. A matter of course. Dongxu, stop. If this continues, someone may die. Hu Qing, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, had no choice but to throw himself at Jia Dongxu, clinging desperately to him. Humph, ungrateful old wretch. With Hu Qing's pulling, Jia Dongxu finally retreated into the house. Hu Qing's expression darkened as he admonished, "Jia Dongxu, you are utterly reckless. You need to help the old lady up and take her to the hospital." "I have no time for that." Jia Dongxu flatly refused. Hu Qing was now furious. "Jia Dongxu, if you continue to be so obstinate, I will have no choice but to take you to the police station." "Then take me to the police station right now. Let us go." Jia Dongxu displayed an attitude of defiance, causing Hu Qing's face to turn pale with anger. Yet what could Hu Qing do? The snow disaster was so severe that even the police station's lobby was buried under snow. The district police station had personnel on duty, but it was over 20 miles from the courtyard. With several meters of snow outside, anyone who ventured out would not be able to return. In this era, there were no telephones or mobile devices. Reporting a case required a personal visit. When Hu Qing personally went out, he faced nothing but obstacles. Left with no other option, Hu Qing sought out Zhonghai, full of cunning, recognized that the old deaf lady posed a significant problem he could not evade. Rather than passing the issue on to someone else only to be criticized, he preferred to devise a solution himself, thereby maintaining control over the situation. This way, not only would the problem be resolved, but he would also come out unscathed. Truly a win-win scenario. Zhonghai suggested, "Director Hu, if you wish to donate grain, you must seek out households with ample supplies. Families like the Jia, Liu, and Yin have no surplus. They're on the brink of starvation themselves." Hu Qing inquired, "So, which household in our courtyard has the most grain?" "That would undoubtedly be the rascal Li Dong," Zhonghai replied. "Not long ago, the street office distributed relief grain to everyone. But Li Dong, dissatisfied with the large amount he received, went about coaxing and deceiving others into selling their life-saving grain to him. Now, while every household in the courtyard is out of food, he hoards it all at home. That's how it is." Hu Qing realized, "Then we must go find Li Dong." "No, Li Dong is quite shrewd. I've already tried visiting him once, and he wouldn't even open the door." "Getting him to open the door won't be difficult," Zhonghai cheerfully suggested. "Just slip a message through the door gap, saying that relief grain is being distributed, and I guarantee he'll come out faster than a rabbit." Upon hearing Zhonghai's words, Hu Qing couldn't help but curse internally. Zhonghai was indeed a crafty old fox. Such a devious scheme was truly impressive. "Very well, let us proceed with that plan." Hu Qing concurred with Zhonghai's proposal. However, Hu Qing had another concern. I don't think Li Dong is an easy target either. While we might trick him into opening the door, that doesn't solve any issues. Once he comes out, he still won't give us any grain, and we'll be powerless against him." "Director Hu, how about this? Tonight, we hold a courtyard meeting," Zhonghai proposed. In front of everyone, We sternly criticize Li Dong and demand he surrender his grain to save lives. That might not be appropriate. Hu Qing frowned. Zhonghai smiled. What's inappropriate about it? This is a special time, and we're doing this to save more people. Li Dong is selfish and lacks any sense of the greater good. He must be criticized severely. All right, it seems we have no other choice. Zhonghai was very determined, and although Hu Qing was skeptical about the plan, he had no better alternatives at this point. He certainly could not stand by and watch the old deaf lady starve to death. After finalizing the plan, Zhonghai immediately sent a message through a neighbor to inform Li Dong to attend the courtyard meeting that evening, where the street office would distribute relief grain. At Li Dong's home, He Yushui curiously asked, Dong-gu, something doesn't seem right. Shouldn't the relief grain be collected from the street office? Why is it being distributed at Zhonghai's house this time? Haha. Li Dong responded cheerfully, if the street office were really distributing relief grain, it wouldn't be at night. It would definitely be during the day. But just now, a neighbor said in person that the relief grain will be distributed tonight. Qin Jingru interjected. Such a significant matter, she wouldn't dare to lie, right? Li Dong replied solemnly, you can't judge a person's heart by their face, Jingru. Yushui, don't be too naive. So are we going to attend this meeting or not? He Yushui and Qin Jingru asked in unison. Of course we're going. But before we go, I need to remind you both of a few things. At 7 o'clock that evening, Li Dong arrived at the venue accompanied by Qin Jingru and He Yushui. The biting cold made it nearly unbearable, yet the enthusiasm of their neighbors to attend the meeting was palpable. Almost every household in the courtyard had arrived early. After all, Zhonghai had deceitfully claimed that relief grain would be distributed. Who would dare not show up? As soon as the attendees were gathered, Jia Dongxu could no longer contain himself. Old E, it's freezing out here. Let us get the relief grain distributed so we can head back home. It is too cold to bear. Indeed. Third aunt echoed. Old E, hurry and distribute the relief grain. We're waiting to cook with it. Zhonghai gestured for everyone to be quiet. I know you're all anxious. But please hold your horses. The relief grain will definitely be distributed, but it will be handled by Comrade Li Dong, not me. Li Dong. In an instant, all eyes in the venue were fixated on Li Dong. Unfazed, he replied with a measured tone, Elder E, what grounds do you have to demand that I distribute relief grain to everyone? With a thinly veiled smile, Zhonghai retorted, not long ago, the street authorities distributed a substantial quantity of relief grain. A significant portion of that grain found its way into your pockets. Now that everyone is facing a shortage, isn't it only natural for you to share the grain with them? Indeed. Jia Dongxu chimed in eagerly. Elder E speaks the truth. Li Dong, you previously took over 200 jin of our relief grain. It's time you returned it to us, don't you think? Preposterous. Li Dong replied coldly that 200 jin of grain was purchased from you with my own money. A fair transaction, devoid of deception. Now you demand its return? On what basis? But our family is out of food. Li Dong, do you have no conscience? Enough. Zhang Tsui Hua. Spare us your words. Hu Qing interrupted, asserting that Li Dong was indeed correct. The grain transactions had been voluntary and legitimate. Yet, given the current extraordinary circumstances, he argued that Li Dong should prioritize the greater good by releasing his stored grain for sale at a fair price to assist those in need. Exactly. Sudama shouted, Li Dong, did you hear that? Director who is asking you to release your hoarded grain and sell it to everyone at a fair price. Before Li Dong could respond, Qin Jingru interjected. Hu Qing, you speak without understanding the situation. When Li Dong purchased grain from us, he paid 1.5 times the market price. Now you want us to sell it back at cost. If you can't manage this situation, perhaps you should keep quiet and not embarrass yourself here. Incensed, Hu Qing found himself unable to counter Qin Jingru's argument. After a long pause, he finally said, if that's the case, let us return the grain at 1.5 times the price, as it is indeed a matter of life and death. In a way, absolutely not. Qin Jingru's protest was abruptly halted by Li Dong's firm intervention. All right, Jingru, do mind your tone. This is a special time. We must all prioritize the greater good. Once Qin Jingru had stepped back, Li Dong continued, Director who is correct. We must unite to overcome these hardships. If I truly had a considerable stock of grain, I would certainly share it with everyone. Unfortunately, my own supplies are quite depleted, and I cannot assist you. Who would believe such nonsense? Li Dong. Su Damao was the first to scoff. Everyone knows you feast on lavish meals and hoard supplies at home. If you truly had no grain, everyone in the courtyard would starve. Indeed, Li Dong, stop deceiving us. Who doesn't know that your household is well stocked? Aunt San echoed. Our family alone sold you nearly 300 jin of grain. And the Jia family contributed over 200. That's over 500 Jin accounted for. How can you claim you have no grain left? I assure you, I truly have no grain. I am not lying. Li Dong asserted defiantly. That won't do. We must search your home to verify. Su Damo insisted. Yes, we cannot trust your words unless we inspect your house. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, ready to invade Li Dong's dwelling. Faced with this situation, Li Dong remained calm and composed, addressing the crowd. Esteemed neighbors, since you all proposed to inspect my grain supplies, I have no objections. However, I too have a request. You have no standing to make demands. Su Dama interrupted, but was cut off by a resounding slap from Li Dong, who struck him hard enough to draw blood. Silence. Li Dong glared at Su Damao, who began to wail. Director Hu, you must ensure justice is served. All right, everyone, let's settle down. Hu Qing proclaimed. Li Dong, you mentioned that you have a requirement for us to satisfy before allowing the inspection of your grain supplies. What is it? Well, Li Dong nodded and elaborated. Since we are to investigate and account for the grain stocks for the purpose of unified distribution, we cannot merely assess my household. I propose that we conduct a thorough inspection of all 36 households in the courtyard, compiling detailed statistics on each family's reserves and calculating an average. Any household with grain exceeding the average must contribute to the communal distribution. Yan Bugui's face lit up with joy. Li Dong, this is your own proposal. You cannot backtrack. Of course not, Li Dong replied earnestly. I, Li Dong, have always been a man of my word. However, I am curious to know if everyone else agrees with this plan. I agree. I am the first to support it. Jia Dongxu eagerly stepped forward. I too support it. Liu Haizhong joined in. Soon, the crowd rallied behind Li Dong's proposal, except for Zhonghai, who remained hesitant, displaying signs of anxiety. Li Dong's suggestion implied an equal distribution of the grain, meaning families with lesser supplies would benefit significantly, while those with more would face substantial losses. Zhonghai's household was well stocked with hundreds of jin of grain and vegetables, totaling over 1,000 jin. It was clear that their reserves would far exceed the average, and the prospect of having to share with others was daunting. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Zhonghai finally voiced his opinion. The idea of equal distribution is commendable, yet blindly pursuing equality may not yield the best outcomes. That Su Damao countered. How can equal distribution be a bad thing? In this year of famine, voluntary cooperation will allow more people to survive, which is beneficial for all. I beg to differ, Zhonghai replied solemnly. Not long ago, the street authorities distributed a considerable amount of relief grain. Statistics show that each person received over 60 jin. If one rationed wisely, that grain could last up to 2 months. Yet, it has barely been a month since the distribution, and many families are already facing shortages. Have you all reflected on the reasons behind this? Zhang Cuihua retorted. Isn't that because Li Dong deceived us? Nevertheless, Zhonghai continued, having learned from past mistakes, we must ensure that this time, once we receive our share of grain, we do not sell it but preserve it for our sustenance. Indeed, Zhonghai added, I suspect some among us lack self-control. It wouldn't surprise me if, within a few days of receiving the grain, they were already crying out for more. Aunt San grew anxious. Zhonghai, must you sow discord? We all agree to the distribution. Why must you oppose us? Do you wish for us to starve? Exactly. Lu Guangtian echoed. Zhonghai, listen closely. No one will stop us from counting the grain today. If you continue to stand against us, we shall turn our attention to you first. Yes, we should commence with you, the so-called elder. The crowd clamored. Your vehement opposition to distributing grain suggests you have quite a stockpile, don't you? Let us head to your house and see for ourselves, realizing the tide was turning against him. Zhonghai quickly amended, everyone, please, remain calm. I support the equitable distribution of grain. This entire assembly was organized by me for that very purpose. My plan is to first distribute the grain from the household that has the largest reserve. The other resources should be registered first, and once everyone has completely consumed their provisions, a second distribution can take place. This approach would effectively prevent extravagance and waste, while also instilling a glimmer of hope in everyone. Wouldn't it? As Zhonghai's words echoed in the room, the gathered crowd hesitated. Undoubtedly, Li Dong's distribution plan was the most equitable. However, Zhonghai's proposal also held certain advantages. If all the food were distributed at once according to Li Dong's plan, who would be left to share provisions the next time everyone ran out? The inherent flaws of human nature can never be entirely eradicated. Things received for free are seldom cherished, leading to reckless consumption and wastefulness. In the end, wouldn't that result in everyone starving together? I staunchly oppose Zhonghai's distribution plan. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Cuihua was the first to speak up. I believe it would be best to distribute evenly. Everyone should receive an equal share. No one should receive special treatment. Exactly. Aunt Sen chimed in, agreeing. Zhonghai has rambled on with a myriad of nonsensical arguments, clearly harboring ulterior motives that I suspect he has stockpiled a considerable amount of food at home and simply does not wish to share it with us. Zhonghai, you old beast, do you just want to watch us starve? I tell you, if I truly get famished, Just as Yin Jiefeng was about to utter a fierce retort, he was swiftly silenced by Yin Bugui's timely hand over his mouth. After covering Yin Jiefeng's mouth, Yin Bugui continued, Our family supports the equal distribution of food. The Jia family, Liu family, Yin family, and Su Damao's family all unanimously agreed on equal distribution. However, there are over 30 households in the courtyard. It cannot solely be decided by just a few families. Since Zhonghai has proposed a different plan, we must at least give due respect to his thoughts. After some deliberation, Hu Qing addressed the crowd. Neighbors, since there is a divergence of opinions, let us resolve this issue through voting. Those in favor of Li Dong's equal distribution plan, please raise your hands. Zhang Cuihua and others immediately raised their hands in support. Upon counting, there were 29 votes for Li Dong's equal distribution plan. Hu Qing then announced, Those in favor of Zhonghai's individual distribution plan, please raise your hands. To everyone's surprise, this time, more hands were raised. Upon counting, there were as many as 45 votes in support of Zhonghai's plan. Is it so strange for such an outcome to occur? Not at all. The last time the street committee distributed relief grain, each person received over 60 jin. A family of 3 could obtain nearly 200 jin of food. Zhang Cuihua, Yin Bugui, and Su Damao, having foolishly disregarded advice, sold their share of the relief grain. But that does not mean there were no prudent households in the courtyard. Those who followed the advice did not sell their grain. After the snow disaster intensified, these families entered a state of frugality, wasting no food. Thus, these obedient families generally still had a fair amount of grain left. Zhang Cuihua and her group, like rabid dogs eager to distribute food, were certainly out of provisions at home. Naturally, those with ample reserves were reluctant to see the food distributed equally. However, outright opposition would invoke public ire. So their best strategy was to support Zhonghai's approach. According to Zhonghai's plan, today's distribution would favor the family with the most grain. Their several hundred jin of food would pale in comparison to Li Dong's thousands. In the end, even if they were to be distributed, priority would be given to Li Dong's family. Once the voting results were announced, Hu Qing declared, Well, the results are in. I know many are dissatisfied. But the principle is that the minority must yield to the majority. We will now begin counting the food supplies. Based on the results, the family with the most stored grain will be the first to have their provisions distributed. So, which household shall we begin with? As Hu Qing finished speaking, Li Dong was the first to respond. Of course, this matter should start with Uncle E as a model. I suggest we begin by counting the supplies at Uncle E's house. Zhonghai immediately became anxious. Li Dong, I warn you not to play tricks with me. Who doesn't he know that your family has the most grain? It's only natural to start counting at your house. Exactly. Jia Dongxu quickly stood up to incite. I too believe that Li Dong's family has the most grain, that if we are to search and register, it will undoubtedly begin at Li Dong's house. Almost everyone supported starting with Li Dong's home for the search. Naturally, Li Dong accepted the group's consensus and led everyone back home to tally the supplies. Ultimately, after a thorough search lasting over 10 minutes, the results were finally revealed. Chapter 33, Let us feast on the rich. At Li Dong's house, a total of 150 jin of sweet potato flour, 90 jin of cornmeal, 75 jin of white flour, and 45 jin of rice were counted. Altogether, that amounted to 360 jin of grain. Additionally, there were over 100 jin of dried vegetables, making a total of over 500 jin. Ha ha ha. Zhang Cuihua laughed, saying, This is wonderful. I told you Li Dong's family had a lot of food. Just as our household is about to run out of supplies, we shall take this bag of white flour with us. Slap. As Zhang Cuihua reached for the grain bag, Li Dong struck her hand away. Ouch. Zhang Cuihua cried out in pain, while Jia Dongxu angrily shouted, Li Dong, what right do you have to hit someone? My family's granary is nearly empty. Your family has over 500 jin of food. Shouldn't it be distributed to us? You just said we should equally distribute the food. Enough. Dongxu, don't speak so much. Hu Qing glared at Jia Dongxu, refuting. The voting results were clear. This time, we only distribute from the family with the most grain. Although Li Dong's home has over 500 jin of supplies, that does not necessarily mean it is the most. We need to count all the supplies to determine which family has the highest amount. Moreover, even when the results are out, these supplies must be distributed evenly. What does it mean for you to take a bag of white flour? Realizing she had no justification, Zhang Zuohua obediently retreated to the side. The second round of searches took the group to Zhonghai's home. That old rascal, cunning as he is, knows that food is a life-saving resource and would not display it openly in his home. After rummaging through Zhonghai's house for over 10 minutes, they only managed to find over 100 jin of grain. Even the cellar was searched by Su Damao, yielding little of value. Just as the crowd was about to return disappointed, Li Dong suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, how come there is another cellar here? What nonsense are you spouting, Li Dong?" Annie retorted angrily, "That cellar has already been searched by you. It only contained a few rotten potatoes, all right? No. Li Dong shook his head with a smile. That was merely the visible cellar. What I mean is that your family surely has a hidden cellar. Li Dong, you're talking nonsense. There is no such cellar. Hee. Li Dong replied earnestly, "Uncle E, don't play coy. Just a few days ago, I distinctly saw you sneaking in with several bags of grain in the dead of night. Where have you hidden that grain? Hurry up and bring it out for everyone in need." Zhonghai's expression changed drastically. "Li Dong, you are slandering me. My house has been turned upside down by you. There is not a shred of grain left. I can attest that what Li Dong says is true." At this critical moment, Yin Jiafeng stepped forward. "That night, I got up in the middle of the night. When I returned, I happened to see Zhonghai stealthily carrying a large sack into his house." Zhonghai hurriedly explained, "The sack I brought back that day was full of firewood and charcoal. Those are just heating supplies, not food resources. Firewood is everywhere in the mountains. Surely you don't intend to divide my firewood and charcoal too?" Zhonghai, stop lying. I see you're clearly hiding the grain. Everyone, let us search thoroughly. We cannot let Zhonghai get away with this. Zhonghai attempted to counter, but Liu Haizhong shot him a look. And the Liu brothers rushed forward to restrain his arms, dragging him away. Subsequently, the crowd dug through Zhonghai's home, searching every inch for supplies. In this wave of searches, they indeed found a hidden cellar beneath Zhonghai's bed. Inside this cellar, they discovered a substantial amount of supplies. Goodness gracious, it amounts to over 1,700 pounds. Rice, white flour, sweet potato flour, cornmeal, millet, corn, Chinese cabbage, radishes, potatoes, all are abundantly present, and there are even preserved fish and meats among the provisions. This bountiful harvest has driven the neighbors of the courtyard into a frenzy of joy. However, at this moment, Zhonghai's face is devoid of color, as if he has aged 50 years in an instant. It's all over. This is a complete disaster. In his attempt to be clever, he has only succeeded in digging his own grave. Zhonghai feels utterly weak, and his face turns ashen. The neighbors show him not a shred of sympathy. The crowd begins to berate him loudly. "Zhonghai, are you even human? Our family is out of food and can barely cook, yet you hoard supplies for yourself. Truly, it is said that the wealthy dine on the finest while the poor perish in the streets. Indeed, this old man is utterly inhumane. It's infuriating that you refuse to assist the other families, especially during these trying times. But what of the deaf old lady? Shouldn't you offer her at least a morsel to stave off starvation? You wretched creature, this old dog has truly lost all sense of humanity. Let us begin to distribute the grain. Surely this old capitalist cannot consume all of this bounty." When he was being scorned by the crowd, Zhonghai hung his head in silence. However, as he sees the others preparing to divide the grain, he can no longer contain himself. Zhonghai bellows, "Stop right there. Although we have found food, we previously agreed to distribute it only to the family with the most." Jia Dongxu retorts, "Oldie, it seems you're just shooting yourself in the foot. You've hoarded over 1,700 pounds of supplies, the largest amount among all households. What normal family can store such a quantity?" Indeed, Liu Haizhong chimes in. "I agree. We need not waste any more time and should search inside your house immediately. We cannot commence the distribution just yet." At this critical juncture, Hu Qing speaks up. "We previously agreed to assess the situation of each household before proceeding. The investigation is not yet complete. While it is true that Zhonghai's household possesses a considerable amount of grain, it does not necessarily prove it to be the most in the courtyard. Let us continue our search." Upon hearing Hu Qing's defense, Zhonghai immediately begins to shout again. "Director Hu, we must continue searching Li Dong's home. I suspect he has a cellar. If we lift the floor tiles, we will surely uncover it. Based on my calculations, Li Dong's household must have at least 2,000 pounds of grain. His father's pension is over 500, and he previously acquired over 300 in cash by selling job positions to Jia's family. Chapter 34. The mischief of Su Damao. That 800 plus yuan was all used to purchase grain supplies, and he has taken away a significant portion of the relief grain allocated to each household in the courtyard. If he claims his household has only 500 pounds of supplies, I would never believe it. Indeed. Yin Bugue also speaks up. Just from our family alone, we sold over 100 pounds of grain to Li Dong. I suspect there is certainly a cellar in Li Dong's home, and we must conduct a thorough search. Su Damao joins in the uproar. Let us go, everyone. We must head to Li Dong's house immediately and continue our search. Subsequently, the crowd gathers at Li Dong's home to locate the cellar entrance. They rummage through every corner and turn the place upside down for half a day, yet they cannot find the cellar. At this moment, Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu, and others bring shovels, preparing to dig in Li Dong's yard. Li Dong also steps in. Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu, you may dig in my yard if you wish. But let me make this clear. If you find the cellar after digging 3 feet deep, you may take whatever supplies you find, and I won't ask you to clean up afterwards. But if you fail to find the cellar, you must restore the dug-up ground. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to retaliate. When Li Dong threatens to retaliate, Lu Guangtian's expression shifts dramatically. Zhonghai is a desperate man and can be bullied without consequence, as this chaotic society has little to fear. However, Li Dong is a robust young man, and his fighting prowess is well known to all. Even the foolish Zhu was left begging for mercy after a confrontation with him. The Liu brothers, even together, would most likely not stand a chance. Digging 3 feet deep is easier said than done. It is a laborious task. They may not feel fatigued in their quest for supplies. But if they fail to find anything and the crowd disperses, the Liu brothers will be left in dire straits. After a moment of contemplation, the Liu brothers hesitate to take action. Su Damao grows impatient. Lu Guangtian, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Lu Guangtian's face darkens as he angrily retorts. Su Damao, what gives you the right to issue orders to me? I will dig if I choose to. Su Damao immediately strides over to begin digging. Su Damao, do you think you can be the hero here? Come back. At this crucial moment, Lu Shaoyi intervenes, calling out to Su Damao. Isn't there enough grain from Zhonghai's household for you? Why must you provoke Li Dong? If he retaliates, I cannot protect you. Upon hearing Lu Shaoyi's warning, Su Damao suddenly recalls the last time Li Dong assaulted him. Instantly, he feels a chill run down his spine and retreats from Li Dong's home. With the crowd gathered in the courtyard, their numbers grant them protection. Li Dong would not dare to act recklessly, but once the distribution of grain is over, everyone will return to their own homes. If Li Dong decides to settle the score with Su Damao later, the consequences would be dire. Given Su Damao's lackluster fighting ability, he could bully someone as desperate as Zhonghai, but would be no match for Li Dong, who could easily knock his teeth out. Su Damao blusters for a while, only to retreat once more. Zhonghai, in a fit of rage, exclaims, Lu Shaoyi, is this how you speak? We agreed clearly that we would prioritize the family with the most grain. It is common knowledge that Li Dong's household has the largest supply. Zhonghai's statement is abruptly interrupted by Lu Shaoyi. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Dong's household has over 500 pounds, while yours boasts over 700. Li Dong's supply is but a fraction of yours. Zhonghai, indignant, responds, that's because Li Dong has hidden his supplies in the cellar. Then you should go dig it up yourself. Why should my Damao do it? I will dig myself. Just myself? Zhonghai, in a fit of anger, tries to snatch the shovel from Lu Guangtian's hands. However, Lu Guangtian retracts his hand. You old dog. Go back and fetch your own shovel. I refuse to lend mine to you. What if Li Dong retaliates against me? Then I'll just go fetch my own shovel, after Zhonghai departs. Hu Qing suggests. Alright, let us postpone our investigation into whether Li Dong has a cellar. Let us proceed to the next household to inventory their supplies. Old Lu, you need to set an example. Very well. Liu Haizhong responds graciously. Let us all head to my home to take stock of supplies. I wholeheartedly welcome it. Liu Haizhong certainly has no objections, as his household is devoid of provisions and poses no threat of grain division. After a lengthy commotion, they finally manage to tally the supplies of each household in the courtyard. The final results are somewhat surprising. Without a doubt, the household with the most grain is Zhonghai's, with over 1,700 pounds. The second largest supply belongs to Ma Yunshan's family in the back courtyard, which possesses over 800 pounds. The third is Zhao Qi's family in the central courtyard. With over 600 pounds. Liu Haizhong's 500 pounds ranks fourth among the households. Undoubtedly, according to the previously established rules. The family entitled to the grain distribution is Zhonghai's. Amidst the frenzied protests of Zhonghai and his wife, their supplies are ultimately divided among the others. Zhonghai slumps to the ground, gazing at the disarray within his home, his face ashen. Liu Haizhong, you beast, I shall have your life. Zhonghai emits a low growl, his body suffused with a palpable aura of vengeance. An elderly woman hurriedly advises him, Old E, please do not provoke that recklessly Dong. Although most of our grain has been taken. Director who has left us with over 100 pounds, which should last us a while. Besides, when our supplies run out, we can also partake in the grain from other households, can we not? Coughing violently, Zhonghai suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Ultimately, with the support of an elderly lady, he managed to stagger back home and collapse onto his Su Damao's residence. Liu Xiao confronted Su Damao, demanding, Su Damao, you must confess honestly. Where did you acquire those 40 pounds of grain hidden beneath the bed? Why was I unaware of this grain? Su Damao, scowling, retorted, in any case, as long as there is enough for you to eat. That is all that matters. I am hungry. Hurry and prepare my meal. Liu Xiao pressed further. Did you steal the grain from the deaf old lady's house? Upon hearing this accusation, Su Damao's expression shifted dramatically. Liu Xiao, I warn you, do not speak such nonsense. Then tell me, where did this grain come from? Su Damao stubbornly replied, I bought this grain from Pigeon Market. Chapter 35, Xiao, come with me. Damao, we should return the grain to the deaf old lady. Stealing is a crime. With a resounding slap, Su Dama interrupted Liu Xiao. He then pointed at her and reprimanded, Liu Xiao, you are truly a foolish woman. This grain is a matter of life and death. That old hag, Long, can starve to death for all I care. Tonight, I will go to her house and procure more grain. You beast, Su Damao, you are inhumane. Liu Xiao managed to insult Su Damao, only to receive another slap in return. You wretched woman, go prepare my meal immediately. If you dare to dawdle or talk back, I will end you. You foolish woman. Unable to overpower Su Damao, Liu Xiao could only wipe her tears and head to the kitchen. However, Su Damao's actions filled her with immense anger. After much contemplation, Liu Xiao decided to report Su Damao to the street office. After all, she was one of the few principled individuals in the courtyard. Upon receiving Liu Xiao's report, Hu Qing promptly arrived at Su Damao's home, but Su Damao, being cunning, sensed trouble and immediately dug a snow pit in the yard to hide the stolen grain. When Hu Qing arrived, although he did not find the stolen goods, he still delivered a stern reprimand. Su Damao, you are truly lawless. The deaf old lady is living in such hardship, yet you dare to steal from her. Are you even human? Su Damao smirked defiantly and replied, Director Hu, when we speak and act, we must rely on evidence. Do you have proof that I stole from the deaf old lady? Hu Qing retorted sharply. Su Damao, do you wish to argue with me? Liu Xiao told me herself that you intend to continue stealing from the old lady tonight. I warn you to abandon such wicked thoughts. If the old lady's home is robbed, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Su Damao laughed mockingly. Director Hu, your accusations are far too heavy for me to bear. I reiterate, the theft at the deaf old lady's house has nothing to do with me. I am a law-abiding citizen, and your unfounded suspicions are a slander against my innocence, which I cannot accept. Hu Qing, filled with rage, declared, Su Damao, you will regret this. Once the weather calms, the police will intervene. And then we shall see how arrogant you remain. With that, Hu Qing left without looking back. Although Hu Qing appeared resolute, he was, in truth, powerless. As the street office director, he lacked enforcement authority. Su Damao denied the theft, leaving Hu Qing with no recourse. Moreover, with famine rampant, Hu Qing was overwhelmed with responsibilities. He had little time to waste on Su Damao, offering only a warning before departing hastily. Su Damao, who had been beaten by Shaju time and again, was clearly unrepentant. Mere words of caution from Hu Qing would not change his behavior. Instead, he would likely intensify his misdeeds. After watching Hu Qing depart, Su Damao suddenly lunged forward, seizing Liu Xiao by the hair. He then struck her violently. You wretched woman, I command you to be submissive. In a fit of rage, Su Damao unleashed a brutal beating on Liu Xiao. Help! Someone, please help me! Liu Xiao, battered and bruised, could only scream for assistance. In the frigid weather, few were willing to venture outside. Despite her desperate cries, no one came to her aid. Finally, it was Li Dong who rushed to the scene, rescuing Liu Xiao from Su Damao's grasp. He kicked Su Dama in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. Quickly, Li Dong helped Liu Xiao to her feet. "We don't need your interference in our family matters," Liu Xiao protested, without a word. Li Dong delivered a powerful slap to Su Dama's face. "I will end you." Driven to desperation, Su Dama swung a wooden bench at Li Dong's head. Li Dong seized Su Dama's wrist and executed a swift maneuver. Dislocating his arm, Su Dama let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing in agony. Li Dong coldly remarked, "What's the matter, Dama? Has your arm dislocated? Let me help you with that." Before Su Dama could finish his protest, Li Dong forcefully reset his dislocated joint. The excruciating pain caused Su Dama to faint on the spot. Li Dong then turned to Liu Xiao, saying, "Sister Xiao, it seems you cannot continue living with Su Dama. Come live with me." Liu Xiao hesitated, "But I haven't finalized my divorce with Su Dama yet." Li Dong replied earnestly, "If you are still attached to Su Dama, I shall say no more. I will go with you." Liu Xiao called out just as Li Dong was about to leave. She understood that Su Dama was no longer a human being. As the snow disaster continued and order crumbled, Su Dama's bloodthirsty and brutal nature had been fully exposed. He no longer disguised his intentions and was prepared to rob openly. Remaining by his side would ultimately lead to her demise. That night, Li Dong took Liu Xiao home without pretense. He directly consummated their relationship. Although Liu Xiao initially resisted, she ultimately succumbed to Li Dong's advances. In jest, Li Dong knew that if he did not seize the opportunity now, it might be a long time before he had the chance again. In this year of calamity, resources were scarce, and he could not afford to sustain another man's wife with his own provisions. It was either she became his woman or she would have to fend for herself. Liu Xiao was certainly not a woman of loose morals like Qin Huairu. The main reason she acquiesced to Li Dong so quickly was due to the severe emotional wounds inflicted by Su Dama. Chapter 36. The house was burgled the following morning. Li Dong finally received the long-awaited notification from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully securing the third female lead. Liu Xiao, you have gained 1 luck point. Current luck points in the ability system: 3. You may immediately awaken a 3S level ability." Subsequently, Li Dong checked his Doomsday Farm system. After several days of accumulation, the farm system had amassed a substantial amount of points, sufficient for an upgrade. Li Dong promptly commanded, "Upgrade the farm level immediately." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the farm to level 8. The land area has expanded to 50,000 square kilometers, and the water area has increased to 200,000 square kilometers. The Doomsday Farm's new feature has been unlocked: one-click resource distribution. In the past, each system upgrade would result in a doubling of the areas of farms, pastures, and fishing grounds. Although these entities coexist within the same space, they belong to different systems. However, the current situation has changed. Upon upgrading the farm, a vast expanse of free territory has been directly expanded. The host can now freely decide to alter the territorial affiliations according to personal preference. The newly expanded land can be allocated for crop cultivation in the farm, livestock breeding in the pasture, or transformed into lakes, grasslands, and forests. In essence, all control lies in the hands of Li Dong, who can manage the land as he sees fit. With ample resources in both the farm and pasture, Li Dong, after a moment's contemplation, decided to designate the entire 50,000 square kilometers of land as primitive forest. This primordial wilderness is rich in resources, yielding timber, fruits, mushrooms, and medicinal herbs, and even offers pure wild game, making it a veritable treasure trove of materials. As for the 200,000 square kilometers of water, Li Dong expanded a vast freshwater lake within the space. The value of freshwater resources far exceeds that of seawater, which is also essential. Moreover, the saline ocean already spans over 10,000 square kilometers. With such a large expanse of area, the seafood produced is more than enough for Li Dong, rendering any blind expansion unnecessary. After efficiently allocating the resources within the space, Li Dong, accompanied by Liu Xiao, exited the confines of the space and returned to his living room. That moment, Yu Shui was seated at the dining table, tears streaming down her face. Qin Jingru then informed Li Dong, "Brother Dong, a grave incident occurred last night. Over 800 jin of supplies belonging to Ma Yunshan's family have been stolen." "Is that so?" Li Dong furrowed his brow. "Do we know who did it?" "I'm not quite sure." Qin Jingru shook her head. Yunshan's wife, Qin Shui, is currently wailing at the door, director who has already gone over. And it's true that their food supplies are completely gone. It's truly tragic. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong spoke decisively. "Jingru, You must immediately inform Hu Qing that our food supplies have also been stolen. Yu Shui, Shaoyi, please assist me in moving our food into the space for safekeeping. Huh? Yu Shui asked, perplexed. Li Dong, what are you planning? Our things haven't been stolen. Are you foolish? Li Dong replied sternly. According to the last statistics, Zhonghai's family had the largest food reserves, which have already been divided among everyone. By agreement, Ma Dongshan's family had the second largest reserves, and the next distribution was supposed to include their food. Now that Ma Dongshan's family has been robbed, don't you find this coincidence rather suspicious? Huh? Yu Shui suddenly realized. Brother Dong, are you implying that Ma Dongshan is deliberately claiming his family was robbed? This way, he won't have to share his food with everyone. What else could it be? Li Dong smiled. Ma Dongshan's food is hidden under the bed in his bedroom. Over 800 jin of food. Who could possibly steal it all without him noticing? Brother Dong, you're truly brilliant. Yu Shui exclaimed joyfully that I can now be certain that Ma Dongshan does not wish to share his food and has deliberately concealed it, falsely claiming it was stolen. Thus, in the next distribution, he can skip over his family and go directly to the next one. Then what are we waiting for? Let us quickly follow Li Dong's instructions and hide everything in the space. After securing the items, I will promptly report the situation to Director Hu. 10 minutes later, Qin Jingru tearfully approached Hu Qing, claiming that her family's food had been stolen. After inquiring, Hu Qing promptly led a group to Li Dong's home. As expected, Li Dong's granary was utterly empty, devoid of even a single grain. Only Qin Jingru and Yu Shui remained, squatting in front of the granary, sobbing inconsolably. Li Dong, with a face full of despair, said, Director Hu, you must help us. We have no food left, and there is nothing to eat this morning. Hu Qing, steeling himself, replied, Li Dong, you must endure this hardship for now. I am working on a solution. With that, Hu Qing rose to leave. Director Hu, please don't go. Qin Jingru cried. If you leave, what will we do? Li Dong sought Hu Qing's help for food, but where could Hu Qing procure it? Despite Qin Jingru's desperate pleas, Hu Qing ultimately walked away without looking back at Liu Haizhong's home. A family meeting was underway. The atmosphere in the courtyard has been deteriorating lately. Liu Haizhong lamented. First, the deaf old lady's family was robbed. And last night Ma Dongshan's family was also robbed. Just now, I heard that Li Dong's family has also been robbed. To ensure the safety of our food supplies, we will now store our food in the living room. All 4 men in our family will stay armed in the living room to guard the food. We cannot let it be stolen. Lu Guangqi asked, Father, do you think Li Dong's food was truly stolen? Liu Haizhong frowned and replied, Guangqi, what do you mean? Liu Guangqi retorted, Li Dong has already been supporting Qin Jingru and Yu Shui. Last night, I saw he seemed to have brought Liu Shaoyi back too. Now he is supporting 3 women. Does he really look like someone in need of food? Indeed. Aunt Erchandai Li Dong claims his food has been stolen, but aren't those 3 women still living in his home? If his food had truly been stolen, those 3 women would have long since fled, right? How did I overlook that? At this moment, Liu Haizhong also came to a realization. So, Li Dong is deliberately hiding his food. Chapter 37. The clever grandson, including Ma Yunshan, they are not good people. Aunt Er exclaimed with indignation, if you don't want to share your food, just say so instead of putting on this act. Claiming your food was stolen is simply the behavior of a miser. Liu Haizhong furrowed his brow and replied, then tonight, should we expect Zhao Qi's food to be stolen as well? Father, let us not concern ourselves with Zhao Qi. We should focus on our own situation. Lu Guangtian whispered. Hu Qing said that relief food is on the way, but he has been merely placating everyone. The mere dozens of jin of food in our hands are nowhere near enough. We might starve by the time the relief food arrives. Ma Yunshan and Li Dong, these grain hoarders, only care about their own interests and do not give a thought to our survival. If we want to survive, we must take action. Liu Haizhong asked, what do you plan to do? Lu Guangtian lowered his voice and said, when we distributed food at Zhonghai's home, due to Aunt Yi's commotion, Hu Qing ultimately compromised and left over 100 jin of food for them. Zhonghai is an old recluse and can't consume that much. Tonight we should go to his home and take back that food. Huh? Liu Haizhong's expression suddenly changed. Guangtian, are you suggesting we steal? That's against the law. What is there to fear? The food from the deaf old lady's house was also stolen. Besides, this matter is essentially an open secret. It was definitely Su Damao's doing. Su Damao refuses to admit it, and Hu Qing can't do anything about it. Yet Liu Haizhong remained hesitant at this moment. Lu Guangfu also spoke up. Father, you can't hesitate any longer. Our family has the least food and the most mouths to feed that if we don't act now, once someone takes Zhonghai's food away, we will miss our chance. All right, Liu Haizhong declared resolutely. Tonight, the four of us will act together and go take down that old recluse. Zhonghai. Everyone prepare yourselves. We'll cover our faces and bring knives. Huh? Cover our faces and bring knives. Upon hearing Liu Haizhong's words, the crowd erupted into gasps. Liu Haizhong, however, continued calmly. Of course, there are thieves everywhere in the courtyard. We all know to protect our food. Do you think Zhonghai is a fool? He might even be hiding his food under the covers while he sleeps. If we don't use some ruthless measures, it will be a dream to get the food. Everyone nodded in agreement with Liu Haizhong's perspective. Liu Haizhong then instructed, tonight, we'll all wrap our faces tightly. Once we get there, we'll take the food without saying a word. If Zhonghai dares to resist, just give him a good beating. But don't kill him. Understood, Father? At the Jia family, Bang Gung discreetly approached Zhang Zuo. His intention was clear. Grandma, tonight we also want to find a way to get some food. Where can we obtain food? Zhang Zuo replied with a distressed expression. There is a food shortage everywhere. Even with money, we cannot buy any provisions. Bongging murmured softly. During the grain distribution yesterday, the deaf old lady received special treatment, managing to acquire over 70 jin of grain all by herself. If we could get our hands on that grain, it would sustain us for a very long time. That's indeed a clever solution. Bongging's suggestion struck Zhang Zuo like a revelation, awakening her from her stupor. My grandson is truly wise. Let's go over tonight and retrieve the supplies. But can we manage over 70 jin of grain? No problem. We can drag it back through the snow. Haha, my grandson is quite clever. Let's do it. The grain distribution yesterday was not allocated per person, but rather by household. Families like the Jia, Liu, and Yin. Despite their larger numbers, each received an average of 30 jin. The Shaju family, with only He Yushui remaining, also received 30 jin. The old deaf man, due to his advanced age and the theft of his grain, received a double portion. Zhang Zuo had long harbored resentment about this matter. After all, that old man lacked the ability to resist. Sneaking over at night to either steal or rob him would be entirely feasible. Why not take the old man's grain? It would be a waste not to. Within the courtyard, a current of intrigue flowed as each family calculated their own interests. That night was destined to be anything but ordinary. In the dead of night, the home of Zhonghai was the first to be robbed. Zhonghai and a woman lay asleep when suddenly a group of masked intruders burst through the door. Upon entering, the assailants bound the couple and gagged them with towels. Subsequently, the masked marauders plundered over 100 jin of grain hidden under Zhonghai's bed. That night, a fierce blizzard raged, and the howling winds masked the commotion, preventing any outsiders from noticing. Similarly, on that very night, the deaf old lady's home also fell victim to catastrophe. More cautious than Zhonghai, the old lady hid her grain not under the bed, but directly within her sleeping blanket. Alas, even this proved futile. The intruders were not mere thieves. They were brutal robbers. Under the cover of darkness, they beat the old lady mercilessly and made off with the bags of grain concealed in her bedding. The old lady, rolling and crawling, rushed to Hu Qing's home to rep Zhang Zuo, cast a fierce glare at Qin Huairu, then beckoned, Dongxu, come out with me for a moment. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. After Dongxu exited the house, Zhang Zuo led him to a secluded spot. Subsequently, she remarked, Dongxu, if things do not improve, we might as well sell this shrew, Qin Huairu. What? At her words, Jia Dongxu was taken aback. Mother, are you serious? You can't be joking about something like this. How could I jest about such a grave matter? Zhang Zuo continued. Not long ago, didn't Qin Huairu claim that Li Dong had taken a fancy to her? She said that by spending just one night with him, she could secure a meal of meat. Since Li Dong is so enamored with that wretched woman, why not simply sell Qin Huairu to him? We could ask for 200 jin of pork and 1,000 jin of grain supplies, enough to sustain us through the winter. Even if the snow is thick on the ground now, come spring, things will return to normal. Once the snow disaster is over, we can report Li Dong to the authorities for trafficking a respectable woman. Jia Dongxu hesitated. That might not be appropriate, right? Banging is already this old. If we sell Qin Huairu, he will never forgive us. Don't worry about banging. Zhang Zuo insisted confidently that I know that boy well. As long as he gets his fill of meat, he won't care about anything else. But, Jia Dongxu still had reservations. However, at that moment, Zhang Zuohua had made her final decision. Dongxu, you are a formal worker at the Hongxing Steel Factory. Once the calamity passes, I can find you a suitable young lady in the countryside. There's no need for a fickle woman like Qin Huairu, who has been bartering her charms for meat from Lidong. Under Zhang Zuohua's persuasion, Jia Dongxu finally came around. Yet, another doubt lingered in his mind. Mother. In order to acquire over 1,000 jin of supplies from Lidong, he must have that much to begin with. His home was recently robbed, and all his supplies were stolen. How could he possibly procure that much? What nonsense are you talking about? Jia Dongxu retorted dismissively to Li Dong is the strongest in our entire courtyard. Who would dare to rob him? Likely, he has hidden his grain and is fabricating this story of being robbed to deceive Hu Qing into thinking he has suffered a loss. He simply does not want to share his grain with us, right? How could I have overlooked that? Zhang Zuohua said, smacking her thigh out. If that's the case, Lidong must still have a considerable amount of grain. We should quickly sell Qin Huairu while he still has plenty. We can also offload those two burdens, Xiaodang and Zaiweiwa, along with her. Otherwise, with so many people at home, even if we bring back more grain, it will all be squandered. Jia Dongxu resolutely refused. Mother, if you pursue this plan, I cannot agree. Qin Huairu has betrayed me, consorting with Lidong behind my back for the sake of meat. Selling such a woman is one thing. But Xiaodang and Zaiweiwa are my own daughters. To do so would be inhumane. Zhang Zuohua was immediately incensed. Dongxu, have you lost your mind? It is a year of famine. How can we afford to sustain these useless mouths? We only need to raise banging to carry on our lineage to that moment. Jia Dongxu's expression darkened ominously. Zhang Zuohua, if you insist on this, then I believe you are equally worthless. Should I consider selling you as well? What? Zhang Zuohua was taken aback. Dongxu, are you even human? I am your mother. How can you utter such inhumane words? Jia Dongxu replied with a scowl. I am aware you are my mother, and Xiaodang and Zaiweiwa are my daughters. I would never sell you, but do not pressure me into selling my own daughters. If we sell off Qin Huairu, then so be it. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Zuohua and Jia Dongxu promptly made their way to Li Dong's residence. At that moment, Li Dong was warming himself by the fire and sipping tea, while he Yushui and Qin Jingru engaged in casual conversation within the room. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Qin Jingru hurriedly ran out to open it. Why are you here? Upon seeing that the visitors were the Jia mother and son, Qin Jingru could not help but snort disdainfully before retreating back inside. Jia Dongxu approached with a smile. Li Dong, are you interested in Qin Huairu? Even Li Dong, known for his composure, was taken aback by this question. Jia Dongxu continued jovially. If you fancy Qin Huairu, I can bring her over to you right away. She can live at your place, and you can do as you wished at that moment. While Li Dong was drinking tea, he was so shocked by Jia Dongxu's words that he spat out his drink. Surprised, he asked, Jia Dongxu, have you lost your mind? Qin Huairu is your wife. How could I treat her as I please? Jia Dongxu intended to express his thoughts delicately, but Zhang Zuohua abruptly revealed their intentions. Li Dong, I will be frank with you. We plan to sell Qin Huairu to you. Sell her to me. This time, it was Li Dong who was left speechless. However, Zhang Zuohua asserted boldly, indeed, since you have taken a liking to Qin Huairu, we are willing to accommodate you. Provide us with 300 jin of pork and 1,500 jin of grain, and we shall deliver Qin Huairu to you. My goodness, this Jia mother and son truly had the audacity to engage in human trafficking. Truth be told, the supplies Zhang Zuohua demanded were easily within Li Dong's reach. The crux of the matter was, why would Li Dong use his own supplies to sustain these scoundrels? Zhang Zuohua was indeed bold in her demands. Li Dong decisively rejected Jia Dongxu's request. You start with a demand for 1,800 jin of supplies. Where do you expect me to acquire that? Zhang Zuohua, however, pressed on shamelessly. Li Dong, our price is already very reasonable. I know you have stockpiled an abundance of supplies. Dead supplies can't compare to a living person. 1,800 jin of dead supplies in exchange for a beautiful woman who can cook, clean, and warm your bed. What's not to like? If you refuse, we might just sell her to another man, and then you might regret it. Li Dong nodded, chuckling. 1,800 jin of supplies. I certainly cannot afford her. You might as well sell her to someone else. At this, Zhang Zuohua was left in a fit of rage. After some contemplation, she relented. All right, Li Dong, how about this? We can lower our demand. 200 jin of pork and 1,000 jin of grain will suffice. I don't have that much, Li Dong replied after some thought. I can offer you 1 jin of pork and 5 jin of flour at most. What? Just that little? And you expect to buy a living person? Jia Dongxu immediately lost her temper. Li Dong, do you take us for fools? Li Dong shook his head, smiling. Zhang Suo, do not irritate me. Everyone is in need of food. My household barely has enough for the few of us. What would I want with Qin Huairu? She is neither as young nor as attractive as Jingru. To keep her at home would only waste food. What use would I have for her? Li Dong, you better not regret this. Mother, let us go. Jia Dongxu huffed disdainfully, signaling for Zhang Suo to leave. In truth, Jia Dongxu's strategy was one of feigned retreat. He believed that Li Dong would surely be reluctant to part with Qin Huairu. And by leaving, Li Dong would inevitably try to keep him. Once Li Dong extended an invitation to negotiate, the pricing would become more flexible. Unfortunately, the outcome left Jia Dongxu disappointed. Not once did they hear Li Dong calling them back as they walked home. However, Li Dong's miserly attitude led Zhang Suo to abandon the idea of selling Qin Huairu altogether. After all, when Jia Dongxu had married Qin Huairu, he had spent 10 yuan as a bride price. Now, to sell her for a mere 200 jin of pork and 5 jin of flour would be a loss beyond measure. A woman like Zhang Suo might relish taking advantage of others, but she would never willingly suffer a loss herself. That was truly a matter of life and death for her. The following morning, the esteemed gentlemen Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui gathered together. Simultaneously, Su Damao, Jia Dongxu, and the men of the courtyard arrived one after another, including Li Dong. The reason for this assembly was the significant event that transpired the previous night. The deaf old lady had passed away. Her home had been robbed once, and subsequently, raided by thieves. All her possessions were plundered thoroughly, and the old lady subsequently sought Hu Qing's assistance several times, but he refused to even open his door. Ultimately, the deaf old lady, beset by hunger and cold, succumbed to her fate in her home. When Zhonghai discovered her corpse, it had already frozen stiff. Zhonghai went to report this situation to Hu Qing, who claimed that his illness had worsened and he was unable to manage the matter. Given the current state of affairs, the 3 gentlemen from the courtyard convened with everyone to discuss the handling of the old lady's remains. The previous grain distribution had utterly tarnished Zhonghai's reputation, and the prestige of the first elder had been irreparably damaged. Moreover, Zhonghai's own home had also been stripped bare, rendering his situation dire. He contemplated seizing the opportunity presented by the old lady's funeral to restore his esteemed standing. If he could procure some supplies through this funeral, it would be even better. Once everyone had gathered, Zhonghai addressed the assembly. Dear neighbors, I trust you are all aware of the situation. The deaf old lady was a matriarch of our courtyard. Now that she has departed, we ought to honor her with a grand funeral. A splendid send-off. Let us discuss how to proceed with the arrangements. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. The ongoing snow disaster had persisted for over a month, leaving many families at their wits' end. Those still alive were barely scraping by. Who had the heart to concern themselves with someone who had already passed? Observing the silence, Zhonghai continued, since no one wishes to speak, allow me to share my thoughts. The funeral must be conducted with great solemnity. We each have our roles to fulfill. Let us designate 8 strong young men to carry the coffin. Additionally, we will need a dozen individuals to clear the snow from Sunyun Mountain and excavate a grave beneath the earth. The remaining individuals will don mourning garments as dutiful children. After Zhonghai's remarks, the assembly fell into an uneasy silence. In these trying times, when mere survival was a struggle, who was willing to engage in Zhonghai's antics? Most could only afford to eat thin gruel daily. Standing idle left them dizzy with hunger and weakness. Who had the strength for such labor? Yet, no one wished to be the dissenting voice against Zhonghai. Noticing the absence of opposition, Zhonghai swiftly proceeded with his next plan. Li Dong will oversee the excavation of the grave. I am too busy. Before he could finish, Li Dong interrupted. Damn it. I can't even fill my belly, and I'm feeling faint with hunger. How can I concern myself with the corpse of that old deaf woman? Zhonghai was instantly enraged. Li Dong, what kind of attitude is that? This is a special time. Everyone is struggling, and we must prioritize the greater good. Li Dong, uninterested in Zhonghai's ramblings, turned and headed home. But Zhonghai aimed to use this funeral to reclaim his authority and, in the process, gather some supplies. However, his initial command was outright ignored by Li Dong. If such behavior went unchecked, how could Zhonghai ever hope to restore his standing? Realizing this, Zhonghai hastened to block Li Dong's path. Li Dong, stop right there. Are you even listening to me? I had no ties with the old deaf woman in life. Li Dong retorted sternly. In fact, I disliked her greatly. I do not oppose you holding an extravagant funeral for her. I simply refuse to participate. Li Dong. Do you lack any sense of the bigger picture? The deaf old lady was our matriarch. Without her care, where would you be today? One must learn to be grateful. Your ingratitude renders you no better than a beast. With a swift motion, Li Dong struck Zhonghai across the face. The force of the slap left Zhonghai momentarily stunned. You, old doggy. Who are you calling a beast? Speak again. I dare you. You lawless thug. You better. Suddenly, Li Dong Liu Haizhong ultimately let out a sigh and did not pursue Zhang Dalai. The Zhang family comprises 4 members, Zhang Dalai and his wife, along with a son and a daughter. In terms of male lineage, the Zhang household has only 2, while the Liu family boasts 4. Undoubtedly, the Liu family is more numerous and powerful. However, even so, Liu Haizhong dared not act recklessly. Zhang Dalai used to work in a slaughterhouse, engaged in the grisly business of butchering pigs. Such individuals carry a heavy aura of menace, and their home is filled with an abundance of slaughtering knives, making them far from easy adversaries. Liu Haizhong had not yet reached a desperate point. He certainly would not engage in a life-and-death struggle with someone like him, with resources exceedingly scarce. No one wished to squander supplies on the corpse of an old deaf woman. This established that the assembly held that day would yield no results. Zhonghai wasted most of the day in vain, ultimately digging a hasty grave in the snow to bury the body. That afternoon, Liu Haizhong arrived at the courtyard to find Yu Li. Haizhong, what brings you here? Seeing Liu Haizhong's face pale from the cold and her shivering uncontrollably, Yu Li quickly ushered her inside. Liu Haizhong weakly stated, Sister, our family failed to stockpile food for this snow disaster, and we really can't endure it any longer. From now on, let me stay with you at the Yin family for a while. They have many people, so they must have stored quite a bit of food, right? Yu Li replied with a wry smile. Haizhong, you are overly optimistic. The Yin family hasn't hoarded much food either. They have a multitude of mouths to feed, and we ran out of supplies yesterday. We only have about 10 jin of cornmeal left at home, which allows us just 1 meal a day. And each person gets only a bowl of cornmeal porridge, not even a steamed bun. What? Liu Haizhong's expression immediately soured, and she lamented, What am I to do then? Our family is boiling tree bark in plain water every day. How about this, sister? You discuss it with old Yin and them. I want to take their food for free. I will pay. Father gave me 20 yuan, and I'll give all of it to old Yin. Just to have some cornmeal porridge for a few days. Yu Li sighed helplessly. Let me take you to talk to my father-in-law. What? You want Liu Haizhong to come to our house for meals? After Yu Li revealed her intentions, Yin Bugui turned pale with anxiety. Yu Li, it's not that I'm criticizing you. You know what we're eating right now, don't you? We're boiling grass roots and tree bark in our pot. Where would we have food to share with them? Coincidentally, Yin Bugui's words were overheard by Yin Jiefeng, the second son of the Yin family. Yin Jiefeng emerged from the inner room and said, Father, if Liu Haizhong is willing to marry me, I will gladly share half of my porridge with her. Before Yin Bugui could respond, Liu Haizhong immediately agreed, Sure, as long as you give me porridge. I'll marry you. Yin Bugui wanted to say more, but ultimately sighed, unable to voice his thoughts. Although Liu Haizhong was quite beautiful, the truth is that we are in a year of great disaster. And she is not more important than food. Nonetheless, Yin Jiefeng had stated he would squeeze out food from his own meager rations to provide for Liu Haizhong. The Yin family, currently subsisting on grass roots and tree bark, owed part of their survival to Yin Jiefeng's efforts. Therefore, Yin Bugui had little room to object. After coming to an agreement, Yin Jiefeng instructed Aunt San to prepare a pot of porridge exclusively for Liu Haizhong. A simple watery porridge would be insufficient to stave off hunger, so the pot prepared for Liu Haizhong contained added ingredients. Upon seeing the clear porridge on the table, Liu Haizhong felt overwhelmed. As she stirred with her chopsticks, she fished out some fine wood shavings. After tasting a bite, her expression changed dramatically. It was bitter and astringent, utterly unpalatable. This was food meant for humans, and it was revolting. Liu Haizhong shouted in anger. Aunt San, with a dark expression, retorted, Liu Haizhong, you are truly standing here without a care. This is a year of famine. Having these things to eat is already quite fortunate. Chapter 42. Settling matters with Liu Haizhong. Do you think every household is like Li Dong's, feasting on meat every day? Who Yu Haidang seized upon the key point. Which family has meat to eat? That would be Li Dong, of course. I still smelled meat at his house last night. Sister, hurry and take me to find Li Dong. Quickly. Aunt Sam began pouring cold water again. Yu Haidang, you might as well stop daydreaming. Li Dong's family now has 3 women to support. He cannot afford to take you in. Yu Haidang countered. Even if he doesn't support me, it would be good if I could have a meal of meat. I came to rely on my sister because I can't stand eating grass roots and tree bark anymore. Marrying Yin Jiefeng should at least get me a steamed bun, right? Aunt San's face darkened. You shameless little minx. I see you have ulterior motives. Get out, get out. Aunt San issued an eviction order, leaving Yu Li with no choice but to take Yu Haidang to find Li Dong during this special time. Li Dong's family was also living very discreetly. Cooking meat, braising meat, and such delectable dishes would give off too strong an aroma, easily inciting envy. Thus, in the outside world, Li Dong did not feast on meat at every meal, but had Lu Xiaoa and the others prepare some meat buns instead. At each meal, a few meat buns were placed on the table for anyone who wished to take one, if Lu Xiaoa and the others wanted to enjoy stewed or fried meat dishes. They would go to the space to eat. When Yu Haidang arrived at Li Dong's home, dinner was nearly over. That morning, Li Dong's family had eaten millet porridge, not the watery porridge of the Yin family, but a well-proportioned golden millet porridge. There were also 2 dishes on the table, spicy and sour cabbage and stir-fried bean sprouts. The dishes had been finished, with a few buns remaining and some millet porridge still in the pot. Sister Yuli, what brings you here? Is there something going on? Li Dong asked curiously. Yuli awkwardly replied, Li Dong, our family has run out of food, and we were hoping to borrow some from you. Qin Jingru, with a dark expression, retorted, Yuli, you really have the nerve to ask. This is a year of famine. My family has no food to lend you, so hurry and leave. While speaking, Qin Jingru began to push the Yu sisters toward the door. Yu Haidang refused to leave and loudly declared, Li Dong, if you give me a bite of white steamed bun, I'll stay and be your wife. How about that? Li Dong was utterly taken aback by Yu Haitang's bold proposition. However, hearing those words from her didn't seem too strange to why Yu Haitang was, after all, a materialistic woman, lazy and vain. Li Dong pondered for a moment and replied, white steamed buns. I don't have any here. Yu Haidang immediately questioned, aren't those white steamed buns on the table? Qin Jingru coldly countered, are you blind? Those are buns. Buns are great. They are my favorite. Yu Haidang shamelessly said, Li Dong, if you give me a bun, I'll stay and be your wife. How about that? Li Dong gestured for Yuli to join them, saying, Sister Yuli, if you don't mind, why not sit down and share a meal with us? Yuli's face turned crimson. Li Dong, don't misunderstand. I already have a man. I'm very happy to have a meal here with you, but I can't stay and be your wife. What nonsense? Li Dong said sternly, we are all neighbors in the same courtyard. Isn't it normal to help each other out? Please, eat without hesitation. Don't stand on ceremony. You don't need to say anything more. Hurry and sit down to eat. Yuli was still a bit hesitant, but Yu Haidang had already seated herself to eat. After taking a bite, Yu Haidang was overjoyed. It's actually lamb and scallion filling. I love this. Lamb. Yuli was momentarily stunned as she watched Yu Haidang devour the bun. She too lost her reservations and reached for one, yet there were still 4 buns left in the plate. And after Yu Haidang finished one, she immediately went for a second. Yuli, fearing Yu Haidang would take the last one meant for her, hurriedly snatched the final bun before Yu Haidang could. Seeing this, Yu Haidang became anxious. Sister, how could you do this? I'm not full yet, and you're taking and eating everything. What am I to do? Yuli stubbornly replied, Haidang, weren't you planning to stay? If you stay, you will have plenty to eat every day. This bun is just to satisfy my cravings. It seemed to make sense. Afterward, Yu Haidang looked at Li Dong and asked, Donggu, if I stay to be your wife, can I have a bite to eat? Li Dong hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, it is indeed tough. There's still millet porridge in the pot. Go have some. As Yu Haidang approached the pot to serve rice, Yu Li, with a heavy heart, followed suit. There was no alternative. She too was but a normal person, and life in the Yin household had proven to be exceedingly arduous. The remnants of food in the pot were scant, and both Yu Li and Yu Haidang managed to consume merely half a bowl each before it was depleted, while Yu Haidang wished to linger. Yu Li could not afford to, for she was a married woman, Such behavior with Li Dongqing would be utterly inappropriate. It is worth noting that Liu Xiao had been dismissed by Su Dama due to her alleged wastefulness and lack of utility to him, which had compelled her to seek refuge at the Li residence. Thus far, the Yin family had not driven Yuli away. After finishing her half bowl of porridge, Yuli voluntarily assisted Li Dong in washing the dishes. Preparing to take her leave at that moment, Li Dong interjected, "Sister Yuli, please do not depart just yet." "Ah, is there something else?" Yuli's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. "Li Dong, I am aware that you are a good man, but I am already married, and I fear, sister-in-law, what are you suggesting?" "That is not my intention," Li Dong replied with a grin. "What I meant to say is, the bun you have tucked away in your embrace should be consumed here before you return." Yuli, already on edge, felt her cheeks flush crimson at the exposure of her secret. However, she obediently retrieved the bun from her bosom. "Li Dong, I doubt you are in need of this single bun. I have nearly satiated my hunger," Li Dong solemnly stated. "If you take that bun home, you shall not be able to eat it. It is best consumed here before you leave." "Very well." Yuli understood the implication behind Li Dong's words. In Chapter 43, Who do you think you are? The Yin household was, at present, home to 7 or 8 ravenous individuals. Should Yuli take the meat bun back, it would be imperative to keep it a secret from them, lest she find herself deprived of even a single bite, as the Yin family would surely devour it all. As for Yuli's earlier claim of sneaking a bite alone, it was utterly implausible. In this frigid weather, with temperatures plummeting to over -40 degrees Celsius, a cold bun would become as hard as stone, rendering it impossible to bite into. Before indulging in the bun, Yuli would have to heat it over the stove. And with so many eyes in the Yin household, how could she possibly keep it hidden? Thus, Yuli had no choice but to finish the bun in front of Li Dong before making her exit. Meanwhile, upon the Yu sisters' arrival at the Li residence, Yin Sandama and Yin Jieqing had been eavesdropping outside, eager to ascertain the situation within. Once Yuli emerged, she was immediately met with Yin Jieqing's rebuke. "Yuli, how could you be so reckless? Liu Haizhong is an unmarried young lady, and you are so easily handing her over to that lecherous Li Dong." With a pained expression, Yuli retorted, "What else am I supposed to do? Haizhong herself wishes to stay for a morsel to eat." In a hushed tone, Yin Jieqing replied, "To simply give away a young woman like this to Li Dong is entirely unacceptable. A living person weighing over 90 pounds deserves at least an equivalent amount of pork in return. Li Dong must provide us with 100 pounds of pork if he intends to take you Haizhong." Yuli was left speechless. "Yin Jieqing, are you suggesting we sell Haizhong to Li Dong?" "Enough, enough." Just as Yin Jieqing was about to erupt, he was interrupted by Yin Sandama. "Calm down, De Cheng. We are all family here. Can't we discuss this rationally?" "Yuli, consider what Yin Jieqing just said. While it may be a bit excessive, it is not entirely without merit. For a young lady like Haizhong, if Li Dong wishes to marry her, he should offer some form of bride price. Right? It cannot be that a single bun suffices to secure the hand of a young woman." "Indeed," Yin Jieqing chimed in, "Haizhong, being an unmarried young lady, cannot just follow Li Dong without any clarity regarding her circumstances." "Yes," Yuli nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, but that Li Dong is no fool either. If you directly demand 100 pounds of pork from him, I fear he may retaliate." With a forced smile, Yin Jieqing replied, 100 pounds of pork may indeed be excessive. We could settle for 50 pounds of pork, along with 100 pounds of white flour and 200 pounds of cornmeal." "Forget it," Yuli asserted. "I believe we should consult our father first. Haizhong is willingly following Li Dong. If we ask for too much, and he refuses, we will be left with no recourse. It is best to ask for a reasonable amount without being overly greedy." Subsequently, the Yin family engaged in a brief discussion. Ultimately, Yin Bugue proposed a compromise. Should Li Dong wish to marry Liu Haizhong, he must provide the Yin family with 16.5 pounds of pork, 36 pounds of white flour, and 88 steamed buns. Yuli further stipulated that these provisions should be divided into 2 portions, one for the Yin family and the other to be returned to her own family. After all, Liu Haizhong was a daughter of the Yu family, not of the Yin family. Logically, the Yin family should not be entitled to the entirety of the bride price. However, as Yuli had orchestrated this match, it was reasonable for her to claim a portion on behalf of the Yin family. Once an agreement was reached, the Yin family returned to the Li household that very evening. "What? You have come to demand the bride price?" Upon hearing their intentions, Li Dong was taken aback. At that moment, Liu Haizhong interjected, "Yin Bugue, who do you think you are? I am willingly with Li Dong. I did not solicit your assistance in this matter. So why should the bride price be given to you? Yin Bugui, with a stiff demeanor, replied, Haitang, you are with Li Dong because your sister facilitated this union. The items we request from the Yin family can be considered a token of appreciation for your sister's matchmaking efforts. Now that you are enjoying a better life, you cannot just stand by while your sister suffers, can you? Yu Haidang furrowed her brows and turned to Li Dong. After some contemplation, Li Dong responded, I believe old Yin has a point. As a young woman, Haidang cannot just follow me without any proper arrangements. The bride price, the dowry, and the matchmaking gift should all be honored. However, old Yin, the bride price is not yours to collect. It should rightfully be received by her father. Yin Sandama queried, and what of the matchmaking gift? Yuli was the one who connected the two of you. Fuming, Yu Haidang replied, Yang Ruihua, how shameless can you be? Even if Yuli is my sister, she cannot rightfully claim half of my bride price. Before Yin Sandama could respond, Yu Haidang interrupted, Yang Ruihua, enough, the bride price is distinct from the matchmaking gift. They should never be conflated. The bride price is solely for my father. What authority do you have in this matter? Yin Bugui, infuriated, felt blood rise to his throat, yet he found himself powerless. Yin Jieqing, maintaining his resolve, insisted, we must at least receive the matchmaking gift, right? Yu Haidang retorted, do not forget your place. If it were not for our introduction, would you have ever met Li Dong, this wealthy benefactor? With unwavering confidence, Yu Haidang asserted, it was my sister who introduced me to him. What connection does it have to your Yin family? Yuli is still my wife. How can that be irrelevant? Yin Jieqing erupted in rage. Without hesitation, Yu Haidang declared, Sister, I suggest you stay with Li Dong and spare yourself the suffering of the Yin household. The resources here. Coughing lightly at this pivotal moment, Li Dong shot a glare at Yu Haidang. She quickly corrected herself. The food here, we can all conserve a bit. It should suffice to support you. Yu Li, with a bittersweet smile, replied, Haitang, do not jest. I am a married woman, and such behavior is inappropriate. You must deliver the bride price to our father. That is only fitting. However, do consider giving me a portion of the matchmaking gift, as our family also endures hardships. This matter is beyond my authority. You must negotiate with Li Dong. Yu Haidang shrugged off the responsibility. Li Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Typically, a matchmaking gift consists of a box of gifts, pastries, and the like. However, with the supply and marketing cooperative closed, acquiring such items is currently impossible. In Chapter 44, we can feast now, Yuli suggested. How about I treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude? Ah, is it merely a meal? Yin Jieqing protested. Li Dong, are you being rather stingy? Is that so? Li Dong chuckled. What I meant is, I will host a banquet for you, Li, complete with 8 dishes and 2 soups. If that is what you deem stingy, then the Yin brothers must possess an extraordinary sense of opulence. What? An 8-dish and 2-soup banquet. Yin Jieqing's spirits soared as he exclaimed, I have no objections. Let us arrange it thus. Tomorrow morning, we shall come to dine. Li Dong nodded in agreement. Let us proceed accordingly. Sister Yuli, please find a way to return home and bring your father and the others with you. Tomorrow morning, I will personally present the betrothal gifts to them, and I will host a banquet at my house at noon. You only need to come and enjoy the feast. Yuli readily responded. Then I will return home tomorrow and call my father over. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yu Haidang nestled in Li Dong's embrace and sweetly said, Donggu, I crave meat. Li Dong replied sternly. Haidang, you can not only think of eating, you must also contribute your share of effort. Shaoa and the others are busy preparing the meal. You should go help them gather the ingredients. All right, Donggu, I'll get to it right away. After Yu Haidang departed, Li Dong promptly accessed the system interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully adding the new female lead, Yu Haidang, and earning 1 point of luck. The current total luck value is 4 points, allowing for the awakening of a 4S level supernatural ability. System prompt. The era of universal supernatural ability awakening is approaching. It is anticipated that within the next 72 hours, the first Earth being will awaken a supernatural ability. To maintain an advantage, it is recommended that the host awaken their ability immediately. Li Dong decisively commanded, do not awaken yet. According to the system's classification of supernatural ability levels, a 4S level ability is already considered top tier. The probability of a 4S ability being born is 1 in 100 million. If Li Dong were to awaken such a level of ability, he would undoubtedly be among the foremost in the world. However, a 4S ability is not the strongest. There are even more formidable levels above it. The highest level, a 5S ability, has a probability of 1 in a billion, and this is what Li Dong is determined to acquire. Supernatural abilities are classified into grade levels and cultivation levels. The cultivation level determines the lower limit of the ability, while the quality level determines the upper limit. If Li Dong awakens a 4S ability now, he will forever remain at that level, unable to enhance its quality. Even if he does not seize this opportunity, he must wait until he accumulates 5 points of luck, by 10 o'clock in the morning. The Yu family arrived. Liu Haizhong's father, Yu Dong, mother Zhao Caixia, brother Yu Fan, and sister-in-law Yang Dongmei all came in a party of 4. Naturally, the Yin family also came along to join the festivities. As the guests gathered at Li Dong's home, it attracted many onlookers from the courtyard, eager to witness the excitement. At 11 o'clock in the morning, in front of the crowd, Li Dong presented a batch of supplies to Yu Dong as a betrothal gift. The specifications of the gift were as follows: 8 pounds and 8 ounces of pork, 1 large pig's head, 18 pounds of rice, 26 pounds of white flour, 36 pounds of cornmeal, and 36 pounds of sweet potato flour. In total, over 100 pounds of supplies were received, and with the addition of pork and fine grains, Yu Dong couldn't help but beam with joy. The onlookers were astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Zhang Suohua exclaimed, "Isn't this kid Li Dong's family supposed to have been robbed? How can they still have so much grain?" Second aunt remarked, "Who knows? But since Li Dong's family is well off, he should share with us all." It was agreed that resources would be distributed evenly. Why should he get special treatment? Liu Haizhong interjected, "Zhang Guilan, stop making a fuss. We'll discuss the grain distribution tomorrow. Right now, we should let others handle their important matters without causing trouble." Second aunt replied, "Understood." That noon, indeed, Li Dong hosted a grand banquet at home. Yin Jieqing also came to help and join the revelry, witnessing that there were indeed 8 dishes and 2 soups on the table. Moreover, this was no half-hearted affair. The 8 dishes included 1 roasted chicken, a large plate of twice-cooked pork, a large bowl of braised ribs, and a big plate of steamed fish. Additionally, there were cold beef, cold pig ears, beef stir-fried with greens, and 4 happiness meatballs. In summary, it was all meat dishes. The 2 soups consisted of old hen soup and lamb soup. Even in a normal year, how many families could feast on such a banquet? Let alone during a time of scarcity. In this era, for dishes and a soup would already be considered a lavish spread. The dining table was an 8 immortals table, which typically seats only 8 people. However, due to the larger number of guests, Li Dong instructed Liu Haizhong to add an extra chair to each of the 4 corners of the table, allowing for a total of 12 seats. Li Dong arranged for Yu Dong and his wife to sit at the head of the table, followed by Lu Xiao, He Yushui, Qin Jingru, and Yu Haidang, who took their places one after another. Subsequently, Yu Fan and his wife were seated. Thus, the main positions on the 4 benches were filled. 2 spots remained, but a large group from the Yin family stood nearby. Li Dong glanced over and said, "Third uncle, third aunt, please join us at the table." "Ah, we're coming," third aunt exclaimed joyfully, eager to take a seat. At that moment, Yin Jiefeng pulled her back, saying, "Mom, perhaps you should refrain. The table is filled with rich and greasy dishes. You might not be able to eat them. Let me take your place." "What nonsense. I have endured a diet of roots and bark. How can I let this opportunity go to waste?" third aunt retorted. As she approached the table, she had no time for pleasantries, as Yang Dongmei had already grabbed her chopsticks and started eating. Pleasantries? There was no time for that. Everyone quickly dug in, with the time spent on formalities. The entire table could be cleared before one could finish chatting. Thus, the guests wasted no time, eagerly feasting. Yin Jieqing and his companions stood at the door, akin to frantic dogs, yet there was nothing they could do. With all the seats occupied, they couldn't simply seize the food in front of Yan Bugui. Third aunt, an elderly woman, could hardly consume much of the greasy fare. Was that a problem? Certainly not. Originally, third aunt had no intention of sitting down just for the food. She had ulterior motives. After symbolically eating a few bites, she swiftly snatched a roasted chicken and tucked it away. Zhao Caixia was just about to grab a chicken wing when it was taken by Yang Ruihua. How could this be tolerated? Zhao Caixia's face darkened immediately. "Yang Ruihua, what's the meaning of this? We're all here to enjoy a meal. How can you behave like this?" Third aunt grinned shamelessly. "The chicken's legs have been taken. There is hardly any meat left. I just intended to take a little home for the children." "Humph, what a shameless thing. Third aunt was instantly enraged. Zhao Caixia, why are you being so fierce? This meal was originally hosted by Li Dong for the matchmaker. Yuli is the matchmaker, and she is indeed our Yin family's daughter-in-law. Yuli is also my daughter. What does this have to do with your Yin family? At this moment, Yin Bugue hurriedly intervened. In-laws, let's not escalate things. All right, there is plenty of food on the table. Before Yin Bugue could finish his sentence, Yang Dongmei had already stood up. She poured an entire bowl of chicken soup into her takeout container and followed it with a braised fish. Soon after, Yu Fan, Zhao Caixia, and others joined in, taking food as well. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, third aunt hurriedly scooped some twice-cooked pork into her own container. She then attempted to grab the lamb soup but was shoved to the ground by Zhao Caixia. Zhao Caixia cursed, "Shameless wretch, get lost." Once third aunt struggled to her feet, nearly all the food on the table had been snatched away by Yu's family. The only dish left was the beef stir-fried with greens. Conveniently placed before Li Dong, who still held his chopsticks, and Yu's family hesitated to take it. Take it, take it. I'm already full. Given the circumstances, Li Dong had lost all appetite, despite Yu's 3 members trying to outpace third aunt. They were ultimately no match for her speed. Before Li Dong could finish speaking, she had already snatched the plate away. Zhao Caixia was instantly furious. Yang Ruihua, you wretch, do you want to die? Give me back my food, or I'll make you regret it. Enough. At a critical moment, Yu Dong slammed the table and admonished, Zhao Caixia, have you had enough of your antics? Don't you realize what occasion this is? Be quiet. Yin Bugue quickly stepped in, saying, Yang Ruihua, you have gone too far. Everyone hasn't eaten yet. This is unacceptable. All right, if you want to take food, do so, Li Dong declared loudly. Haiteng, Yu Shui, you all go boil some noodles. And let us serve everyone a bowl of noodle soup. The banquet consisting of 8 dishes and 2 soups has been completely consumed. As for the noodles that followed, they could not be packed away. Each person was allotted a single bowl, with no second helpings available. The crowd was simply too large, and according to the rules, these noodles were designated as staff meals, meant not only for the guests, but also for the helpers. The entire Yin family lingered at Li Dong's home all morning under the guise of assisting, yet they found themselves unable to partake in the banquet noodles. At least one bowl of noodles was still necessary. After each person consumed their bowl, they gradually dispersed to the Yin family residence. Aunt San heated a few dishes she had packed away, filling a large basin. The family gathered around the stove, savoring the delicious meat. Finally relishing a satisfying meal. In truth, Aunt San intended to divide the packed meals into 10 portions, ensuring at least 1 meat dish per meal. However, the Yin family desired to indulge thoroughly in this moment, not wishing for a slow and meager existence. After all, even if they saved the meat, it wouldn't amount to much. Better to relish it all at once. Once satiated, Aunt San addressed Yuli. Yuli, it is time to return the 5 pounds of cornmeal you borrowed from home. All right, Yuli readily agreed. I'll go home this afternoon and ask my father for the 5 pounds of cornmeal. Yuli, one must understand the importance of gratitude. Aunt San said earnestly, our family helped you during your most difficult times. Now that your family has received a bride price and is better off, you should at least give us 10 pounds of cornmeal and perhaps 2 pounds of pork. Or, how about sharing half of that pig's head with us? Yuli shook her head vigorously. Mother, please don't put me in a difficult position. Our family has indeed acquired some supplies, but there are many mouths to feed. I'm sure my father will agree to return what we borrowed, but I doubt he'll give more than that. Yin Jiecheng was displeased. Yuli, how can you be so ungrateful? If my mother hadn't reminded you, would you have remembered to introduce Yu Haiteng to Li Dong? Now your family has amassed over 100 pounds of supplies, and we haven't received a single thing. You promised to treat us to a meal, but Zhao Caixia has taken nearly everything. Even if you don't consider us, shouldn't you think of yourself? With so much grain and pork coming home, will you even get a taste? Yuli was momentarily speechless, after a long pause. She finally said, then I will try to ask for more when I return home. Yin Jiecheng was suddenly delighted. That's the spirit. Once you bring the supplies back, you too will benefit. Not just us. In the dead of night, Aunt San quietly conferred with Yin Bugue, old Yin. Although Li Dong is somewhat harsh with outsiders, he is quite generous with relatives. Why don't we consider establishing a familial connection with him? Huh? Yin Bugue asked. What do you mean, Yang Ruihua? I mean, whatever the Yu family can obtain, we can too. What nonsense. The items Li Dong gave to the Yu family were part of the bride price. Aunt San retorted, the Yu family has daughters, and so do we. Are you referring to Xiao Di? Indeed. Aunt San replied without hesitation. Our Xiao Di is just as attractive as Liu Haizhong. Introducing Xiao Di to Li Dong means less competition for food and a chance to acquire a substantial amount of supplies. No. Yin Bugui shook his head vigorously. Li Dong already has a multitude of women around him. Women like Liu Haizhong, who have no shame, are one thing, but our Xiao Di has her dignity. This is not acceptable. Sighing, Aunt San lamented. Given our current situation, even if Xiao Di stays home, starvation is her only fate. Besides, this is special time. Finding her a place to eat will at least keep her alive. Right? Later, when spring arrives and resources are plentiful, we can have her return. Although her reputation may suffer a bit, it's far better than dying of hunger. Chapter 46. Only picking on the soft ones, just look at how thin Xiao Di has become. Sighed Yin Bugui. Yang Ruihua, don't hold out too much hope for the coming spring. The severity of this snow disaster has already wiped out the wheat seedlings in the fields. This calamity is global. The crops have been completely lost. It will take until the autumn harvest for any hope of recovery. So, what other options do we have? Aunt Sin seized the moment. Li Dong is supporting 4 women at home and still dares to host banquets for us. He must have abundant supplies. If Xiao Di marries over, she will at least have something to eat and might even be able to help our Yin family occasionally. Aunt San's words sparked a light in Yin Bugui's eyes. That's a rather clever plan. However, whether it will work or not depends on you discussing it with Xiao Di. All right, I will speak with her tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Liu Haizhong was in a frenzy, holding a knife and barking like a mad dog. Father, you can't hesitate any longer. Tonight, we will go eliminate Li Dong and seize all his grain. We are on the brink of starvation, while this fellow is swimming in wealth. Lu Guangqi echoed the sentiment. Yes. Father, we must go through with this, Liu Haizhong inquired. But can you defeat Li Dong? Lu Guangtian hesitated for a moment, but quickly became indignant. Going solo is impossible, but if we all join forces, it won't be a problem. Liu Haizhong smiled wryly. What if we, as a family, still can't match Li Dong's strength? Father, you're being too cowardly, the Liu brothers protested in unison. Yet, Liu Haizhong held firm. This isn't cowardice. Just think about it. If we can't even beat Shaju, what chance do we have against Li Dong? With just one slap, Li Dong took down Shaju. Going after him might spell disaster for us. Upon hearing this, the Liu family fell silent. Liu Haizhong then continued. Let us forget about Li Dong for now, but we can still find a way to acquire supplies from the Yu family. They received over 100 pounds of supplies for the wedding, plus a huge pig's head. If we can get our hands on those, it will sustain us for quite some time. Lu Guangfu frowned. But the Yu family is 2 men. It may not be easy. What is there to fear? They have 2 men, but we have 4. Liu Haizhong insisted. Let us scout the area tomorrow morning and make our move at night. The following morning, Yuli returned to her family home alone. Upon stating her intentions, Yang Dongmei's expression darkened. Yuli, have you lost all sense of gratitude? You grew up eating the Yu family's food. And now you want to take back 5 pounds of cornmeal to give to your parents? Are you even human? Indeed, Yu Fan chimed in. Yuli, you're going too far. Our grain won't last until spring. Just leave it be. At this critical moment, Zhao Caixao intervened. Yu Fan, Yang Dongmei, how can you both be so ungrateful? Yuli rarely comes home. Why turn this into a fuss? Yu Fan scoffed and temporarily retreated. However, Yang Dongmei remained steadfast in front of the grain storage, refusing to let Yuli take any grain to at this juncture. Zhao Caixao spoke up. Yuli, Haiding is living quite well at Li Dong's place. If things don't work out for you here, why not join her? Yuli's face changed dramatically. Mother, what are you saying? I am a respectable woman. Suddenly, Zhao Caixao let out a sorrowful wail. Weeping uncontrollably. My daughter, I know you've suffered at the Yin family. Look how thin you've become. I'll provide you with food. You heartless woman, Yang Dongmei, get out of my way. In the midst of scolding Yang Dongmei, Zhao Caixao secretly signaled her to step aside. Understanding the cue, Yang Dongmei reluctantly retreated. Subsequently, Zhao Caixao took 10 pounds of cornmeal, 2 pounds of flour, and half a pound of pork from the grain storage, packing them all into a bag. After handing the supplies to Yuli, Zhao Caixao began to cry again. My daughter, even with all this grain, your sister-in-law and the others won't be pleased. But this amount won't last you long. Once you finish this, what will you do? At this moment, tears welled up in Yuli's eyes as well, with a grain shortage all around. What options did she have? In the present circumstances, it is still possible to gather roots and tree bark to stave off hunger. However, as the snow disaster persists, the number of those foraging for bark will inevitably increase. Ultimately, when even the roots and bark are stripped bare, that will indeed be a true inferno. Observing Yu Li in tears, Zhao Caixia continued to persuade her. Li, heed your mother's advice. Li Dong is a fine young man, truly respectful and well-mannered. Just stay at his home for a while, and when spring arrives and the snow melts, you may return to the Yin family. Mother is not coveting Li Dong's meager possessions. She simply cannot bear to see you suffer. Look at how the child is starving. Oh dear. Under Zhao Caixia's entreaties, Yu Li began to relent. Mother, I understand that you mean well, but I still cannot overcome this hurdle. Fear not. Zhao Caixia continued. Li, stay at home for a time. We have meat to eat now. Very well, Yu Li conceded, noting that Yang Dongmei offered no objection. And with a heavy heart, she nodded. The tides have turned. The resources of the Yu family now surpass those of the Yin family. Remaining at home would afford her better sustenance. As for Yang Dongmei, she would naturally not oppose it. Just yesterday, Liu Haizhong's marriage brought back over 100 pounds of provisions for the Yu family, including rice, flour, and pork. Everything one could desire. It was evident from Zhao Caixia's demeanor that she intended to offer Yu Li to Li Dong in exchange for a bride price. With 4 people in the Yu household, relying solely on the 100+ pounds of supplies given by Li Dong would not suffice to last until spring. One must realize that it will take at least 3 more months until the weather truly warms. The 4 members of the Yu family require a minimum of 3 to 4 pounds of grain daily to sustain themselves. If Yu Li were to go to Li Dong's, obtaining another portion of supplies would be more than adequate. Chapter 47. Uncle Heir leads the robbery. Yu Li was not foolish. She grasped Zhao Caixia's intentions. However, she was genuinely worried about the future of the Yin family, with too many mouths to feed. Their resources were rapidly depleting, and the coarse grains at home were nearly exhausted. For a long while, they might have to subsist on boiled tree bark. By following Li Dong, she could at least lead a semblance of a normal life. Surviving this snow disaster was the prerequisite for contemplating the future. If they could not withstand this calamity, they would meet the same fate as the deaf old woman, lost in the frozen expanse. The Yu family had taken home a bounty of food from the banquet, even salvaging remnants from the kitchen, all thanks to Zhao Caixia. That evening, Yu Li dined on steaming white buns paired with savory dishes. What a delight it was. After dinner, Zhao Caixia arranged for Yu Dong and Yu Fan to share a room, while she, Yu Li, and Yang Dongmei occupied another. Seizing the quiet of the night, Zhao Caixia and Yang Dongmei once again urged Yu Li to consider Li Dong. After much persuasion, they finally succeeded. Yu Li agreed to go with Li Dong. In the dead of night, as the Yu family slept soundly, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility. Bang! The front door was violently smashed open. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, 4 masked men armed with knives stormed into the room, their intentions clear as they headed straight for the granary, which was located in the very room where Yu Li and the other women resided. The intrusion sent the women into a frenzy of screams. Help! Someone, please! Yang Dongmei shrieked, only to be met with a brutal strike to the back of her head from one of the assailants. Rendering her unconscious, the masked men swiftly gagged Zhao Caixia and Yu Li, silencing their cries. Who dares to disturb my home? Yu Dong bellowed, brandishing a shovel as he rushed forward. The assailants swiftly converged on him, overwhelming him with their numbers. Yu Fan, oblivious to the danger, foolishly charged in, only to be met with a flurry of lethal strikes from the 4 desperate criminals. Realizing his son was in peril, Yu Dong could only join the fray, wielding his shovel with determination. The Yu family's resistance was fierce, but alas, they were outnumbered and outmatched. Once the masked men subdued the 2 men, they began ransacking the house for supplies. Zhao Caixia, witnessing the chaos, threw her arms around the granary, refusing to let go despite the blows raining down upon her. Though bloodied, she clung to her precious grain, unwilling to relinquish it. Ultimately, she succumbed to the onslaught and lost consciousness, allowing the intruders to plunder the household mercilessly. That moment, Yu Li was paralyzed by fear, frozen in place and unable to move. Suddenly, Yu Dong, who was being restrained, let out a desperate roar. You beasts! This is our family's lifeline. I will fight you to the death. With a surge of strength, he broke free from the grasp of 2 assailants, but his struggle drew the attention of the others, who rushed over to bind him. In that instant, Yu Li found her chance. Scanning the room for a weapon, she spotted a teapot. Thinking quickly, she seized it, uncorked it, and hurled boiling water at the masked men. Ouch! They cried, scalded by the scalding liquid. That moment, Yuli suddenly recognized one of the intruders. Uncle Air, is that you? Run, our cover is blown. Everyone, flee. Liu Haizhong had not anticipated being recognized despite his mask, and he felt utterly humiliated. Had he remained silent, Yuli would never have discerned their identities. However, the sheer pain from the boiling water rendered him incapable of remaining composed. Lu Guangtian, undeterred, boldly declared, now that our identities are revealed, we may as well eliminate them all. Liu Haizhong, gritting his teeth, replied, forget the killing. Let us take these supplies and leave. Thus, the Liu family departed with dozens of pounds of grain and a pig's head in tow. With Liu Haizhong's identity compromised, the Yu family was not about to let the matter rest. That very night, Yudong urgently contacted several relatives and friends. The following morning, a band of over a dozen men set out to the courtyard, intent on confronting the Liu family. Before launching their assault, Yudong first visited the neighborhood office to inform Hu Qing of the situation. For some time, Hu Qing had feigned illness to avoid involvement in disputes. However, the severity of this incident was too dire to overlook. It could easily escalate into a matter of life and death. After careful consideration, Hu Qing resolved to intervene personally. Under Hu Qing's direction, the group arrived at the Liu household. Liu Haizhong, feeling guilty, had locked the doors tightly. Refusing to emerge, Hu Qing called out sternly from outside, Liu Fatty, open the door this instant. You will not escape accountability for today's events. Let us in. Bang, bang, bang. Hu Qing pounded on the door, but within, there was only silence. Yudong, losing patience, began kicking the door with force. Unfortunately, Liu Haizhong had fortified the entrance, and no matter how hard Yudong kicked, the door remained steadfast. Yu Fan suggested, Father, let us break a window and storm in to deal with Liu Haizhong. That might not be wise. Hu Qing interjected urgently. Old Yu, do not act impulsively. That would be illegal. Yudong retorted angrily. I would prefer not to resort to such measures. But how else can we get Liu Haizhong to open his door? Liu Fatty has stolen our life-sustaining grain and now hides like a coward. This is intolerable. Then smash it. Break it down. Hu Qing attempted to reason, but the men of the Yu family had already begun their rampage, shattering windows with fervor. In no time, they had broken a window, and just as Yu Fan was about to enter, a brick came flying from inside, striking him squarely on the forehead. Chapter 48. The malicious intent of the Yin family revealed. Ouch. The brick struck, leaving Yu Fan bloodied and howling in pain. Lu Guangtian, peering from the window, threatened, Yudong, if you dare to provoke us again, I will see you dead. Hu Qing was incensed. Lu Guangtian, you lawless thug, lay down your weapons and step outside. The actions of the Liu family the previous night, robbing and assaulting, constituted serious crimes, and I advise you to cease this foolishness. Aunt Air, standing by the window, cried out, Director Hu, we were left with no choice. If there were any grain to eat, who would willingly take such risks? Hu Qing's voice was stern and imposing. Zhang Guilan, you better behave yourself. I do not care what reasons you may have. The act of robbing others is absolutely unacceptable. Your current actions have already violated the law, and you must accompany me to the police station for processing. At this moment, Liu Haizhong also spoke up. All right, Hu Qing, go to the police station to file a complaint and let the police take us away. I would rather go to prison than starve to death out here. But first, you must call the police. Then we will open the door for you. At this point, Hu Qing found himself utterly helpless. Liu Haizhong was not wrong. In times like these, spending time in prison might even be more bearable. The constraints of imprisonment held no terror for individuals like Liu Haizhong. To deter such thugs, one could only resort to executing them on the spot. Yet Hu Qing had no authority to do so. The situation on site had reached a stalemate, prompting Yudong to suggest, everyone, go find some firewood and let us burn Liu Fatty, this robber, alive in the house. Hu Qing was instantly alarmed. Yudong, I warn you not to act recklessly. I will report Liu Haizhong's misdeeds to my superiors. Once the snow disaster passes, they will face the consequences. Those who deserve death will be executed, and those who deserve imprisonment will be imprisoned. Do not bring ruin upon yourself and others if you set fire to their family. Your justification will vanish. Moreover, this courtyard comprises interconnected houses. You have no idea how many lives you might take with one fire. Zhao Caixia echoed in agreement. Old you, it's better to let this go. You certainly must not cause any fatalities. However, Yudong remained unwilling to compromise, striding to the window and shouting, Liu Fatty, listen well. You stole our grain last night. You must return at least half of it. Otherwise, I will burn down your doghouse today, even if it leads to our mutual destruction. If I die, dragging your entire family down with me will be worth it, Liu Haizhong stubbornly retorted. At most, I will return you 10 jin of cornmeal. I want tea give a single grain more. Yu Dong, you burn my house today. Tomorrow, I will burn yours that if we both perish, so be it. The two sides exchanged threats, ultimately reaching a compromise, with Liu Haizhong throwing out 10 jin of cornmeal and the Yu family leaving in resignation. Following this incident, Liu Haizhong's status as the second elder was completely shattered. That afternoon, Hu Qing publicly criticized Liu Haizhong on the street, warning everyone to remain vigilant against this robber. Liu Fatty's infamy would linger, leaving the courtyard in a state of unease. As night fell, the Li family gathered around the stove, discussing what to eat the next day, when suddenly a knock resounded at the door. Qin Jingru hurried to the door and peeked through the crack, saying, Donggu, it's third uncle and them. Let them in. Upon receiving Li Dong's permission, Qin Jingru opened the door. Yin Bugue and third aunt entered first, followed by the three Yin brothers pushing Yin Jeti inside. Third uncle, Li Dong inquired. Third aunt cried out, Li Dong. Our family simply cannot endure any longer. We can no longer support Xiaodi. Please let her stay with you, just so she can have a meal. Yin Jeqing immediately chimed in. Li Dong, my sister is no worse than Yu Haidang. Let her stay at your place tonight. But the betrothal gift cannot be lessened. Yin Bugue quickly clarified. Li Dong, since we have many family members, we don't need those finer grains. We don't want pork either. Just give us 100 jin of cornmeal and 100 jin of sweet potato flour. How does that sound? Of course, if you are kind, a meal would be appreciated as well. Li Dong glanced at Yin Jeti, noticing her tear-streaked face as she wept. Third uncle, this may not be appropriate. I see Xiaodi is clearly unwilling. Yin Jiefeng declared loudly. Her opinion does not matter. Our parents will decide. Besides, we are doing this for her own good. She simply does not understand. Li Dong inquired. Xiaodi, what are your thoughts? Yin Jeti suddenly fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Father, Li Dong is too fickle. I do not want to marry him as a concubine. Please, do not sell me. I can hardly consume much grain. I beg you to let me return. In an instant, Yin Jeti was a pitiful sight, weeping profusely. Yin Jiefeng, enraged, raised his hand and slapped Yin Jeti across the face. You ungrateful girl. You dare to go back on your word. I think you deserve a beating. Just as Yin Jiefeng was about to strike her again, Yin Bugue hurriedly intervened. Yin Jiefeng, are you even human? She is your own sister. If it's not feasible, then let it go. We should leave. Yin Bugue sighed helplessly and beckoned everyone to depart. At that moment, third aunt suddenly knelt before Yin Jeti, pleading, Xiaodi, please stay with us. Even if you return home now, there will be nothing to eat. Staying with Li Dong at least guarantees a meal. Yet, Yin Jeti stubbornly replied, Mother, I would rather starve than engage in such dubious dealings. I beg you, take me back. You truly are hopeless. Third aunt suddenly turned cold, huffing disdainfully as she walked away. The rest of the Yin family gradually followed suit, leaving Yin Jeti with no choice but to follow behind them. Upon returning home, Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jeqing cornered Yin Jeti at the door. Yin Jeqing scowled. Xiaodi, do not force my hand. If we had any grain left, I would not resort to such measures. Now, your only option is to live with Li Dong. Chapter 49. I laid it all out. Yin Jeti pleaded desperately. Brother, I beg you to let me in. I want to be a freeloader. I can work. Tomorrow, I will go with you to the mountains to peel bark and dig for roots. Is that acceptable? Peeling bark. Yin Jiefeng coldly retorted. The bark within a 10-mile radius has all been stripped bare. As for digging for roots, don't even think about it. The snow is 7 or 8 meters deep. Where can we find roots? Please, let me in. Yin Jeti implored, but Yin Jiefeng responded only with a harsh slap. Subsequently, the Yin brothers locked the door, leaving Yin Jeti outside. The temperature had plummeted to below -45 degrees, and after being left outside for over an hour, Yin Jeti was on the verge of freezing. Tears at her eyes and snot on her face had frozen into icicles, while the two brutes inside resolutely refused to open the door. As a helpless girl, what could she do? She could only muster her last bit of strength and head to Li Dong's home. By this time, Li Dong had already gone to bed. Hearing the knock, he peered through the window and, upon recognizing Yin Jeti, rushed to open the door. What brings you here again? Li Dong asked. Yin Jeti sobbed. Li Dong, could you spare me a bite to eat? I am so hungry. What? Did they not feed you dinner? Li Dong inquired. Yin Jeti, already on the verge of tears, lost control and began to wail. Li Dong did not comfort her but gestured. Jingru, go fetch 2 steamed buns. Warm them by the stove for her, and pour her a cup of hot water. All right, Donggu, I will do it right away. Yin Jietti drank the hot water in one go and nibbled on a few bites of the steamed buns. Regaining some strength, however, she still held a stubborn stance. Li Dong, I know you are a good person, but I still cannot be with you. You have too many women around you. If you send all the other women home and keep only me, I would still be willing to marry you. Qin Huairu was instantly furious. Yin Jietti, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to bite the hand that feeds you? I just heated up buns and poured you water. And now you want to chase me away? Are you even human? Yin Jietti replied, I understand. Li Dong will certainly not abandon you all. So, tomorrow I must return. Yin Jietti, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. After being well fed and watered, you think only of leaving. At this critical moment, Li Dong spoke again. All right, Jingru, let it be done. If she wants to leave, let her go. This is not a prison where I can keep her locked up. He then ran to the bedroom, retrieving a thick quilt from the wardrobe and giving it to Yin Jietti. Xiaodi, you can make do on the table in the living room tonight. You can return home when dawn breaks. Thank you so much, Dong Gu. Li Dong did not take advantage of the situation, which indeed allowed Yin Jietti to breathe a sigh of relief, given the current circumstances, having just consumed Li Dong's food. She would have found it exceedingly difficult to refuse him if he had chosen to exploit her vulnerability by demanding her companionship. That night, Yin Jietti spent the entire night in the living room of Li Dong's home. By the early hours of the following morning, she was eager to return and check on her family's situation. To her dismay, the Yin family door remained firmly shut, after knocking for what felt like an eternity. Anson finally opened it. Little D, you stayed at Li Dong's house last night, didn't you? Yin Jietti exclaimed in anger. Mother, how could you do this? I am your own daughter. Aunt San replied with a scowl. You should come back and see if we have any food left. Our family's rations depended solely on the few pounds of grain your sister-in-law brought, and since she returned home, she hasn't come back. What's wrong with you spending some time with Li Dong? Once this calamity passes, you can return. It's only a matter of a few months. I simply want you to survive, rather than watching you starve to death. Why waste words with her? Just tie her up and send her back. Yin Zheqing and Yin Jiefeng exchanged glances, ready to grab some rope from the corner. Yin Bugue, infuriated, retorted, You two beasts, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Just send your sister over peacefully. Don't engage in such disgraceful antics. With Yin Bugue's intervention, the Yin brothers finally abandoned their plan to bind Yin Jietti. However, they still seized her arms and forcibly escorted her back to Li Dong's home. Li Dong did not expel Yin Jietti, but allowed her to stay. With the outside temperature plunging below zero, Yin Jietti had nowhere else to go and could only brace herself to remain at Li Dong's house. About half an hour later, Liu Haizhong and Liu Haizhong brought dishes to the table. For breakfast, Li Dong's family had sweet potato porridge and lamb scallion dumplings, although there were no stir-fried dishes. They had boiled eggs, both regular and salted duck eggs. Having come from the year 2024, Li Dong had little desire for meat. Instead, he found the sweet potato flour quite pleasant, with 5 pairs of chopsticks and 5 bowls. There was no portion set aside for Yin Jietti. Although she had consumed 2 dumplings the previous night, she had long digested them, watching Li Dong and the others eat with great appetite. She reached out to grab a boiled egg. What do you think you're doing? That's mine. Liu Haizhong immediately intervened, using her chopsticks to swat Yin Jietti's hand away. Liu Haizhong, with a frosty demeanor, stated, Yin Jietti, do you really not see yourself as an outsider? There are 10 boiled eggs, and no one here prepared any for you. The other women regarded Yin Jietti as a homewrecker and naturally did not treat her kindly. Feeling that Li Dong was quite accommodating, Yin Jietti turned her gaze to him, saying, Dong Gu, I'm hungry too. Li Dong sighed in resignation. Well, I wasn't feeling well this morning, so you can have this egg. Yin Jietti took the egg from Li Dong's hand and devoured it in a few bites. This little bit isn't enough to fill me up. Dong Gu, can I have another dumpling? Li Dong set down his chopsticks and replied calmly. Little D, we are all neighbors in the same courtyard. Helping each other is essential. However, our food did not fall from the sky. That I see you have no intention of staying, so you should go back and find your father. With no other choice, Yin Jietti could only leave in defeat. After departing from Li Dong's home, she returned to the Yin family once more. This time, Yin Bugue reprimanded his sons and allowed Yin Jietti to enter. At that moment, the Yin family was also having breakfast. In front of each person was a bowl of boiled tree bark and plain water. Although Yin Jietti found it hard to swallow, she steeled herself and headed to the kitchen. Following her plan, she intended to scoop a bowl of boiled tree bark water to make do. However, upon arriving in the kitchen, she discovered that the pot contained only plain water. All the bark had already been taken. With no other option, Yin Jietti poured herself a bowl of hot water. This water, which had been boiled with tree bark, was bitter and astringent, far worse than plain water, making it nearly impossible to consume. At that moment, Aunt San spoke up. Little D, all the nearby tree bark and roots have been stripped bare. Your brothers might have to go several miles away to gather more. It's best if you don't go. Anyway, that Li Dong is a lecher. Even if you don't want to be with him, it wouldn't hurt to go and scrounge a bit of food. Mother, Yanjetti's lips curled slightly as she attempted to voice her thoughts but found no words came forth. After a long pause, she finally said, since you all don't want me to stay, then I shall leave. Holding the bowl of bitter and astringent yellow water, Yanjetti ultimately could not bring herself to drink it. She felt that what she was trying to uphold meant nothing to the rest of the Yin family. All they seemed to care about was selling her off to Li Dong in exchange for some food that if she did not obediently go to Li Dong to trade for grain, she would be seen as a sinner in the eyes of the Yin family. This household was no longer the warm family she once knew. She felt no warmth here, only an overwhelming chill. Given this, it seemed best to go with the flow. First, she needed to ensure her own survival through this merciless disaster. Ultimately, in front of Yin Bugue and Yang Ruehua, Yanjetti kowtowed 3 times before covering her face and sprinting towards Li Dong's home. By the time Yanjetti arrived, breakfast at Li Dong's home had already concluded. Today, it was He Yushui's turn to do the chores and wash the dishes, while the others gathered around the stove playing mahjong. Suddenly, Yanjetti burst into the room in tears, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. Yanjetti, what is wrong with you now? Qin Jingru interrogated. If you want to cry, go back and do it. Don't come here and bring us bad luck. Yanjetti disregarded everything and dove into Li Dong's embrace, exclaiming, Li Dong, I will stay with you from now on. The next morning, when Li Dong awoke, Yanjetti had already gone outside to help Qin Jingru gather vegetables. Looking through the window at the harmonious scene outside, he promptly activated the system interface. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 5th main female character, Yanjetti. Luck value increased by 1. Current luck value in the supernatural system totals 5 points, allowing for the awakening of a 5S supernatural ability. Would you like to awaken it immediately? Without hesitation, Li Dong commanded, awaken the supernatural ability immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the supernatural ability selection list. There are 5 options for supernatural abilities to choose from. Option 1. Forbidden level supernatural ability, Emperor of Flames, a powerful offensive ability that can control fire to unleash devastating attacks on enemies. Option 2. Forbidden level supernatural ability, Biochemical Tyrant, a strong control type ability that enables the user to mentally command mutated beings to fight for them. Option 3. Forbidden level supernatural ability, Revitalizing Father, a powerful support type ability that can provide various enhancements to teammates, making them an indispensable soul of the team. Option 4. Super 5S, level supernatural ability, King of the Earth, a strong defensive ability that possesses the strongest shield. Option 5. Super 5S supernatural ability, God of Eternal Night, a strong stealth ability, essential for assassins. In fact, there were another 5 options available, but they were displayed in gray text, indicating they could not be selected. Li Dong inquired, System, why are there 5 options that cannot be chosen? The system responded, the system has detected that the host's constitution is average, but their mental strength is quite strong. The 5 recommended supernatural abilities are all powerful abilities that align with the host's physical development. Li Dong asked, what is the difference between mental-type supernatural abilities and physical-type supernatural abilities? The system explained, it's quite simple. It's somewhat akin to the games you were previously playing. Physical-type supernatural users primarily focus on physical attacks, while mental-type supernatural users follow the path of supernatural attacks. Li Dong surmised. So, physical types are like warriors in games, while supernatural types are akin to mages. The system confirmed. Basically, that's the idea. However, the supernatural abilities you can choose from are the highest level forbidden abilities. Though they primarily focus on mental strength, your physical attributes will not be lacking, allowing for well-rounded development. Li Dong queried. Wasn't it said that the highest level supernatural abilities are 5S abilities? What then is forbidden level? The system clarified, even abilities of the same quality can be categorized into various tiers based on their practicality. Forbidden level abilities are the most practical among 5S abilities. The system highly recommended. The host should choose the Emperor of Flames ability. Its attack power is off the charts and capable of causing widespread devastation to enemies. With this skill, you can sweep through armies and become invincible. Li Dong pondered for a moment before replying. Although this offensive ability is quite enticing, I believe I shall opt for the control type instead. System. Do you confirm the selection of the biochemical tyrant? Once this option is chosen, it cannot be reversed. Please make your decision with caution. Li Dong. Confirmed. Upon awakening his abilities, a torrent of information flooded into Li Dong's mind. In that instant, he felt an extraordinary energy coursing through his entire being, bestowing upon him an exhilarating lightness. Initially, Li Dong intended to delve deeper into this ability system, but he was abruptly interrupted by Liu Haizhong's voice from outside. Donggu, it's time to get up for breakfast. All right, I shall be there shortly. Li Dong responded, promptly exiting the system and returning to the real world. This morning's breakfast at Li Dong's home was somewhat lavished. In addition to steamed buns, 2 dishes were prepared, twice cooked pork and scrambled eggs with chives. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the Yin family arrived. Yin Bugue, with unabashed persistence, remarked, Li Dong, now that you and Xiao Di are living together, it's about time you presented us with a betrothal gift. Don't you think? With an air of hesitation, Yin Bugue's demeanor prompted a swift reaction from Li Dong. If I recall correctly, your family no longer desires fine grains and prefers coarse grains instead. Am I right? Precisely. Yin Bugue nodded in agreement. We have no interest in fine grains. Just convert everything into coarse grains for us. Ideally, we would like 100 jin of cornmeal and 100 jin of sweet potato flour. Chapter 51. The true nature of the stocks. Very well. Li Dong nodded. Xiao Di, please go to the room and fetch the items for your father. Li Dong had prepared everything the previous night. There were 4 bags in total, each containing approximately 50 jin of provisions. Despite her frail stature, Jia Di exerted every ounce of strength to carry the bags outside, refusing to seek help from others. Gritting her teeth and shedding tears as she managed to bring everything out. Once the goods were in hand, Aunt San was still not satisfied. Li Dong, you ought to treat us to a meal as well. Previously, when you dined with Liu Haizhong, you treated them to 8 dishes and 2 soups. Li Dong immediately bristled. Yang Ruihua, must you persist? If you do not want these items, I will reclaim them. Of course we want them. Aunt Sen instantly ceased her complaints and instructed Yin Jiecheng and the others to take the items back. Yet, this was not enough for her. Li Dong. At the very least, you should give us a pig's head. Get lost. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Dong interrupted, I am about to eat. Do not disturb my peace. Aunt Sen barely restrained herself from erupting in anger, while Yin Bugue quickly pulled her away from the room. Upon returning home, Aunt San was still full of grievances. Old Yin, what are you doing? This is such a disadvantage for us. The betrothal gifts from Liu Haizhong's family were far more substantial. They received a total of 116 jin in various grains, not to mention 8 jin of pork and a pig's head. All combined, it surely amounts to over 140 jin. That piece of pork alone could be exchanged for 50 jin of coarse grains. And the pig's head could also be traded for 50 or 60 jin of food. If we were to exchange all the white flour and rice for coarse grains, it would definitely be no less than 300 jin. We only received 200 jin of coarse grains. This is too unfair. You are overthinking it. Yin Bugue replied solemnly, in normal times, exchanging white flour for cornmeal would yield at least 3 jin of cornmeal for every jin of white flour. However, that is no longer the case. If you attempt to exchange white flour for cornmeal, the ratio exceeds 1 to 1, and others will be reluctant to trade. In times of famine, there is little distinction between coarse and fine grains. The quantity of food is what truly matters. I have devised a plan for our food consumption. Our family will eat 2 meals a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evenings. Skipping lunch. For each meal, we will use 1 jin of cornmeal or sweet potato flour to cook porridge. What? Aunt San's expression changed dramatically. We don't need that much. 2 liang of sweet potato flour would suffice to make a pot of thin porridge. We want thick porridge, not thin. That wouldn't even require a jin. Aunt San retorted. 1 jin of sweet potato flour would turn into a paste. Exactly. We want it to be a paste. Yin Bugue insisted. We will boil 2 large pots of paste every morning and evening, and the entire family can consume it. Let us not waste food on steamed buns. We shall have paste instead. Consuming 2 jin of coarse grains daily will allow us to sustain ourselves for over 3 months. Until spring arrives and the calamity comes to an end. At this moment, Aunt San finally understood Yin Bugue's good intentions. However, Yin Jiecheng was not pleased. Father, is it really necessary to be so frugal? Drinking thin porridge every day has left me weak and without strength. While we have ample food now, let my mother steam a pot of buns, so we can at least have something solid to eat. Yin Bugue replied sternly, if you want solid food, go find your own grains. This 200 jin of food is our lifeline. If anyone dares to covet this grain, I will break their legs. And San, with tears in her eyes, pleaded, "All right, children, stop arguing. Your father has it hard too. We must plan to consume this little food slowly. Otherwise, once it is gone, our family will only await starvation." Yin Bugui instructed, Yin Jiacheng, "Take the second and third brothers and dig a snow pit outside the back window to store the grain. Liu Haizhong, that old thief, might come to steal from us again. We must remain vigilant." Indeed, Liu Fatty is truly unscrupulous. We must prepare in advance. At the Jia family home, Bang Gung slammed his bowl down on the floor in frustration. What on earth is this? Boiled tree bark and water. Can this be considered food? Even dogs wouldn't eat this. I'd rather starve than consume it. The Jia family's food supply had dwindled to nearly nothing days ago. The last remnants of grain were used by Jia Dongxu to steam a pot of black buns, saving one for Bang Gung at each meal. The rest of the family subsisted on boiled tree bark. With the last black bun consumed, today Zhang Zihua had nothing left to prepare for Bang Gung, forcing her to resort to tree bark. Unexpectedly, Bang Gung, with his obstinate nature, threw his bowl to the ground after tasting the bark. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zihua couldn't help but burst into tears. Heaven, when will this end? Ugh, ugh, ugh. How are we to survive? At that moment, Bang Gung suddenly proposed. Father, why don't we borrow some grain from someone? Borrow grain? Jia Dongxu frowned. Everyone is short on grain. Who can we ask? Before Bang Gung could respond, Jia Dongxu interrupted. If you were thinking of asking Li Dong, forget it. That scoundrel would rather use his grain to support a horde of wild women than help those of us in genuine need. Moreover, he is quite ruthless. Not long ago, he dislocated Su Damao's arm with a single slap. Bang Gung chuckled. We can't provoke Li Dong, but Su Damao is just a soft target. I have already learned that it was Su Dama who stole the grain from the deaf old lady's family. Now that scoundrel Su Dama is rolling in wealth. Jia Dongxu frowned, but he's a grown man. It's not easy to deal with him. Bang Gung, however, had other thoughts. If we were to do it during the day, it would be difficult. We can strike at night. We wait for Su Damao to fall asleep, then break in and give him a good beating. Once we subdue him, we can take whatever we want. Qin Huairu's expression changed dramatically. Bang Gung, you are talking about robbery. Chapter 52. Killing Zhonghai, what is there to fear? Bang Gung replied defiantly. Erdi has already set the precedent. Didn't he get away with it? Indeed, Liu Fatty, being Erdi, has taken the lead in robbery. Why should we be afraid? Zhang Suihua unwaveringly supported Bang Gung. At Zhonghai's home, and he was equally anxious. Old E, we only have 10 gene of coarse grains left. Even if we eat just half a gene per day, it won't last long. We must think of a solution quickly. Zhonghai sighed helplessly. What can I do? I never expected that Liu Haizhong would stoop so low. A middle-aged woman whispered. Lao E, I believe we can find a way to procure some grain from Li Dong. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhonghai scolded darkly. Liu Haizhong would rather run several hundred meters to rob grain from Yu Dong's house than dare approach Li Dong's. Do you know why? The middle-aged woman retorted. Liu Fatty is a coward who picks on the weak. He wouldn't dare rob Li Dong simply because Li Dong is ruthless and unyielding that he knows he can't provoke him. Zhonghai nodded in agreement. However, San Dama suddenly shifted the conversation, saying, but you are the elder of our courtyard. As the elder, you represent the interests of our entire community. The famine here is severe, and the bark from the trees around the city has been stripped bare. People are on the brink of starvation, yet Li Dong has the audacity to keep a mistress at home. Everyone despises him. As the elder, if you raise your voice, a multitude will rally to support you. With our numbers, we need not fear Li Dong. Well, you do make some valid points, Zhonghai stated solemnly. Lin Shuling, go to each household and encourage them to send a man to our place for a meeting to discuss the distribution of grain. All right, I will notify them immediately. Should I also inform Liu's gang of robbers? Of course, Zhonghai replied without hesitation. Though Liu's gang is morally corrupt, they are still quite formidable. In front of so many people, I doubt they'll dare to act recklessly. That very night, as darkness fell, Zhonghai, accompanied by over 70 neighbors from the courtyard, armed with shovels and kitchen knives, stormed to Li Dong's doorstep. Upon witnessing such a display, Li Dong did not bother to lock the door. Instead, he swung it wide open, brandishing a butcher's knife as he stood at the entrance. Although Zhonghai and his group outnumbered him, they were merely a disorganized rabble. If they could obtain the grain peacefully, it would be ideal. Upon their confrontation, Zhonghai declared loudly, Li Dong, stop pretending. We all know you have grain at home. We are on the verge of starvation. Hurry up and share your grain so we can weather this crisis together. Share the grain. Share the grain. The crowd immediately brandished their makeshift weapons, shouting in unison. Li Dong sneered. Elder E, are you jesting? Director who already counted my grain. There are barely over 500 jin. This amount is less than a third of what Li Dongjia. Previously, Li Dong had purchased a substantial number of cameras from the system mall.at first. He only installed a few within his home, but later he discovered their utility and decided to install quite a few more within the courtyard. Naturally, he could not overlook the main entrance of the courtyard. Just moments ago, he had observed the scene of Yin Bugue and his companions standing at the door with guns through the cameras. However, the camera he had set up at the entrance was a rudimentary device, lacking audio recording capabilities. Thus, while he could see that Yin Bugue and the others were armed, he could not hear their conversation. Nevertheless, this was no longer of consequence. Zhonghai and Lin Shuling had just been murdered in the afternoon, and by nightfall, Yin Bugue and his group had acquired firearms. As long as Li Dong was not a fool, he would understand the intentions of Yin Laoshi and his cohorts. After a brief analysis of the situation, Li Dong summoned Yin Jietti. Brother Dong, why are you still awake at this late hour? Why not come to my room for the night? Li Dong chuckled. Xiaodi, I fear you must return home tonight. What? Yin Jietti immediately burst into tears. Woo-woo, Brother Dong, what do you mean? Do you not want me anymore? How could that be? Allow me to explain. Li Dong leaned in and whispered a few words into Yin Jietti's ear. Yin Jietti's expression changed dramatically. Is that feasible? Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Xiaodi, rest assured, no matter what. Yin Bugue is still your biological father. Regardless of his willingness to cooperate, he will not harm you. Very well, I shall give it a try. Subsequently, Yin Jietti hurried to the kitchen, heated several meat buns, and also prepared a piece of braised beef along with 7 or 8 eggs. She filled a bamboo basket and returned to the Yin family home. Now armed with 2 guns, the Yin family had gained a newfound courage. At that moment, the family was discussing their plans for the following day. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Father, quickly open the door. It's me, came Yin Jietti's voice from outside. Yin Bugue approached the door, assessed the situation outside, and confirmed that it was only Yin Jietti before opening the door. Xiaodi, you returned just in time. After letting Yin Jietti inside, Yin Bugue continued, Li Dong has now been identified as a notorious murderer. Since you have returned, do not go looking for Li Dong anymore. Tomorrow we shall capture him. Yin Jietti glanced at a gun leaning against the wall, her complexion shifting drastically. Father, what about that gun? Haha. Yin Jieching boasted, holding the gun proudly. Our father is now the captain of the Courtyard's joint defense team. This gun is naturally from our defense team. Yin Jiekong chimed in, Xiaodi, heed our advice and refrain from seeking out Li Dong. Woo-woo. Yin Jietti suddenly broke into tears. Xiaodi, why are you crying? Aunt San hurriedly consoled her. Li Dong is merely a bully in our courtyard. If we eliminate this bully, our family could gain a considerable amount of food. Mother, look for yourself. Yin Jietti pointed to the bamboo basket on the ground. This is what Li Dong sent over as a tribute to you. What? Aunt San's expression changed instantly. Xiaodi, you mean this was sent by Li Dong and not something you secretly brought back? How could I have stolen it? Yin Jietti retorted, Li Dong expressly asked me to bring it back. He said that you both raised me with great difficulty. And the reason he was reluctant to provide abundant food supplies before was primarily due to concerns about Lu Pengzi robbing our family. Hence, he asked me to secretly bring these items for you to eat. That if that's the case, Li Dong does possess some sense of righteousness. Aunt San involuntarily remarked. Yin Bugue, however, frowned darkly and said, but Li Dong has committed murder, and that cannot be forgiven. Aunt San immediately grew displeased. I say, old Yin, how can you be so heartless? Chapter 54. Can one be arrogant just because they have guns? Zhonghai, that old dog, should have died long ago if it weren't for him hoarding grain. How could the situation have escalated to this point? Indeed, Yin Jieching echoed. Father, I say we should let it go. Since Li Dong is willing to send us gifts, we should not move against him. Enough? All of you, be quiet. Yin Bugue barked. You 3 men will take turns keeping watch tonight, ensuring your sister does not seek out Li Dong. Tomorrow morning, we shall still proceed to capture him. Considering Li Dong's gesture of goodwill, I shall not make things difficult for him, merely handing him over to Director Hu for processing, with Yin Bugue's orders. The Yin brothers had no choice but to comply. Yin Jietti was escorted to her room by Aunt San, while Yin Jieching stood guard at the door. Aunt San, concerned about Yin Jietti being frightened, also stayed in the room with her. Yet, Yin Jietti was not afraid. Instead, she encouraged, brother, come into the room too. I will not run away. Come on in. Aunt San gestured. Do not heed your father's exaggerated fears. Xiaodi is my biological daughter and your sister. Why would you worry she would harm you? Chuckling awkwardly, Yin Jieqing entered the room. Once the door was closed, Yin Jie's demeanor turned serious. Brother, you truly must not continue to blindly follow our father. Yin Jieqing shook his head. How can this be considered blind obedience? Our father is now the captain of the joint defense team. Let me help you calculate the situation so you understand whether he is muddled or not. Yin Jie continued. If we were to follow our father's plan to capture Li Dong and divide his supplies, it would need to be shared among dozens of households in the courtyard. When Zhonghai had over 1,700 jin of grain, each family only received a little over 30 jin. Even if Li Dong possesses 3,000 jin of grain, dividing it among us would yield barely over 50 jin per household. What good is that? Yin Jieqing frowned, while Aunt San added, the 200 jin of coarse grain Li Dong provided is still with us. If we manage to divide an additional 50 jin, our family's situation would improve significantly, allowing us to last until spring without issue. Mother, you are overthinking it. Yin Jie retorted, my brother is often out stripping bark. He knows best how deep the snow is outside, at least 10 meters. By the time spring arrives, it will not have melted, and even if it does, the crops will have all perished from the frost. Aunt Sen nodded in agreement. Your father had mentioned this before. In order to completely escape the grain crisis, we must hold out until the autumn harvest. Exactly. Yin Jie continued. To survive until the harvest, our family needs at least 1,000 jin of grain. According to our father's plan, killing Li Dong and dividing the supplies will still not suffice. Ata loss for words. Aunt San fell silent, while Yin Jie turned to Yin Jieqing. Brother, this is not meant to discourage you. Even with a gun in hand, would you dare to kill someone? Yin Jieqing's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Even if you all possess guns, if Li Dong remains barricaded inside, what could you do? Would you really dare to charge in with a gun? The space inside is so confined. If Li Dong were to ambush you from the shadows, your gun might not even be effective. Yin Jieqing stubbornly replied. The key is that we have already agreed tonight to take down Li Dong and divide the grain. If we were to cooperate with Li Dong, how would we explain this to everyone? What explanation is needed? Yin Jie stated firmly, we have guns. Let us see who dares to act recklessly. That does seem to be the case. Yin Jieqing glanced at the gun in his hand. Suddenly feeling emboldened, both Yin Jieqing and Aunt San were persuaded by Yin Jie, and soon Aunt San secretly convinced Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiakong. Thus, the situation within the Yin family underwent a rapid reversal. Yin Bugui lost control over the family, and instead, Yin Jie became the de facto leader. As Yin Jie gained her freedom, Yin Bugui was placed under soft confinement by the three Yin brothers. The next morning, the residents of the courtyard gathered at the Yin family home. Originally, they had planned the operation the previous day, awaiting the orders of Captain Yin Bugui to eliminate the murderer Li Dong. However, just as they were about to act, a sudden turn of events occurred. Yin Bugui addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, after careful consideration last night, I have concluded that while Li Dong's act of killing Zhonghai was indeed wrong, it was also a matter of necessity. Let us hold off on capturing Li Dong for now. Let us give him one more chance. If he dares to harm others again, I shall not be lenient. However, if he chooses to restrain himself and cease his misdeeds, we shall not pursue the previous matters. Upon hearing Yin Bugui's words, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Zhang Zuohua protested, Yin Laoshi. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? We have nominated you as the captain of this joint defense team to lead the charge against the murderer Li Dong. Yet here you are, associating closely with this criminal. Indeed, the women behind began to join in the outcry. Yin Laoshi, just how much have you accepted from Li Dong to protect him so fervently? We all witnessed him commit murder with our own eyes. If you cannot fulfill your duties as captain, then step aside. I mentioned yesterday that Yin Bugui has even offered his own daughter to Li Dong. Moreover, Li Dong is actually his son-in-law. Isn't it only natural for them to be allies? Yin Laoshi, I think it would be best for you to resign from your post as captain. Bang! The crowd was incensed. And just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone into retreat. The scene, which had nearly descended into chaos, finally regained some semblance of calm. At this pivotal moment, it was Yin Jiefeng who had squeezed the trigger to fire a shot into the air. After this single shot quelled the crowd, Yin Jiefeng thundered, My father is the captain of the joint defense team. Who dares disobey orders? I'll shoot anyone who does. With that, no one dared to utter another word. Everyone promptly withdrew. The Yin family held 2 guns. Who would dare provoke them? Once the crowd had dispersed, they hurried off to complain to Hu Qing. However, Hu Qing found himself powerless, as the street office had indeed distributed several firearms. Yet, all had already been allocated. The courtyard had received 4 guns, and the other courtyards had also been given a few. Now, the warehouse was devoid of any firearms. Even if Yin Laoshi seized control with a gun, Hu Qing was left helpless. Chapter 55. When heaven rages with rain, men encounter calamity. Yin Laoshi was restrained by Yin Jieqing and the others. Losing his authority, what was once a burgeoning unity within the courtyard instantly disbanded into disarray. Each person was consumed by their own fears, who still had the energy to concern themselves with the murder of Zhonghai. The matter of Zhonghai's death was allowed to fade into obscurity. That night, Yin Jieqi delivered some food to the Yin family as promised. Among the items were 2 salted duck eggs, 4 meat buns, and 6 steamed cornbread. Upon glancing at the contents of the bamboo basket, Yin Jieqing's expression darkened. "Shouty, why is there only this little food today? Yesterday, we received some beef. Why is there no meat today?" Yin Jieqi replied meekly, "Brother, the buns contain lamb filling." Yin Jieqing's frown deepened. "There are 5 of us in the family, and you brought only 4 meat buns. How are we to divide them? And what about the cornbread? Who cares for such trifles? I want meat." "Enough, brother. Why are you taking it out on Shouty? This is all Li Dong's doing that we should speak to him ourselves," Yin Jiefeng interjected. Upon hearing this, Yin Jieqing's eyes lit up. "Right, now that we have guns, what do we have to fear from Li Dong? I say we go over, shoot him dead, and take his supplies. Please, no, Li Dong is my man. What am I to do if you kill him? Besides, he has already agreed to share food with us. I beg you, do not harm him." Yin Jieqing sneered. "That depends on how Li Dong behaves. If he cooperates and shares the supplies, we might spare his life for your sake. But if he proves obstinate, he will meet his end. Xiaodi, do not be too distressed. Li Dong's affections are not genuine. This scoundrel can be disposed of without remorse." After some contemplation, Yin Jieqi replied, "Very well. But you must keep your word that as long as Li Dong complies, you cannot recklessly take lives." "Of course," Yin Jiefeng assured. "We are not murderers. We merely seek a means to survive." "All right. I will return immediately to inform Li Dong to prepare a meal for your visit," Yin Jieqi said. "Go on." After Yin Jieqi departed, Yin Jiefeng turned to Yin Jieqing. "Brother, are you really going to trust Xiaodi like that? What if she deceives us and notifies Li Dong to set a trap for us?" "Ha ha ha. You overestimate Li Dong." Yin Jieqing laughed. Li Dong knows we have guns. He has been sending us gifts for 2 days now to curry favor. That proves he is afraid. Tomorrow, we will go over armed. No need for unnecessary chatter. We will simply take the supplies. You two will keep watch with your guns. If he dares to make a move, shoot him immediately. Got it." The following morning, when Li Dong awoke, Lu Shaoyi was already dressed and tidying the room. Li Dong had indulged a bit too much the night before, leaving the place in disarray. Although Lu Shaoyi had enjoyed herself, she was now somewhat exasperated by the mess. After tidying up, Lu Shaoyi stepped out to dispose of the trash, while Li Dong accessed the system interface. Immediately, a notification appeared. "Ding! The system has detected that the 3rd female lead is pregnant. The system's points perpetual motion function has been activated. Points perpetual motion, once successfully activated. 1 point of luck value can be automatically acquired each day. What a delightful benefit." Seeing the message on the system interface, Li Dong couldn't help but beam with joy. The system currency consists of 2 types. One for consumption in the Apocalypse farm, known as psychic energy points, and the other for the supernatural abilities system, termed luck value points. Currently, Li Dong had amassed a substantial amount of psychic energy points, as everyone in the courtyard was starving and knew he had stockpiled food and several women. Yet, he was unwilling to share the supplies to help them out. Consequently, the residents of the entire courtyard, including those in the nearby ones, were cursing and resenting Li Dong. His system S points value was surging upwards. However, the luck value was exceedingly scarce. Acquiring a point required taking on a woman, and the yield was simply too slow. Now that Lu Shaoyi was pregnant, she would generate a point of luck value daily. Did that mean that if Qin Huairu and the others also became pregnant, they would receive this benefit? With that thought, Li Dong felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, he needed to cultivate his relationships with the women at home. At that moment, Li Dong spotted the Yin brothers arriving through the camera, prompting him to exit the space and return to the real world. The Yin brothers were knocking at the door. And following Li Dong's instructions after Qin Huairu emerged holding several bottles of liquor, Yin Jieqing was utterly astounded. "Li Dong, you've actually hoarded liquor?" Li Dong replied with a smile. "I've only procured a few bottles." Having a sip on such a frigid day is quite delightful for warming the body. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Yin Jieqing chuckled contentedly. Once the main business was settled, Yin Jieqing relaxed and indulged in drinking and feasting. Both Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng savored their meals with unabashed gluttony, while Yin Jequin anxiously paced nearby. At that moment, Yin Jeti approached and said, "Third brother, you should eat something too." "No way." Yin Jequin firmly refused. At this juncture, Li Dong also reminded Xiao Di, "It's prudent for the third to stand guard at the door. After all, we've had a nest of bandits like Liu Haizhong emerge from our courtyard. A degree of caution is essential. Take this half-roasted chicken over to the third for him to eat." "Oh." Yin Jeti complied, retrieving half a roasted chicken from the dining table and delivering it to Yin Jequin. Yet, Yin Jequin was still not satisfied. "Xiao Di, bring me a few pieces of lamb, and while you're at it, a bottle of liquor too." "All right, I'll fetch it right away." Time flew swiftly, and before long, an hour had passed, with everyone in the room finally satiated. At this moment, Yin Jieqing recalled that he still had pressing matters to attend to. He promptly set down his chopsticks and stated earnestly, "Brother-in-law, our feasting is nearly concluded. We must swiftly distribute the grain." Li Dong chuckled. "Distribute what grain?" Yin Jieqing's expression darkened immediately. "Li Dong, you brat, you dare to feign ignorance with me." After saying this, Yin Jieqing instinctively reached for his gun behind him. However, upon extending his hand, he realized that the space behind him was empty. The gun had long since vanished. "Where's my gun?" Yin Jieqing urgently turned to Yin Jequin, who was stationed at the door. At that moment, Yin Jequin lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, resembling a dead pig. Simultaneously, Yin Jequin's gun was also nowhere to be found. "Damn it, where's my gun?" Yin Jieqing panicked. Just then, Li Dong chuckled and said, "Brother Qing, are you looking for this?" Yin Jieqing turned to see Li Dong clutching a gun, precisely the one he had brought earlier. "Quick, return my gun." Yin Jieqing instinctively lunged to snatch the weapon from Li Dong's grasp. But Li Dong swiftly redirected the barrel, pressing it against Yin Jieqing's forehead. "I want to give you the gun, but I can return a bullet." "Ah." Yin Jieqing's body went weak, collapsing to his knees. Simultaneously, Yin Jeti rushed forward, kneeling in earnest and pleading, "Dong Gu, I beg you, do not harm my brother. Let them go." "Humph." Li Dong replied coldly, "Today, for Xiao Di's sake, I want to kill you. Now scram." Yin Jieqing brazenly persisted. "Then what about the grain?" Li Dong wasted no words, promptly chambering a bullet, poised to execute Yin Jieqing. Terrified, Yin Jieqing let out a wail and scurried away. Thus, the three Yin brothers, having relinquished 2 guns to Li Dong, fled in utter disarray. Had it not been for Yin Jeti's desperate intervention, none of them would have returned alive today. At Li Dong's residence, the womenfolk rejoiced at the acquisition of 2 guns. He Yushui exclaimed, "Dong Gu, you are truly remarkable. This strategy of using liquor to assert control is simply brilliant." Qin Jingru added, "Indeed, those clumsy pigs from the Yin family are practically our transport captains." Ha ha ha. Lu Xiao shared the same sentiment. A table full of food in exchange for 2 guns and 60 bullets. What a bargain. Yu Haiding inquired, "Dong Gu, how should we distribute these 2 guns?" Li Dong contemplated for a moment before responding. "First, let us unload the bullets from the chambers. Each of you shall receive 5 bullets for target practice, but there are only 60 bullets in total. If each of us takes 5, that's 30 bullets. Too wasteful, isn't it?" Li Dong, however, held a different view. "We don't need to plunder others' resources. We simply need to safeguard our own. The demand for bullets isn't enormous. But since we must defend our home, everyone must know how to wield a gun." Lu Xiao replied, "If we are to practice shooting, 5 bullets each may not yield much skill. Marksmen are forged through rounds of ammunition." "Ha ha." Li Dong chuckled. "You think we can transform those of us unaccustomed to firearms into marksmen? Not even 600 bullets would suffice. My main intention is for you to use these few bullets to grasp some essential shooting techniques. Otherwise, when enemies truly invade, and you find yourselves with guns in hand yet lacking the knowledge to use them, that would be quite awkward." With guns in hand, their newfound prestige lasted but a day before being disarmed. The Yin family was thoroughly demoralized. Fortunately, Yin Bugue had the foresight to stockpile 200 pounds of grain earlier, enough to sustain him for quite some time. Thus, he chose to remain at home, playing the turtle. That night, after 2 days of relentless blizzards, a ferocious storm descended once more, with temperatures plummeting below -50 degrees. The world was frigid, blanketed in ice and snow. In the dead of night, Jia Dongxu ventured out with Bang Gung, both father and son swaddled in scarves that concealed their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached Su Damao's residence. Jia Dongxu wielded a shovel while Bang Geng clutched a rolling pin. The Jia family's plan was to seize grain, with no intention of taking lives. The father and son crept to the window of Su Damao's home. Discovering that the fire had been extinguished and the lights turned off, Su Damao was already asleep. Bang Geng, step back a bit. I'll kick the door open, and we'll rush in immediately. Jia Dongxu whispered. Once inside, we'll give Su Damao a good beating, then procure the grain. Understood. Dad, I'll be cautious. After their plan was set, Jia Dongxu suddenly sprang forward, delivering a forceful kick to Su Damao's front door. Chapter 57. The Annihilation of the Jia family duo. Bang! The door swung open with a resounding crash. Jia Dongxu's figure swiftly darted inside. However, at that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from within the house. Boom! A cascade of bricks and boulders plummeted from the roof, instantly burying Bang Geng beneath the rubble. Realizing the danger, Bang Geng panicked and shouted, Dad, are you all right? He attempted to clear the debris to rescue Jia Dongxu. Just then, Su Damao emerged from the house, brandishing a shovel. Upon seeing someone at the door, Su Damao didn't hesitate. He swung the shovel with all his might. Ouch! The shovel struck Bang Geng squarely on the forehead, causing him to wail in agony. Su Damao, undeterred, continued to unleash several brutal blows upon Bang Geng. Overwhelmed by pain, Bang Geng could only roll and crawl away in a desperate escape. Su Damao attempted to pursue him, but the slippery snow caused him to slip and fall. With the crisis averted, Su Damao lost interest in chasing further. In the dead of night, a heart-wrenching wail pierced through the silence, awakening Li Dong from his slumber. Peering through the window, he noticed a throng of people outside and instructed Qin Huairu to investigate the situation. After a quick survey, Qin Huairu returned to inform Li Dong. Jia Dongxu went to Su Damao's house to steal grain. But that crafty Su Damao had set a trap at the door. Jia Dongxu had triggered the trap and was subsequently crushed. Bang Geng had also been severely injured by Su Damao's shovel, barely clinging to life. Now, the Jia family was outside Su Damao's door, wailing and attempting to extort compensation. Additionally, Uncle San and others had also gathered there. Though, what a calamity! Li Dong shook his head in disbelief. By the way, Jingru, what kind of trap did Su Dama set that was so effective? After a moment of thought, Qin Huairu replied, I've heard it's called a 1,000-pound trap. Oh, so that's what it is. No wonder it's so formidable, Li Dong realized with clarity. Qin Huairu, however, was left perplexed. What exactly is this 1,000-pound trap? It's a large trap specifically designed to capture large wild animals like black bears or wild boars. Typically, it involves setting up a wooden frame supported by a trap, on which heavy stones weighing 1,000 pounds are placed. Once the trap is triggered, the wooden frame collapses, and the heavy stones come crashing down, capable of pulverizing even a bear, let alone a human. So formidable. Su Damao is quite ruthless. By the way, Dongge, should we also set up a trap at our door to guard against intruders? Li Dong pondered and replied, if we place a trap at the door, it would also hinder our own comings and goings. We have space. We can eat, drink, and take care of our needs there. Even if we stay indoors without going out, it wouldn't be an issue, would it? If an emergency arises, we can always jump out the window. All right, Li Dong responded briskly. Tomorrow during the day, we shall devise a plan and set a trap at the entrance, with Lu Pengzi and his gang of robbers around. It is unwise to remain defenseless. It leaves one feeling quite uneasy. Indeed, Qin Huairu added, her voice tinged with frustration. The atmosphere in this courtyard has been completely corrupted by that Lu Pengzi. Meanwhile, Yan Bugue, with a heavy heart, dealt with the problem at hand. What other course of action was there? He would simply allow the Jia family to carry Jia Dongxu's corpse back home, and that would be the end of it. What could the Jia family do but resign themselves to this fate? Jia Dongxu was dead, and Bang Geng was left in a half-destroyed state. The only 4 members of the Jia family who could take action were all women. How could they possibly contend with Su Damao? Moreover, tonight's events had left the Jia family in the wrong. When the Jia matriarch attempted to provoke Su Damao into a compromise through tears and wailing, she was met with a couple of blows from his shovel, which rendered her completely subdued. Late that night, a frantic knocking echoed outside Li Dong's door. Bang! 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 Li Dong, open up. I have urgent matters to discuss. Qin Huairu moved to answer the door, but Li Dong restrained her, saying, ignore her. Let us continue to sleep. Whatever it is can wait until dawn. Having just witnessed Jia Dongxu's tragic demise, Qin Huairu certainly lacked the courage to break down the door. After a prolonged bout of knocking with no response, she was left with no choice but to leave in frustration. That night, Qin Huairu returned several times to knock, yet Li Dong remained resolute in his refusal to open the door. It was only at the break of dawn the following day that Qin Huairu finally succeeded in entering Li Dong's home. Upon stepping inside, Qin Huairu dropped to her knees, beseeching, "Li Dong, I implore you. Please save my son." Li Dong, unhurried, inquired, "What has happened to Bang Gung? He has been injured by that brute Su Damao, and Dongxu has met a tragic end." She sobbed. Li Dong called out, "Xiaoyi, Yushui, Xiaodi, you three stay behind to guard the house. Jingru, Haidang, come with me to the Jia residence, and remember to bring a weapon." Qin Jingru retrieved a gun from the bedroom, which left Qin Huairu visibly pale. Li Dong, "You," Li Dong chuckled, "do not panic. Xiaoru, this gun is for your protection, not for you. The presence of so many robbers in the courtyard necessitated precaution. Well then, let us hurry." Qin Huairu, having calmed down, quickly joined Li Dong on the way to the Jia household. Jia Dongxu's corpse lay in the Jia family's living room, while Zhang Suihua cradled her son's body, weeping inconsolably. The gruesome nature of Jia Dongxu's demise was horrifying. Both Qin Jingru and Liu Haizhong were instantly nauseated. Li Dong, suppressing his own urge to retch, ventured into the inner room to check on Bang Gung. The sight was equally harrowing. His head had been smashed, the wounds extensive, although Qin Huairu had attempted to bandage him. The lack of medical supplies rendered the efforts futile, with blood staining the bandages and the bed soaked in crimson. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Bang Gung bore more than just a wound to his forehead. He had injuries on his shoulder and a broken leg as well. Faced with such a dire situation, Li Dong could only sigh in resignation. "Ah, Xiaoru, I think you should prepare for Bang Gung's final rites." "What?" Qin Huairu gasped, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Li Dong promptly revived her by pinching her acupoint. When she opened her eyes, she fell to her knees before him again, pleading, "I beg you. Li Dong, if you save Bang Gung, I will fulfill any of your requests. My body will be yours, and I shall serve you tonight. Please, save my son." Chapter 58. The Power Rankings. Li Dong, feeling helpless, replied, "Xiaoru, it is not that I wish to abandon you. I truly find myself powerless. Bang Gung's injuries are too severe. Perhaps a hospital visit could save him. But in the current circumstances, that facility has long been rendered inoperative. I suggest you allow him to find peace sooner rather than later. Fulfill any wishes he may have before he departs." Sighed. At that moment, Bang Gung shouted, "Li Dong, don't speak nonsense. I'm not dying. Hurry back and bring me some meat. Let my mother prepare a nourishing stew for me, and I will recover." Incredibly, even on the brink of death, the young rascal was preoccupied with thoughts of food. "Indeed," Li Dong chuckled, "you certainly are not going to perish. So take care of yourself. You will be fine." Yet Bang Gung stubbornly insisted, "I need meat to replenish my strength. Hurry and bring me some." "Ha! If you wish for meat, you shall have to wait until your next life." Li Dong shot him a glare and departed without a backward glance. Despite his disdain for Bang Gung, there was no need to stoop to the level of a dying man. Observing Bang Gung's condition, it was clear that without medical intervention, he would not survive. Outside, the snow lay a staggering 10 meters deep. Where was there even a hospital? As Li Dong stepped outside, Qin Huairu followed him. "Li Dong, I implore you again, please give us some meat. I would sell my own body for it. Once I settle Dongxu's affairs, I will come to serve you." Li Dong pondered before responding, "Xiaoru, Bang Gung is still so young. Can you truly bear to let him lie at home and wither away?" "Ah," Qin Huairu exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Li Dong, have you thought of a solution?" Li Dong replied earnestly, "I think you should hasten to take him to the hospital. The hospitals are all buried under the heavy snow. Where could we possibly find one?" She lamented. However, Li Dong spoke with conviction. "To my knowledge, the First People's Hospital seems to be still operational. Is that true? Then Li Dong, please help me take Bang Gung to the hospital." Qin Huairu began to rely on him once more. Li Dong replied seriously, "Xiaoru, getting Bang Gung to the hospital is quite simple. Use a mattress to create a sled, and you can pull him along with a rope. It will be much easier that way. Carrying him on my back could exacerbate his injuries." "Yes, that is indeed a brilliant idea," Qin Huairu exclaimed with joy. In no time, she fashioned a rudimentary sled. She placed Bang Gung upon it, covering him with blankets, and took the lead in pulling the sled as mother and son hastily made their way to the hospital. Li Dong's actions, however, were far from noble. He was merely hastening Bang Gung's demise. Although Bang Gung's wounds were serious, none were immediately life-threatening. If he remained in the warmth of his home, he might endure for a few more days. If Qin Huairu could procure some medicine during that time, there might still be a glimmer of hope for him. Yet, once Qin Huairu dragged him outside, the cold was far too much for even a severely injured person to withstand. The temperature outside plummeted to nearly 50 degrees below zero. Even with thick blankets wrapped around him, Bang Gung could not endure such brutal conditions. Qin Huairu toiled for a full 7 hours, dragging the sled through the snow before finally reaching the First People's Hospital, as Li Dong had indicated. Indeed, there were still some staff on duty, but by this time, Bang Gung had already succumbed to the cold, rendered as lifeless as a popsicle. There was no longer any hope of resuscitation, and the hospital was at a loss for how to proceed. At Li Dong's home, he was engrossed in developing his doomsday farm system. After a period of growth, the system had accumulated a substantial amount of psychic energy points, necessitating some proper management. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system to level 9. The internal land area has expanded to 1 million square kilometers, while the total water area has increased to 5 million square kilometers. The host can freely allocate land attributes and water quality as needed. The level 9 farm unlocks a new feature, the lucky draw function. One draw is automatically refreshed at 1 a.m. daily, and unused draws can accumulate. After reaching level 9, Li Dong noticed that there were still many points in the system's points bar. So he decided to proceed with another upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system to level 10. The system space has transformed into a spherical shape. The environmental conditions now completely simulate the Earth's state pre-catastrophe. With a diameter of 1,600 kilometers, the internal space possesses a complete Earth ecosystem. The host can freely set the attributes of different areas within the space. The level 10 system space unlocks the world power function, allowing the host to directly elevate their cultivation level. The current distribution ratio of spatial power is, the host receives 50 world power, while the remaining 50 is evenly distributed among all female leads. A few days ago, Li Dong successfully unlocked his 5S extraordinary ability, the Biochemical Tyrant. However, after unlocking this power, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding the methods of cultivation. The system had imparted no cultivation techniques to him, nor was there anyone to guide him on how to harness his newfound abilities. Consequently, his extraordinary power remained dormant, with its level stagnating at 0, rendering it entirely unusable. To his astonishment, he discovered that the power of the world could directly enhance his cultivation, alleviating a considerable amount of his troubles. Upon unlocking the world's power, Li Dong felt a subtle connection between his body and the system's space. Waves of immense energy began to flow into him. In an instant, he sensed a dramatic transformation occurring within his body once more. Ding! Congratulations to cultivator Li Dong on successfully elevating his cultivation to the first tier of the Biochemical Tyrant. The psychic energy system has been successfully unlocked. The Global Extraordinary Ability Leaderboard has been activated. A Global Extraordinary Ability Leaderboard. Li Dong furrowed his brow, promptly clicking on the list. Global Extraordinary Ability Tier Leaderboard. First place. Forbidden Level Extraordinary Ability Biochemical Tyrant. Awakened 1 Xiao Xiao Dong, default nickname, customizable, 0.2 ND place. 3S Level Extraordinary Ability Apocalypse Queen. Awakened 1 Jennifer, 3 RD place. 3S Level Extraordinary Ability Armored War King. Awakened 1 Liu Haizhong, 0.4 TH place. 3S Level Extraordinary Ability Death Serpent God. Awakened 1 Yamada no Orochi. Goodness, the first place, Xiao Xiao Dong, is actually me. The second name, Jennifer, clearly indicates she is a foreigner. The third place, Liu Haizhong, is likely also from the Dragon Country. As for the fourth place, Yamada no Orochi, it's evident he hails from the land of cherry blossoms. Below the leaderboard, there were over 30 other 3S level awakened beings, all from various corners of the globe. Subsequently, Li Dong glanced at the second page of the leaderboard. Extraordinary Ability Level Regional Leaderboard. First place, Huang Jinwei, Awaken 1 at second tier. 1095 TH place, Xiao Xiao Dong, Awaken 1 at first tier. Then, Li Dong switched to the Global Extraordinary Ability Cultivation Leaderboard. To his surprise, the first place was occupied by Jennifer, who had already reached the 9th tier of Awakening. Meanwhile, his own first tier status placed him far beyond the 1 million mark in the global rankings, rendering him unlisted. The leaderboard only accounted for the top 1 million entries. Consequently, Li Dong could only access the regional leaderboard. Unable to view the global one. The third page presented the comprehensive battle power leaderboard. Here, Li Dong found his name, albeit at a disheartening 560,000th position. Utterly ridiculous. Anger surged within him. How could his extraordinary ability tier be so formidable yet his combat power so feeble? The system responded. That is because the comprehensive leaderboard evaluates panel data. The extraordinary ability you have awakened, the Biochemical Tyrant, is a mental type ability. In the initial stages, the cultivation level is low, resulting in mediocre panel data and overall strength. However, if you can master the mental type abilities proficiently and formulate a complete strategy, you can maximize their potential. Based on your current strength, you would have at least a 60 chance of winning against the leaderboard's top contender. Jennifer. Li Dong exclaimed, but Jennifer is a 9th tier awakened being, while I am merely at 1st tier. There is an 8-tier gap between us. Are you certain I stand a chance? The system confirmed. Indeed, but it is not advisable for you to challenge someone 8 tiers above you. Li Dong retorted. That goes without saying. Do you think I am foolish? I will continue to enhance my strength. There appears to be a wealth of world power yet to be tapped. The system cautioned. A towering edifice rises from the ground. To traverse the path of cultivation further, a solid foundation is essential. The system assessment indicates that your cultivation level will stabilize over a period of 3 days. It is recommended that you solidify your current level before advancing. Of course, you may also choose to disregard this advice and elevate your cultivation immediately. Li Dong decisively shook his head. Heed the counsel of others, and you shall dine well. 3 days is a wait I can endure. No, I shall consolidate for a week before proceeding. With my extraordinary ability awakened and the world's power augmenting my progress, my cultivation will soar at an astounding pace. Initially, I shall focus on developing my abilities discreetly. It is imperative that I first study the application of my extraordinary power. With that, Li Dong sat cross-legged on his bed, concentrating to absorb the knowledge that surged in his mind. Basic extraordinary ability of the biochemical tyrant. Body control. This was the sole ability he had mastered thus far, attained only after his recent elevation. Body control, as the name suggests, allows one to manipulate the bodies of others for their own use. Upon activating his ability, Li Dong's vision shifted to an eagle-eyed mode, automatically scanning the surrounding space for potential targets to control. The closest individuals were Qin Huairu and her companions. He scrutinized the women. He noted that their target forms appeared gray, incapable of control. The system provided an analysis. Body control can only manipulate soulless bodies and cannot control living beings. Just then, Qin Huairu and her friends were in the process of slaughtering a chicken, and one of the chickens had just bled out. Li Dong directed his eagle-eyed gaze at the chicken, and the icon promptly turned green. Controllable. However, the chicken's neck had been severed, rendering it severely weakened. Li Dong had no interest in controlling such a feeble creature. He then proceeded to the pasture area, where he bludgeoned a sheep to death. He then employed his body control skill on the sheep. To his shock, the moment he activated the skill, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The operational principle of body control was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He had imagined that upon exerting the skill, the sheep would behave like a pet, obediently following his commands and attacking enemies. However, in reality, he found his consciousness entering the sheep's body. He now had the sheep's perspective, feeling as if he had transformed from a human into a sheep. Humans are upright walking creatures, whereas sheep are quadrupedal livestock. The mechanics of their bodies are entirely distinct. Attempting to control the sheep's movements, he stumbled and fell several times within just a few steps. This peculiar sensation was too disconcerting to adapt to, and he ultimately ceased the body control ability, withdrawing his consciousness back to his own body. Upon returning to his own awareness, the sheep stood frozen in place. Unmoving. Li Dong attempted to activate his ability to skin other creatures, but the results were all gray. The system informed him, your cultivation level is at the 1st tier of awakening, and the limit for body control is 1. To control another body, you must eliminate the current sheep host. Li Dong promptly commanded, destroy it. At his command, the immobile sheep instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood, completely obliterated. This outcome was quite satisfactory. As Li Dong had previously controlled the sheep's body, had its corpse remained intact, Qin Huairu and her companions would likely have skinned it for meat. The thought of being served that meat at dinner would have been utterly awkward for him. Controlling animal corpses seemed unfeasible. After careful consideration, he resolved to venture into the outside world in search of a human corpse to control. The following morning, Qin Huairu rushed to deliver significant news to Li Dong. Brother Dong, you must see this. Something major has happened at the Jia family. Li Dong replied nonchalantly, is it not just that the Bang gang has perished? What is so shocking about that? However, Qin Huairu exclaimed in a fluster. It is not the Bang gang that has perished, but Jia Dongxu has come back to life. What? Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Li Dong's brow. Jia Dongxu died the night before last. When we visited yesterday, he had already breathed his last for several hours. How could he possibly come back to life? Could it be a resurrection? Qin Huairu responded, I'm not certain, but I just saw him moving among the crowd. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Li Dong. He and Qin Jingru hurried to the Jia family to investigate the situation. At the Jia family entrance, a large crowd had gathered, and upon spotting Li Dong, many hurriedly departed. However, some audacious individuals chose to remain. After Li Dong had killed Zhonghai, he refrained from further bloodshed in the courtyard. Moreover, with the recent incidents concerning the Jia and Yin families, the death of Zhonghai no longer seemed so alarming. Standing at the entrance of the Jia family, Li Dong could clearly see Jia Dongxu's corpse writhing. The sight of a rigid, pale corpse moving was indeed chilling. Yet Zhang Suihua was oblivious to the fear, her joy overflowing. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful, Dongxu. You truly are not dead. I knew good people are rewarded. Ha ha ha. Everyone, come and see. Our Dongxu has come back to life. He is not dead. Heaven has opened its eyes. How splendid. Dongxu, quickly rise and behold. Dear mother. Zhang Suihua forcefully shook Jia Dongxu's lifeless body, the frequency of its convulsions intensifying. At that moment, Li Dong's sense of impending crisis surged to its peak. Jingru, we must flee. He then grasped Qin Jingru's arm, retreating relentlessly through the crowd. Just then, a sudden and terrifying transformation occurred within the Jia household. Jia Dongxu's corpse abruptly sat up, and with a gaping maw, he lunged for Zhang Suihua's neck, sinking his teeth into her flesh. In an instant, Zhang Suihua's neck was severed. Ah, he has risen from the dead. Qin Jingru's face turned pale with fear as she screamed frantically. Among the crowd, several timid women burst into inconsolable tears, utterly at a loss. The men, too, were ghostly pale, with a few wetting themselves in terror. Li Dong, not daring to delay, swiftly cradled Qin Jingru in his arms and sprinted back to his home. The onlookers scattered in chaos. After biting Zhang Suihua to death, Jia Dongxu charged back into the house, pouncing upon Qin Huairu. In the face of life and death, Qin Huairu cried out, Dongxu, it's me. At the last moment, Jia Dongxu's body stiffened slightly, hesitating to bite down. Then, anguished wails echoed from within the house. Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua rushed over, clinging to Jia Dongxu's arms, pleading, Daddy, please don't kill Mommy. We beg you. A flash of extreme, twisted pain crossed Jia Dongxu's face. He then began to pound his head with both hands, emitting a roar of agony. Xiaoru, take the children and leave. I can't control myself any longer. With a feral howl, Jia Dongxu burst from the house. Once outside, he did not pursue the panicked crowd but instead charged toward Li Dong's home. At that moment, Li Dong was crouched by the window, gun in hand. Upon seeing Jia Dongxu approach with claws bared, Li Dong unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Jia Dongxu in the abdomen, while the shot did not pierce the heart. A normal person would likely be mortally wounded from such a hit. However, it was evident that Jia Dongxu was far from a typical human. After taking a bullet, his mobility remained unaffected as he continued to charge at Li Dong with extraordinary speed. Bang! Li Dong decisively fired again, the second bullet aimed at Jia Dongxu's head. According to Li Dong's memories from his past life, even the strongest of zombies would meet their end with a shot to the head. Yet, it was clear that the zombies of this reality differed significantly from those in his memories. Following his transformation, Jia Dongxu's skull exhibited a distinctly metallic characteristic. When the bullet struck his head, sparks flew, yet it failed to penetrate. My goodness. Witnessing this, Li Dong felt a surge of shock. Just moments earlier, he had seen Jia Dongxu's transformation. According to his past life memories, this caliber of zombie belonged to the weakest category. The Karami, easily dispatched by an ordinary adult wielding a knife. Who would have imagined that in reality, even a Karami could possess such formidable strength, impervious to blades and bullets? This was a zombie king that truly embodied terror. Upon further reflection, this realization seemed logical. In films and dramas, those feeble zombies could easily be dispatched by a single knife-wielding protagonist, which could never lead to a catastrophe. Modern weaponry is immensely powerful. With just a few machine guns, one could annihilate hordes of zombies. Not to mention the heavy weaponry of an army, such as cannons and tanks, which would render the weak zombies utterly powerless. Rather, it was the likes of Jia Dongxu, invulnerable to blades and bullets, who held the potential to bring about the world's end. Li Dong's Type 56 rifle was standard military issue. If he could not kill the zombie with it, the army would surely fare no better. After 2 futile shots, Jia Dongxu had already reached the window. Li Dong, not daring to hesitate, quickly shut the window and reinforced it with sturdy wooden boards. Thud, thud, thud. Jia Dongxu attacked the window frantically, but the heavy barricade held firm. Unable to breach the window, Jia Dongxu turned his attention to the door. The door had long been sealed by Li Dong. Complete with a heavy trap set behind it. Li Dong secretly hoped that Jia Dongxu would break through the front door and trigger the trap. When the heavy iron gate fell, it would surely crush him. However, after a vigorous assault on the door, Jia Dongxu abandoned his efforts and sought other targets. Through the narrow window gap, Li Dong observed Jia Dongxu's retreating figure, and his anxiety began to dissipate. Right, let me test my abilities and see if I can control him. Li Dong activated his powers, entering Eagle Eye mode, and discovered that the icon for Jia Dongxu was yellow. He had already studied the various states of the Eagle Eye mode. Generally, there are 4 display modes for hosts. First is green, indicating a high compatibility with the host, allowing for complete control. Next is yellow, representing moderate compatibility, permitting forced control. Then there is red, marking a dangerous target that cannot be controlled. Attempting to do so would backfire on the host. Lastly, there is gray, indicating a friendly target who is an ally and cannot be commanded. The skill of body control belongs to Li Dong's consciousness transfer. However, Jia Dongxu's current state was exceedingly grotesque, his body grotesquely contorted and smeared with filth and blood. Entering his body with consciousness seemed repulsive. Better not to pursue that. Chapter 61. Upgrading the shelter. Li Dong relinquished his attempt to control Jia Dongxu. And the system's prompt sounded, system scanning for the host with the highest compatibility. During the scan, a remarkable character was detected. The top 10 beauties catalog of the Qin dimension has been unlocked. Activating this catalog will yield a wealth of luck and significantly enhance the efficiency of the perpetual motion engine. The top 10 beauties catalog of the Qin dimension. Li Dong's thoughts raced as he swiftly opened the catalog for review. Among the 10 beauties, he had already activated 5. He Yushui, Qin Jinru, Liu Haizhong, Lu Xiaoyi, and Yin Jeti. 3 icons remained gray, in an inactive state, Qin Huairu, Yu Li, and Yu Fingxia. Additionally, 2 gray icons displayed a series of question marks instead of character portraits. What on earth is this? Staring at the string of question marks, Li Dong felt overwhelmed. I know Qin Huairu, Yu Li, and Yu Fingxia. They are indeed quite beautiful, but how am I to gather these 2 mystery figures? System, the avatars of these 2 beauties cannot be displayed due to their current indeterminate representations. The system cannot provide accurate displays. Once the timing is ripe, the system will reveal them. Li Dong, but this is the apocalypse. They could be in danger at any moment. If the system provides no hints and something unfortunate happens to them, I might never unlock this catalog. System. The system possesses an auto-protection feature. The current system panel can recruit beauties, each with a safety period of 100 days. Please select the woman you wish to prioritize for recruitment. Once selected, the protection period will commence countdown, with 3 individuals. There are 300 days of protection, ample time for the host to locate them easily. Li Dong. Then I shall choose Qin Huairu. Subsequently, the system icon for Qin Huairu entered countdown mode, 99 days. If Qin Huairu is still alive, she will surely be in the Qin. Finding her shouldn't be difficult. Jia Dongxu's current state is indeed quite delicate. He has lost his sanity yet retains about 10 of his memories from life. It is precisely this 10 of memory that allowed Qin Huairu and her daughters to narrowly escape disaster. Of course, it is also possible that Qin Huairu's escape was triggered by the system's protective mechanism. Regardless of the reason, Jia Dongxu's remaining 10 of memory will undoubtedly guide him to attack his most hated target. For Jia Dongxu, the person he despises most is undoubtedly Li Dong. Li Dong hoards a vast amount of supplies and has not shared food with Jia Dongxu, inciting his wrath. Next on Jia Dongxu's list of hatred is Su Damao. Thus, he ultimately perished in a trap set by Su Damao. In the blink of an eye, Jia Dongxu arrived at Su Damao's residence. He pounded on the door with fury, ultimately triggering the mechanism at Su Damao's entrance. Once again, he was struck violently by a massive stone. However, this time, Jia Dongxu's physical prowess was significantly greater than before. Even when struck by a weight akin to 1,000 pounds, he remained alive, thrashing about in a fervent struggle. Su Damao, barricaded in the inner room, caught a glimpse through the crack of the door. Witnessing Jia Dongxu outside, clawing and flailing in a frenzy, the sight terrified Su Damao to the point of losing control, as an overwhelming stench permeated the air, under the crushing weight of fear. Su Damao sensed a sudden surge of warmth flooding his mind, followed by an inundation of information. Superpowers. I have acquired superpowers. Upon realizing the transformation within himself, Su Damao was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, there is always a glimmer of hope. After a moment of introspection, Su Damao discovered that the extraordinary ability he had awakened was a formidable Class A power, the ability to manipulate objects. As dusk fell, Qin Huairu, cradling two young girls in her arms. Arrived at Li Dong's doorstep. Li Dong opened the door. She called out, I am willing to be your woman. Please, let me in. Bang Gong, along with his father and grandmother, have all gone mad. I beg you, save us. Upon peering out the window, Li Dong was struck by a sense of astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Qin Huairu was indeed one of the 10 most beautiful women in the courtyard. A pivotal figure in unlocking extraordinary powers, and thus, he could not let this opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, Li Dong reached out, bringing the 3 women into his abode through the window. Qin Jingru inquired, Sister, what on earth is happening? The 3 deceased members of the Jia family have all come back to life. How are you still alive? Wowa, Qin Huairu cried. I feel as though Dongxu still retains a spark of humanity. How is that possible? Qin Jingru sharply refuted. This morning, I witnessed Jia Dongxu bite through Zhang Cuihua's neck. Zhang Cuihua was his biological mother. If he could kill his own mother, how can you say he has any humanity left? Helpless, Qin Huairu relayed her experiences from the morning to Li Dong. After transforming, Jia Dongxu did not harm Qin Huairu and her daughters. Despite her overwhelming fear, Qin Huairu mustered the courage to remain at the Jia residence. However, moments ago, she had seen Zhang Cuihua's corpse begin to twitch, as well as the remains of Bang Gong showing signs of change, realizing that they could not linger at the Jia household any longer. She understood that once those 2 rose again, the 3 of them would be doomed. Once the situation was clarified, Qin Huairu knelt before Li Dong once more. Li Dong, I implore you, my body is yours from now on. Just provide me with sustenance for one person, and I will share my portion of food with Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua. I beseech you, grant them a chance at life. Please do not drive them away. With that, Qin Huairu prostrated herself, repeatedly bowing to Li Dong. After some contemplation, Li Dong replied, For now, I can allow you to stay. However, we must deliberate on what lies ahead for you and your daughters. All right, I will do whatever you ask. I will obey you. With Li Dong's affirmative response, Qin Huairu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dong did not hesitate, and that very night brought Qin Huairu into the space. The following morning, as Li Dong awoke, he found Qin Huairu already dressed and seated at the bedside. Li Dong, do you think this arrangement works? Qin Huairu proposed, Let Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua live in this space. The environment here is quite pleasant. Li Dong responded solemnly, Qin Huairu, unless you agree to one condition, I will not permit those 2 girls to enter. What condition? Qin Huairu inquired. Li Dong replied, Once those 2 girls enter the space, they can only live here and may never leave. Huh? Qin Huairu's brows furrowed in concern. That doesn't seem right. This space should allow for free movement, shouldn't it? Indeed, the space allowed for freedom of entry and exit. But it was also the foundation of my existence. Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua are just children. Without a sense of confidentiality, their loose lips could expose my secrets. If they were to reveal my hidden truths, I would be done for. Therefore, I do not wish to disclose this secret to them just yet. If you want them to live in the space, they must remain here permanently. Qin Huairu hesitated. But after a painful struggle, she ultimately nodded. Fine, I accept your terms. After all, the outside world is rife with bloodshed. There is nothing worth clinging to. Very well. In that case, you should go out and have breakfast. After that, bring them into the space. Once Qin Huairu left, Li Dong accessed the system interface. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have captured the new female lead, Qin Huairu, gaining 1 point of luck. That morning, after breakfast, Qin Huairu led Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua into the space. Meanwhile, Li Dong, along with Qin Jingru and a few others, began constructing defensive fortifications outside. Presently, there were numerous zombies roaming within the courtyard. The Jia family's Zhang Cuihua, Jia Dongxu, and Bang Gong had all transformed into zombies after their deaths. Additionally, those who had perished earlier, such as Dage, Idama, and the deaf old woman, had also risen as the undead. They clawed their way out of the thick snow, wandering dangerously in the courtyard. Zombies are acutely sensitive to the scent of the living, often attacking frantically at doors and windows, creating an atmosphere of dread. Li Dong planned to dig a trench in the snow surrounding his home to deter the zombies from approaching. At this moment, the wandering zombies were primarily active near Yan Bugui's residence, making it the perfect opportunity to act. The snow was not particularly hard, and with the number of people Li Dong had, they quickly dug the trench in just over an hour. The trench was dug to a depth of 1 meter, with the snow piled on the inner side. This arrangement resulted in a steep slope of approximately 1.7 meters in height on the inner side of the trench. The snow's natural smoothness was further enhanced as Li Dong poured cold water over the surface, turning the slope into an icy slide. Although zombies possess formidable defenses, their bodies become rigid in the extreme cold, rendering them nearly incapable of climbing. Using the trench to fend off the zombies should pose no significant challenge once the trench was completed. Li Dong instructed Qin Huairu and the others to remain indoors while he ventured alone to the school. Despite the current danger outside, he felt an inexplicable pull towards the school. This was not merely a subjective feeling. It was a prompt from the system indicating that something of profound importance awaited him there. After running for over 2 hours, Li Dong finally arrived at his former school. The once vibrant institution was now ensnared by thick layers of snow. The walls and teaching buildings were buried to a considerable extent, with only the top floor of the 5-story building remaining visible. However, Li Dong noticed signs of life near the dormitory and decided to investigate. The boys' dormitory had some snow cleared away, but there remained a thickness of 5 to 6 meters. Someone had established a makeshift base there, with doors and windows tightly sealed. Upon his arrival, Li Dong immediately spotted his former classmate. Zhou Dalongji. Li Dong, what brings you here? Zhou Dalong exclaimed, initially taken aback before tightening his grip on the iron rod. Adopting a defensive stance. Li Dong proposed. Dalong, quickly open the door and let me in. No way. Zhou Dalong firmly refused. I'm sorry, Li Dong. The world has changed. There are too many bad people now, and our supplies are limited. Try your luck elsewhere. I won't let you in. Zhou Dalong's words rang true. The eternal snow disaster had persisted for over a month, and social order was gradually disintegrating. Zhou Dalong must have faced some perilous encounters, hence his reluctance to open the door. Li Dong had never been one for moral coercion. If others were unwilling to assist him and did not pose a threat, he would treat them as mere passers-by. With that in mind, he asked, by the way, Zhou Dalong, is my friend Wei Yong in the dormitory? Yes, Zhou Dalong confirmed. But even if you know Wei Yong, we still cannot let you in. You should give up on that notion. I suggest you try the girls' dormitory, if you can protect those girls. They may offer you some supplies. Li Dong chuckled. Dalong, from what you're saying, it seems you have quite a bit of supplies, huh? We have nothing left, Zhou Dalong firmly asserted. Li Dong, don't think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. In light of our past camaraderie as classmates, I have no desire to engage in a physical altercation with you, so please do not provoke me. Ha ha ha. Li Dong replied with a faint smile. All right, Dalong, do not be so tense. What malice could I possibly harbor? I initially intended to assist you, but since you are ungrateful, I shall say no more. Kindly summon Wei Yong. I wish to converse with him briefly before taking my leave. Very well, please wait here for a moment. I will fetch Wei Yong immediately. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Wei Yong emerged from the room, carrying a cloth bag. Upon their meeting, he tossed the bag over the iron fence. Donggu, this bag contains several buns. Take them back for your immediate needs. He said. I've come to an agreement with Dalong and the others to restrict entry to outsiders. My apologies. Dongji. Li Dong replied with a solemn tone. Wei Yong, I have no need for your black buns. I have found a secure location. Do you wish to accompany me? Wei Yong responded with a bitter smile. Donggu, what we lack is not a safe haven, but rather supplies. Nevertheless, if you trust me, come along, Li Dong asserted. If you do not believe in me, today shall mark our final meeting as brothers. Wei Yong pondered deeply for a considerable time before resolutely declaring, very well, I shall accompany you. Chapter 63. I shall not be polite. Subsequently, Wei Yong returned to his dormitory and emerged with 2 bags of supplies in tow. The contents of these bags were substantial, weighing at least 40 pounds. One bag contained wheat flour, while the other held sweet potato flour. Where did you procure these items? Li Dong inquired, astonished. They were distributed by the school. After the snow disaster confined the campus, classes could not continue, so the school provided supplies for everyone to cook for themselves. Wei Yong explained. If you are preparing your own meals, the cafeteria would be the most sensible place to go. Do not even mention it, Wei Yong replied, his face etched with bitterness. The cafeteria has been taken over by Liu Chunlei and his gang of bullies. They number over 100, behaving worse than beasts. Let us focus on our task. I'll assist you with carrying the belongings, he continued, handing Li Dong a bag of sweet potato flour, which then inexplicably vanished into thin air. Donggu, when did you learn to perform magic tricks? Who said anything about magic tricks? Li Dong chuckled. This is merely a newly awakened special ability. You awakened a special ability. That is splendid. Li Dong continued. What is so surprising about it? With so many people in our school, surely someone else has awakened as well. Indeed, in our small outpost, Zhonghai has awakened a unique power. He possesses terrifying strength, able to lift over 300 pounds. Enough of that. Let us hasten to the girls' dormitory. Li Dong merely sought to ascertain whether anyone in the school had awakened abilities. He had no interest in the specifics of Qin Huairu's power. Physical enhancement abilities were among the least impressive. Offering no extraordinary capabilities beyond mere strength, what was there to envy? The situation in the girls' dormitory differed significantly from that of the boys. The women of this era were not as fragile in their mindset as those of the 21st century. With the advent of the snow disaster and the rampant presence of zombies, human nature had begun to twist and darken. For them to survive, unity was imperative. The girls' dormitory featured 2 rows of small buildings facing each other. In order to protect themselves, the girls had erected barriers using discarded beds and furniture piled in the snow, creating a sturdy defensive line against the lower-tier zombies. Their defenses were considerably more robust. Not far from the barricades, a small room housed several girls armed and vigilant. Li Dong. Wei Yong, you should return to the boys' dormitory. We will not open the door. Without waiting for Li Dong to speak, they made their stance clear. Li Dong wasted no words and handed the bag he was holding to the girls. Sisters, could you assist me by calling for Sun Jieli and Lin Sitian? I have some matters to discuss with them. What is this? It's still warm. One girl exclaimed as she accepted the bag from Li Dong, quickly realizing its contents. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Buns. And meat buns at that. The other girls' eyes lit up as well, eagerly reaching for the buns to indulge. After enjoying the buns, they quickly fetched Sun Jieli and Lin Sitian. The moment Sun Jieli appeared in Li Dong's line of sight, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System has detected optimal host. Would you like to commence body control immediately? What is this? Was it not stated that living beings could not be controlled? System, the target individual shares a profound enmity with the host. Her presence will significantly amplify the host's fury, resulting in a tremendous boost to mental strength. Controlling the target will grant the passive ability, Rage. In a state of rage, the host's combat power will increase by 100, while mental energy consumption will rise by 500. Consuming 5 times the mental energy will double combat power, which could serve as an emergency measure. Li Dong, what brings you here? Sun Jieli asked. Do you have something to discuss with me? Li Dong replied nonchalantly, Lily, despite having once wronged me, I cannot seem to forget you. It is not advisable for you to remain in the school dormitory. Come with me to my home. Do you have supplies there? Li Dong did not waste time and retrieved several steaming buns from his bag, offering them to Sun Jieli. After joyfully consuming the buns, she unhesitatingly stepped through the barrier, deciding to accompany Li Dong to AT that moment. Lin Sitian arrived at the entrance. Lin Sitian's situation contrasted with Sun Jieli's. While Sun Jieli was well acquainted with Li Dong as his ex-girlfriend, Lin Sitian belonged to a different class and had little interaction with him. However, Lin Sitian was exceptionally beautiful. Alas, in this conservative era, there were no flamboyant displays. In the 21st century, her striking looks would have made her the most enchanting flower on campus. Such a stunning woman would be a pity to leave behind. Li Dong, do you need something from me? Lin Sitian regarded him cautiously. Tian, it is not safe for you here. Come stay at my home for a while. Li Dong's demeanor towards Lin Sitian was relatively courteous, yet she remained highly wary of him. Li Dong, be quiet. Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. I will not accompany you. You, Wei Yong, let us depart. Before Lin Sitian could finish her sentence, Li Dong had already gestured for Wei Yong, turning his back and leaving without a glance. Lin Sitian had expected Li Dong to persistently flatter her, yet he left so decisively. At the entrance of the courtyard, as Li Dong returned with Lin Sitian and Wei Yong, they unexpectedly encountered the transformed Jia Dongxu. Li Dong, I will make you pay with your life. Jia Dongxu roared in a hoarse voice, lunging at Li Dong with wild abandon. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Dong wasted no time and activated his body control ability to see Sun Jieli's form. In an instant, he gained her perspective. Truth be told, it felt quite disconcerting for a grown man to suddenly inhabit a woman's body. However, there was no time for Li Dong to acclimate. Life and death were at stake. He promptly controlled Sun Jieli's body and charged towards Jia Dongxu. Sun Jieli, have you lost your mind? Wei Yong exclaimed, astonished to see Sun Jieli leap into action first. Chapter 64. Where is the bottom line? Dog system. Sun Jieli, this seemingly delicate girl, had never exhibited such bravery before. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jia Dongxu bit into Sun Jieli multiple times, leaving her covered in wounds. Yet she remained silent. Moreover, she utilized her newfound strength to subdue Jia Dongxu, pinning him to the ground. Awu. Jia Dongxu's frenzied roar attracted several nearby zombies. As the number of encroaching zombies increased, Li Dong felt compelled to act quickly, leading Wei Yong to his home. Once inside, Wei Yong took a moment to recuperate, while Li Dong seized control of Sun Jieli's body to engage in combat with the approaching zombies. Initially, Li Dong struggled to acclimate to the unfamiliar physique of Sun Jieli, feeling quite awkward in her form. However, after a fierce battle, he gradually adapted to this new combat style. The terrifying power of the taboo-level supernatural ability began to manifest within him, despite both being mutated entities. Sun Jieli, under Li Dong's command, exhibited combat prowess far superior to that of Jia Dongxu and his ilk. Firstly, Sun Jieli possessed immense strength. Even a robust man like Jia Dongxu could easily be pinned to the ground by her. Secondly, her body exhibited remarkable resilience. Although Sun Jieli retained a flesh and blood form, her skin was prone to tearing. Nevertheless, her skeletal structure was exceptionally sturdy, impervious to the gnawing of zombies, once her outer flesh was ravaged. A mere intake of sustenance would suffice for her rapid recovery. After a grueling 10 minutes of battle, Jia Dongxu, Zhang Cuihua, Bang Gung, Zhonghai, Lin Shuling, and the deaf old lady all knelt before Sun Jieli, surrendering without resistance. Witnessing this scene, Li Dong chuckled. Zombies can indeed command zombies. It was amusing to see Jia Dongxu and his fellow zombies, unable to defeat Sun Jieli, meekly bowing in submission. Currently, Sun Jieli's physical strength, augmented by her supernatural abilities, was estimated to exceed 1,000 kilograms. If Li Dong were to equip her with a spiked club, a single blow could easily crush Jia Dongxu's skull. However, Li Dong refrained from such actions, for the surviving humans posed a greater threat than the zombies. Liu Haizhong, Su Damao, and even Yin Bugui had all succumbed to their darker natures. Allowing the zombies to roam the yard would deter the beast from committing further atrocities. If Li Dong were to exterminate all the zombies, it would only facilitate the actions of the human predators. There was no need for that. After subduing the horde of zombies, Li Dong directed Sun Jieli to the window. Covered in grime and blood, she appeared quite fearsome, and Li Dong did not allow her entry into the house. Instead, through the window, he tossed her a live chicken. Upon receiving the chicken, Sun Jieli immediately bit through its neck, voraciously consuming its blood. After draining the blood, she shockingly began to devour the raw flesh, feathers, and all. This gruesome sight made Li Dong frown deeply. How barbaric! Simultaneously, he noticed another phenomenon. The energy she absorbed from consuming blood and flesh was subtly returning to him. Although this feedback was minuscule, its presence was unmistakable. Donggo, what are you doing? Qin Jingru leaned in, grinning as she asked. This woman has surely undergone a transformation into a zombie, hasn't she? Indeed, Li Dong affirmed. She is no longer a normal human. However, this female zombie poses no danger to us. I can control her. How impressive! Qin Jingru inquired with curiosity. How does this female zombie compare to Jia Dongxu and his companions? Need you ask? Of course, mine is far superior. That afternoon, Li Dong arranged for Wei Yong to stay at Zhonghai's residence. Although Zhonghai and Lin Shuling had perished, their house remained relatively intact. Wei Yong, a classmate of Li Dong, was of commendable character. Living together in the courtyard would ensure mutual support in case of future emergencies. Time flew by, and on the following morning, Li Dong received an unexpectedly amusing result. In the courtyard's top 10 beauties catalog, 2 mysterious icons had inexplicably lit up. Strangely, while the icons were illuminated, the question marks they bore remained locked. The system explained. The lighting of the beauty catalog icons signifies that the corresponding beauties now exist within the system space. The icons still display as question marks, indicating that the final images of these individuals remain uncertain and cannot be revealed in advance. Li Dong felt increasingly frustrated. What kind of nonsense is this? The system cannot even identify these 2 women's images, yet they are listed among the top 10 beauties. The system replied, host may have misunderstood. The selection criteria for the top 10 beauties are not dictated by the system. These 10 beauties were derived from the host's memories, based on the host's suggested standards. The question remained, who are these 2 question-marked individuals? Wait, did you just say these 2 question-mark characters are already in the system space? From yesterday to today, the only new arrivals in my system space are Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua. Could it be Ding? Detection of host's improper intentions. The system's moral supervision mode has been activated. If the system detects any harmful actions towards minors, it will implement punitive measures against the host. Li Dong erupted in curses. What the hell, system? What improper intentions could I possibly have towards these 2 little girls? There is no need for you to discuss me like this. The system's teasing remark indeed confirmed Li Dong's suspicions. The 2 question mark icons represented Jia's 2 little girls, Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua. Xiao Dang was only 5 years old, while Xiao Huaihua had just been weaned and could hardly speak coherently. The system could not display their images due to their tender ages. The reason these two girls were included in the top 10 beauties catalog stemmed from Li Dong's subjective consciousness. Before his transmigration, he had watched the complete series of the Courtyard of Love. In the later plot, the two daughters of the Jia family, upon reaching adulthood, were indeed stunning beauties, since the system was bound to Li Dong as its host. It naturally evaluated the top 10 beauties based on his subjective memories. Thus, Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua inadvertently entered the system, lighting up the icons, which was an unexpected yet fortunate turn of events. By this point, 8 out of the 10 beauties in the Courtyard's catalog had been successfully illuminated. The remaining 2 were Yu Li and Yu Fingxia. In Yin Bugui's household, and San stood by the window, gazing sorrowfully at the wandering corpses outside. Meanwhile, in the living room, the Yin brothers were demonstrating their newly acquired powers. Yin Zhecheng's ability was a defensive one. When activated, his skin hardened significantly, allowing him to withstand knife and sword attacks with remarkable resilience. Yin Jiafeng had awakened a power that enhanced his physical abilities, rendering him extraordinarily strong. The youngest brother, Yin Jiakong, possessed a speed-based ability that enabled him to run at incredible velocities. After showcasing their powers, Yin Jiecheng proposed, "Brothers, we now possess special abilities. We no longer need to endure Li Dong's tyranny. Let us go to his house and deal with that scoundrel. What are we waiting for? I've long wanted to eliminate that scoundrel." Yin Jiafeng shouted furiously, "Enough! You 3 must cease this nonsense." At a critical moment, Yin Bugui interjected, "The streets are teeming with vicious monsters. If you venture out now, it will surely be a one-way trip. We have food at home. Stay put and don't cause any trouble." Yin Zhecheng retorted, "Father, even if I don't seek revenge on Li Dong, I must find a way to bring Yuli back. She has been at her family's home for far too long and still has returned. This cannot continue." Yin Bugui shot Yin Zhecheng a disapproving glare, admonishing, "Yin Zhecheng, can't you exhibit some ambition? In times like these, you still concern yourself with Yuli? We can barely survive ourselves." At this juncture, Aunt San, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Deshang, you should heed your father's advice. With our current food supply, the 5 of us can last until summer, mother. What are you thinking?" Yin Zhecheng replied irritably, "Have you looked at how much firewood we have left? We're trapped in this house, while we can use snow for drinking water. We still need fuel to cook and heat. Once our coal is exhausted, we won't survive even with food." Aunt San furrowed her brow. "That is indeed a problem. The temperature is dropping daily, and our heating demands are significant. The meager supply of coal in the shed will scarcely last a few days. We must devise a way to venture out and gather some firewood." Alas! Yin Bugui helplessly shook his head at this moment. Liu Haizhong's family, consisting of 3 brothers, had also awakened their extraordinary abilities. The powers possessed by these 3 siblings were identical, all revolving around enhanced physical capabilities. At this moment, the Liu family was deliberating their next survival strategy. Liu Haizhong expressed his thoughts. "In the courtyard, nearly every household is running low on food. To seek supplies, we must leave the city and venture into the countryside, where there are fewer people, and many farmers have the habit of storing grain." Lu Guangqi replied, "Father, your idea is sound, but there are far too many monsters outside. We simply cannot go out. I have witnessed with my own eyes how those creatures prey on humans." Indeed, this posed a significant dilemma. Liu Haizhong spoke resolutely, "Yet we must find a way to overcome this. If we do not leave swiftly, the number of monsters within the courtyard will only increase. Those who perished in the extreme cold and snow would not decompose in such frigid conditions. As time passed, these corpses would undergo a transformation, becoming mindless, undead creatures. Among them were Zhonghai, a large ant, and the deaf old woman, all of whom had died a mere fortnight ago. Liu Haizhong's assessment was accurate. As time progressed, the death toll from the snow disaster would continue to rise, and these deceased individuals would gradually turn into zombies. However, Liu Guangqi remained optimistic. "Father, there's no need to be overly anxious. We, the brothers, have now acquired superpowers. With time, our abilities will only grow stronger." "Indeed," Liu Guangtian chimed in. "I can sense my powers intensifying. Once we reach a certain level of ability, dispatching those zombies will be a mere child's play. It is far too perilous to venture out in our current state." "Very well, let us wait a while longer." Liu Haizhong cast a glance at his 3 robust sons, and his tense demeanor eased considerably. The following morning, as the 3-day training period of the system concluded, Li Dong's power level escalated to the 2nd tier of Awakeners. Consequently, he acquired a second skill, the Temporal Soul Chain. This skill was not an active offensive ability but rather a passive life-saving skill. Initially, when he had just awakened his body manipulation ability, he could only control targets within a 100-meter radius. If the target exceeded that distance, the control would falter. Now, with the temporal soul chain, this limitation was entirely mitigated. Not only had the range of control expanded to 200 meters, but Li Dong could also transcend the barriers of time and space within the system's realm to dominate the host body. Thus, as long as Li Dong entered the system's space, he could exert control over any host globally. Upon obtaining this ability, Li Dong couldn't help but ponder, with this power, am I not invincible worldwide? The system replied, strictly speaking, the system space qualifies as a spatial ability. If the host encounters a spatial ability user, there still exists a possibility of danger. Furthermore, certain unique soul ability users can inflict harm on the host's soul through the consciousness of the host body. All things in the world exist in a balance of mutual influence. The host must continue to strive to enhance their strength. Subsequently, Li Dong accessed the list of extraordinary abilities. He remained firmly at the top of the ability tier leaderboard. However, the data on the cultivation leaderboard had undergone significant updates. First place was still held by Xin Yuan Chong Kong, who had reached the third tier of evolution. Second place belonged to the illusory sword Kachina. Also at the third tier. In third place was a familiar name, the eight-headed serpent, likewise at the third tier. Chapter 66, it is quite nice to be low-key. Li Dong, with his second tier awakening, found himself ranked just beyond the 200,000 mark. The final column, the power ranking list, placed Li Dong outside the million mark. Yet, a challenge option appeared. Li Dong could enhance his power ranking through simulated challenges or directly challenge the top 1 million strong individuals on the leaderboard. After a brief contemplation, Li Dong ultimately decided against the simulated challenges. Thus far, he remained utterly ignorant of the mechanics of such simulated challenges, being the top of the extraordinary ability tier leaderboard. He had undoubtedly attracted the attention of various global factions. Should he inadvertently reveal his identity during a simulation, it could lead to significant complications for him. Moreover, since Li Dong's body manipulation relied entirely on bioweapons in combat, even if the bioweapon perished, it would not inflict any harm on Li Dong's original body. Therefore, there was no need for him to engage in such simulated challenges. He could simply control zombies for real combat. After closing the system interface, Li Dong exited the farm space and returned to the outside world. Liu Xiaoyi and He Yushui had already prepared breakfast together. For the morning meal, they had prepared 6 dishes and a soup. The 6 dishes included mushroom slices with meat, braised ribs, clear stewed lamb chops, steamed bream, sweet and sour cabbage, and cold lotus root slices. The soup was a chicken and mushroom broth, with the family growing in number. It was indeed necessary to prepare more food. Otherwise, a few adults gathered around merely 2 plates would hardly suffice. Given the infinite resources within the system space, Li Dong saw no reason to impose restrictions on them. Now, under Li Dong's arrangement, the women in the household paired up to take turns cooking. The duty roster determined the ingredients. After satisfying their hunger, Li Dong found a bag and packed a dozen meat buns to deliver to Wei Yong. Of course, Li Dong did not venture out himself. Instead, he controlled Sun Jieli to deliver the food to Wei Yong. Wei Yong had learned the day before that Li Dong could manipulate zombies. Yet, encountering an actual zombie was still profoundly shocking. Dong Gu, is it really you? It is I. The voice was that of Sun Jieli, slightly hoarse. Wei Yong suggested, Dong Gu, with such a remarkable skill, why not control a man's body? It would seem more natural. Please, spare me. Li Dong sighed in resignation. Controlling this female zombie, while somewhat awkward, poses no psychological barriers. But if I were to manage a male zombie, I simply could not overcome that mental hurdle. Currently, Li Dong was exerting his consciousness over Sun Jieli's body. However, it was not his own. Thus, controlling it felt akin to maneuvering a marionette. It was as if he were embracing the host's body while battling an enemy. Sun Jieli was a woman, quite attractive, so Li Dong felt no psychological impediment while fighting. However, if he were to assume control of a man, would he not be forced to grapple with a large man in combat? That psychological barrier would be insurmountable, let alone achieving perfect synchronization. By the way, Dong Gu. Wei Yong suddenly shifted the conversation back to serious matters. Last night, while meditating alone, I think I felt something. You awakened your abilities? Li Dong inquired. Yes, look at this. As he spoke, Wei Yong pointed towards a table inside the room. From over 2 meters away, he effortlessly lifted the table into the air. Excellent. Li Dong nodded with a smile. Your ability is quite formidable. Continue to practice at home. I have some matters to attend to today. Dong Gu. I want to accompany you. Having a companion on the road would be beneficial, wouldn't it? It's too dangerous. What is there to fear? My ability possesses some combat potential. Furthermore, since awakening my powers, not only can I manipulate objects in battle, but my own strength and speed have also seen tremendous enhancement. I feel that with a shovel, I could easily crush those disgusting monsters. Very well, since you wish to venture out for some training, come along, Li Dong stated with a serious tone. Once we go out, I will lead the way, and you will follow a few meters behind me. If we encounter zombies, I will engage them in combat while you remain in a safe zone, controlling objects to assist me. But do not approach the zombies too closely. Understood, Donggu. After strategizing their approach, Li Dong retrieved a hefty wooden stake from the space. The stake had a diameter of at least 20 centimeters and exceeded 2 meters in length. Roughly estimating, it weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds. Wei Yong gazed in astonishment at this scene. Sunjili, with her petite frame weighing only around 80 to 90 pounds, wielded a large stick over 2 meters long as a weapon. An utterly absurd sight. The few zombies within the courtyard had already been subdued by Li Dong. Upon seeing Sun Jieli emerge, they scuttled away, too fearful to show themselves. However, the zombies outside bore no such hesitation. As Sun Jieli was also a zombie now, none would dare to attack her. Yet, Wei Yong, trailing behind, still exuded the essence of a normal human. The moment Wei Yong stepped outside, a grotesque zombie lunged at him from the side. Thud. Just as Wei Yong was about to retaliate with a shovel, Li Dong effortlessly swung his stick, striking the zombie squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding crash, the creature was sent flying over 10 feet away, its powerful force causing it to slide across the snowy ground for several meters. Once the zombie struggled to its feet, it fled in terror. Do not engage with them, just move quickly, Li Dong urged. Hastening his pace. In the courtyard where Yuli's family resided, the number of active zombies was even greater. Li Dong swung his stick, toppling more than 10 zombies in one breath before successfully arriving at Yuli's doorstep. Although the zombies had lost their sanity and had devolved into mindless killing machines, they retained a flicker of their memories from life. When confronted with an insurmountable force, experiencing a significant defeat would prompt them to retreat rather than recklessly charge to their demise. After knocking on the door for quite some time, Li Dong finally heard Yuli's voice seeping through the crack. Li Dong, is there something you need from me on this snowy day? Indeed, there is, Li Dong replied gravely. Haizhong mentioned she misses you and has asked me to bring you to her. Yuli couldn't help but furrow her brow. She then turned to glance at her brother. Yudong. He remained silent, while Zhao Caixia, sobbing, interjected, Lily, I do not wish to force you into something you dislike. However, as you can see, the situation is dire. Monsters abound outside, and our food supply is dwindling. Even if you stay at home, our family cannot hold out for long. Chapter 67. Bringing Yuli home. Yuli understood the implications of leaving with Li Dong. Yet, her options were rapidly diminishing. She could either remain at home and await death with her family or offer her body in exchange for supplies from Li Dong, thus allowing her parents to endure a bit longer. After much contemplation, Yuli continued, Li Dong, you merely desire my body, do you not? Just as Haizhong proposed, provide my father and the others with a bride price. And I shall go with you. Li Dong chuckled, Lily, do not misunderstand. I did not come to take anyone away. I am here to save you. If you are willing to accompany me, providing you with a bride price is only proper. If you are not willing, I will not force you. I am willing, Yuli retorted. While others are starving, where do you expect me to find food? I am still young and do not wish to starve to death. I want to survive. Now you are speaking sense. Li Dong smiled lightly. I have prepared the bride price, and it is more than sufficient. He then retrieved supplies from his spatial storage and placed them at the door. Yudong called out, Li Dong, place the supplies at the door, then step back 20 meters. Once we have secured the supplies indoors, we will naturally allow Lily to accompany you. Your cooperation is appreciated. With a chuckle, Li Dong signaled Wei Yong to retreat. After Yudong and the others moved the supplies inside, Yuli, with tears in her eyes, leapt out through the window. Li Dong, could you perhaps spare some firewood for my father and the others? She pleaded. We have run out of fuel for warmth, and I know you must have some. Li Dong shook his head with a smile. That may not be appropriate. Following the snow disaster, food supplies are severely lacking. So providing you with some is understandable. However, firewood is not in short supply. Your family has 2 able-bodied individuals who can easily gather hundreds of pounds of wood in a single day. The woods surrounding the city and some coal yards within the urban area can yield ample fuel. There is no shortage whatsoever if I provide your family with a large quantity of firewood. Wouldn't that simply enable the idle? But there are monsters everywhere. Enough talk. Let us go, Li Dong said. not wanting to linger. As he took Yuli's hand to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Li Dong, since you fancy women, why not take me along too? To Li Dong's surprise, the speaker was Yuli's sister-in-law, Yang Dongmei. Her bold declaration left him momentarily stunned. That it was important to note that her husband, Yu Fan, was present. With your husband here, you dare to openly leave with me? Yang Dongmei, have you lost your mind? As expected, before Li Dong could respond, Yu Fan erupted in fury. Who gave you permission to go with Li Dong? This scoundrel is full of tricks. Do you not realize what it means to go with him? Yang Dongmei replied defiantly. All I want now is to survive. Yu Fan, if you cannot protect me, let me go. With one less mouth to feed, your family can stretch the remaining food supplies a bit longer. No, I absolutely refuse. Then it is not up to you. I am going with Li Dong. Slap. Unable to contain his rage, Yu Fan struck Yang Dongmei sharply across the face. You promiscuous wretch, I will kill you. You dare to hit me? I will fight you. The couple soon became entangled in a violent struggle. While Li Dong merely chuckled and hurriedly took Yuli away from the courtyard. Once outside, Li Dong activated his spatial system, allowing Yuli to rest inside while he and Wei Yong made their way to the Hongqing steel mill. Previously, Li Dong had seized 2 automatic rifles from the Yin brothers. While these weapons were effective against rogues and bandits, they proved useless against the mutated zombies. Now that Li Dong had awakened the biochemical tyrant ability, despite its high level, he could not unleash its full potential due to his low cultivation realm. To enhance his strength, he needed to make Sun Jelly more aggressive, based on Li Dong's control. This zombie possessed only brute strength without any other supernatural abilities. Thus, he decided on a straightforward enhancement, providing Sun Jelly with heavy weaponry. After Li Dong's cultivation reached the second awakening level, not only did he gain greater control over his host body, but the maximum strength of the host also doubled. Sun Jelly's physical limits could reach up to 2,000 kilograms. If he activated the Fury skill, her strength could surge to an astonishing 4,000 kilograms for a short period. Such immense power could not be effectively harnessed with bare hands. A weapon was essential. The large wooden stick Li Dong held appeared exaggerated, yet its weight was merely 70 to 80 pounds. After all, it was made of wood and lacked density. While it was still somewhat light in hand, replacing it with a solid iron rod, spiked club, or a heavy hammer would turn it into a fearsome weapon. A single strike would surely reduce a zombie to a pulp. To find such heavy iron tools, the Hongqing steel mill was undoubtedly the ideal location, filled with steel. As the snow disaster situation began to worsen, the mill had already ceased operations. It was devoid of food supplies, and thus no one came to scavenge for materials. The vast factory was completely buried under a thick blanket of snow. Stretching endlessly in white, the underground gate and surrounding walls had long been concealed by the snow. Li Dong and Wei Yong teamed up, breaking in through a window to access the factory's interior. Inside, Li Dong discovered several hefty solid iron rods. Each rod, over 3 meters long and approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, weighed over a ton. This was perfectly suited to Li Dong's 2-ton strength. However, the 30-centimeter diameter was still too thick to wield comfortably without a proper grip. Moreover, the smooth iron rod was a pure blunt instrument. If it could be fashioned into a spiked club, its lethality would increase significantly. Within the factory, numerous machining tools were available, making it feasible to create a spiked club. However, Li Dong lacked the skills to operate such equipment. Brother Dong, my father is a machinist. If you desire a spiked club, perhaps he could assist you. Chapter 68. I shall not support idleness. Li Dong chuckled. Your words remind me. Our courtyard is indeed a treasure trove of talent, with both 8th and 7th level machinists among us. By the way, Wei Yong, now that you have awakened your abilities, you also possess a certain level of self-defense against those monsters. When you have some time to spare, you could bring along some provisions to deliver to Uncle and the others. All right, Donggu, I will take care of this matter. However, Wei Yong only spoke half a sentence, clearly harboring some reservations that prevented him from continuing. Li Dong, feeling displeased, remarked, Wei Yong, why are you being so evasive? Just say what's on your mind. It was only then that Wei Yong timidly confessed, Donggu. You know I have always been fond of Yang Jun from our class. I wish to bring her over to my side as well. Yang Jun. Li Dong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Do you even know where Yang Jun is now? She is currently in the girls' dormitory. When I resided in the boys' dormitory before, I had the chance to meet her a few times. Yang Jun, who sat next to Wei Yong, was of only average appearance. It was unexpected that even at this moment, Wei Yong still held her in his thoughts. How about this, Donggu? You should return and rest for now. I have developed supernatural abilities as well. I can go to the school and bring Yongjun back myself. No. Li Dong decisively shook his head. The school area is a densely populated zone, teeming with zombies. You've only just awakened your powers. It would be far too dangerous to go alone. I will accompany you. Then let us head over tomorrow. This afternoon, I will first deliver some food back to my father and the others, suggested Wei Yong. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Dong immediately arrived at Liu Haizhong's doorstep. Liu Pengzi opened the door. Li Dong continued to pound on the door. Liu Guangqi, furious, shouted through the window, "Li Dong, you little rascal, hurry up and scram. If you dare to cause trouble at my house, you will regret it." Ha ha ha. Li Dong sneered in response. "I merely wish to ask Liu Pengzi for a small favor. You would do well to be sensible. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. You little brat, let me show you how I will teach you a lesson." Liu Guangqi rolled up his sleeves, ready to leap through the window and confront Li Dong. At that critical moment, Liu Haizhong called out, "Guangqi, don't be impulsive. Li Dong isn't here to fight. Let us discuss matters rationally." Once Liu Guangqi was calmed down, Liu Haizhong turned to Li Dong. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Li Dong spoke earnestly. "Liu Pengzi, there are monsters lurking everywhere outside. I believe your family could also use some weapons for self-defense, correct? I would like to request your assistance in CRA note. The character designated as the female lead cannot passively awaken her supernatural abilities and requires the host to expend luck points for an active awakening." Li Dong inquired, "Does this mean I can directly consume 5 points of luck to enable them to awaken a 5S level supernatural ability in one go?" The system responded, "Indeed." Li Dong chuckled, "In that case, I shall wait a little longer. Currently, there are 7 individuals who need to awaken their abilities, and according to the 5S standard for each, a total of 35 luck points is required, with Liu Xiaoyi and Yu Li functioning as perpetual motion machines. I can consistently earn 2 luck points each day, making it a matter of time before I accumulate enough. When the time comes, I will allow the women to choose their preferred abilities. After all, once they become the female leads, they will be bound to me, forever loyal." Subsequently, Li Dong cast another glance at the striking illustration. The pictorial of the top 10 beauties of the courtyard had illuminated 9 individuals, leaving only the last one, Yu Fengxia, unlit. However, Yu Fengxia is somewhat special and not easily found. According to the timeline of the original story, The Romance of the Courtyard, she only appears in the later stages of the plot, likely in the 1980s. Presently, the timeline has just reached 1964, which means there are still over a decade to go. Li Dong could not help but ask, "System, according to the original timeline, Yu Fengxia is probably still a minor, isn't she?" The system replied, "This is the final reminder. This is a parallel universe, not the original timeline of Waterblue Star. Since the system has fully displayed Yu Fengxia's profile, it indicates that she is of age and currently alive. Li Dong, can you assist in pinpointing her approximate location?" System, special character, tracking is not possible. Li Dong ceased further discussion and exited the system. Even though this is a parallel universe and the timeline does not perfectly align with the original, all character relationships remain accurate. Thus, in the original courtyard, Yu Fengxia's appearance is not abrupt. Her entrance is intertwined with another significant character, Deputy Factory Director Li of the Hongxing Steel Mill. It was Deputy Director Li who ventured into business and brought Yu Fengxia into the narrative. Since I need to seek clues about Yu Fengxia, I must first locate Deputy Director Li. Among the women at home, Liu Haizhong and Qin Huairu had previously worked at the Hongxing Steel Mill. Seizing the opportunity during a meal, Li Dong inquired about Li Daya's situation. While Liu Haizhong informed Li Dong, "Li Daya is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Brother Dong, why are you looking for him?" "Indeed," Qin Huairu chimed in. "Li Daya is no good, often bullying others in the factory." Li Dong smoothly replied, "Precisely because Li Daya is so vile. I wish to take this opportunity to eliminate him. Do you know where Li Daya's residence is?" Yu Haizhong pondered for a moment and responded, "I seem to recall seeing Liu Pengzi frequently trying to curry favor with Director Li. I suspect he must have given Li Daya gifts in private. All right, I will inquire with Liu Haizhong," Li Dong decided. After breakfast, Li Dong called Wei Yong to accompany him to the Hongxing Steel Mill. Wei Yong shared with Li Dong, "Brother Dong, it seems those monsters cannot be killed. Just yesterday, I witnessed you shatter one with a heavy club. Today, I saw that creature back on its feet, completely recovered." Li Dong nodded. "Those mutated beings are no longer normal humans. To eradicate them completely, there is only one method." "What method?" Wei Yong inquired. "We need to construct a crematorium to incinerate the zombies thoroughly after wounding them." Wei Yong frowned but affirmed, "Given the current weather, setting up a crematorium isn't easy, but we still need to pursue it." Chapter 70. Encountering a tough opponent at the very least, we must clear out the zombies wandering in the courtyard. Otherwise, encountering these creatures every day is truly nerve-wracking. The crematorium plan would be put on hold. We must first head to school to execute today's tasks. 8:09 in the morning at the Hoshing steel mill. When Li Dong arrived, Liu Haizhong had already manufactured the first batch of weapons. 3 heavy weapons had been crafted: a 500-kilogram heavy sword, a 500-kilogram spiked club, and a pair of 600-kilogram heavy hammers. Each hammer weighs 300 kilograms, making the 2ASET. Li Dong picked up one of the spiked clubs to test its usability, finding it far superior to the previous crude iron rod. Wei Yong, can you handle this weapon? Li Dong gestured towards the remaining heavy weaponry. Wei Yong shook his head vigorously. Brother Dong, please don't joke with me. I can't even lift this. I think that sword suits me just fine. The sword Wei Yong referred to was the heavy sword wielded by Liu Guangqi, which appeared to weigh around 50 to 60 kilograms. Upon Wei Yong's interest, Liu Guangqi immediately expressed his discontent. That's my weapon. Liu Haizhong chuckled. All right, Guangqi, you go about your business. Li Dong, you can take the sword. Liu Guangqi's type of weapon had several duplicates forged, so there was no shortage. The Hoshing steel mill was brimming with steel. Liu Haizhong would not jeopardize his relationship with Li Dong over a mere trinket. After Wei Yong received his weapon, Li Dong prepared to leave. Liu Haizhong then said, Li Dong, could you possibly provide us with some food? The heavy weapons you requested cannot be made in just a day or two, and these labor-intensive tasks consume a significant amount of resources. Li Dong did not waste words and directly produced 500 jin of flour from his spatial inventory to hand over to Liu Haizhong. I won't say much. Produce what I need, and I will provide you with another 1,000 jin of food later. Liu Haizhong was overjoyed. After Li Dong departed, Liu Guangtian leaned in to whisper, Father, that Li Dong is truly rolling in wealth. Let us stop toiling and just eliminate him. All his resources will be ours. Slap. Liu Haizhong swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Liu Guangtian's face. Liu Guangtian, are you out of your mind? Did you not see how Li Dong lifted that 1,000 kilogram spiked club as if it were a mere chopstick? You can barely manage a 100-kilogram cleaver. How could you possibly defeat him? Liu Guangtian lowered his head, not daring to retort. Liu Haizhong continued. You better be smart about this. Don't forget how that old fool, Zhonghai, met his end. While Liu Pengzi was schooling his son, Li Dong and his companions swiftly arrived at the school. Upon reaching the dormitory area, they were greeted by a pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Simultaneously, the once pristine white snow was marred with a plethora of bloodstains. An incident had occurred. The barricade previously set up at the entrance of the girls' dormitory was now reduced to ruins. On the snow lay several gruesomely mutilated corpses. Li Dong, Wei Yong, run. There are monsters downstairs. Suddenly, a girl's scream pierced through the tense atmosphere below. Looking up, they saw Yang Jun standing on the rooftop, her face pale as she signaled a warning to Li Dong and Wei Yong. Let us move, Li Dong called to Wei Yong, just as a thunderous crash echoed from behind. Turning back, they were met with a horde of grotesque beasts charging towards them at full speed. These creatures resembled wild boars, but they were significantly larger, nearly matching the size of calves. Wei Yong, quickly find a place to hide. I will deal with these mutated wild boars. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Dong immediately retreated into the system space, while Sun Jieli charged towards the herd of wild boars wielding her spiked club. Witnessing this scene, the girls on the rooftop were utterly terrified. Is Sun Jieli insane? Why would she seek death when she could simply live? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sun Jieli swung her spiked club with all her might. Striking one of the wild boars squarely on the head, with a resounding thud, it shattered like a rotten watermelon, obliterating the mutated boar's skull. What on earth is Sun Jieli's ability? How can she be so formidable? A group of girls, previously trembling atop the rooftop, was rendered utterly speechless upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Within the girls' dormitory, many had awakened their unique abilities, including enhancements to physical prowess and telekinesis. These powers proved effective against the zombies. However, they were woefully inadequate when faced with large mutated creatures like wild boars. Wild boars, already known for their tough hides and robust physiques, had no natural predators in the wild. Following their mutation, these creatures exhibited significantly enhanced defensive capabilities, adorned with a thick layer of hide, making them impervious to bullets. The girls' abilities barely scratched the surface of the mutated wild boars, akin to mere tickling. Subsequently, Sun Jieli appeared to possess extraordinary strength, dispatching one wild boar after another with remarkable ease. Within moments, she had decimated 7 or 8 wild boars at the scene. The last remaining mutated boar, sensing danger, attempted to flee, But Li Dong swiftly employed his controlling ability, rendering it motionless and devoid of will. Meanwhile, the group of girls on the rooftop erupted into a frenzy of chatter. Sun Jieli is incredibly powerful. We, as a collective, couldn't even handle one mutated wild boar, yet she single-handedly annihilated a whole group. How is that even possible? It seems her only distinct trait is her brute strength. Indeed, she relied solely on her physical might to shatter the boar's skull. What kind of strength does it take to achieve such a feat? They debated among themselves that Li Dong, however, was quick to exit the system space, aiding the gravely injured Wei Yong after the battle commenced. Li Dong had advised Wei Yong to find a safe place to hide, but Wei Yong, in his stubbornness, insisted on fighting alongside Li Dong. Consequently, his 60-kilogram blade proved ineffective against the mutated wild boar, leaving him severely wounded as the creature knocked him to the ground. Li Dong revived Wei Yong with a pressure point technique, causing him to cough up blood. Oh no, I think my ribs are broken. Wei Yong exclaimed in agony. Li Dong attempted to assist him to his feet, but Wei Yong grimaced in pain, his cries echoing. Thus, Li Dong resorted to dragging him to a drier area indoors. Once the immediate threat had subsided, the girls began to descend from the rooftop one by one. Yang Jun recounted the events to Li Dong, revealing that the girls still had some provisions to last a while. However, the fuel for heating had been exhausted. After a discussion, they resolved to venture out in search of firewood. They formed a collection team to gather wood from the mountains. During their excursion, they encountered a small wild boar, and several girls utilized their abilities to injure it, intending to bring it back for a meal. Unexpectedly, the boar's agonized cries attracted a horde of wild boars, which retaliated with ferocity, pursuing the girls back to the dormitory. The girls suffered heavy casualties, with the remaining members terrified and huddled on the rooftop. At that moment, another girl approached. Li Dong, you can't possibly take away all the dead wild boars on the ground. Would you be willing to share one with us? Li Dong paused, glancing up at the speaker, a girl he did not recognize. Yang Jun quickly clarified. This is our dormitory leader, Wang Hongyan. Li Dong inquired. Wang Hongyan, what do you need the wild boar corpses for? Of course, for meat. She replied. Meat? Li Dong furrowed his brow and rushed to examine the wild boar carcasses. The areas where they had been struck were fresh, still emanating heat, with blood pooling on the ground, bright red and devoid of any foul odor associated with zombies. It appeared these wild boars had undergone a living mutation rather than reanimation. Living mutations were akin to human ability users and were entirely distinct from zombies. If Wang Hongyan and her companions had attempted to seize Li Dong's spoils without negotiation, he would certainly have resisted. However, their respectful approach earned Li Dong's favor. Very well, I shall gift you the smallest wild boar, he conceded. Even the smallest boar weighed over 200 pounds, an ample source of meat. Wang Hongyan and her team jubilantly transported the boar indoors for butchering. While Li Dong controlled another boar to consume one of the fallen carcasses, mutated creatures could evolve by devouring flesh and blood. After feasting on the substantial meat, the boar visibly increased in size. It was estimated that this mutated wild boar now weighed at least 700 pounds. Li Dong felt quite satisfied with this host. Although it was not a human body, making control somewhat awkward, its sheer strength was undeniable. Sun Jieli's prowess was not merely a reflection of her own abilities but also stemmed from the formidable enhancement provided by Li Dong's biochemical tyrant ability. Under the influence of this power, Sun Jieli's strength increased tenfold and more, and the augmentation was proportionate to one's baseline capabilities. Sun Jieli, at less than 100 pounds, had a pitifully weak foundation, while the mutated wild boar weighed 700 pounds. If Sun Jieli's base combat strength were 100, the boars would be at least 700. After receiving the tyrant's enhancement, Sun Jieli's strength would soar to 1,000, whereas the boars would reach an astounding 7,000. Of course, this method of evaluating combat strength was not entirely accurate, as human physiology is far more advanced than that of animals, allowing for weapon use to bolster combat effectiveness. Minutes later, Yang Jun fashioned a makeshift sled from a bedsheet, with Wei Yong resting on it as she dragged him through the snow. Yang Jun, have you awakened any superpowers? Li Dong inquired. Yang Jun's cheeks flushed as she hesitated before replying. It seems I haven't. Really? Come on. Dong Gu is one of us. You should be honest with her. Wei Yong, lying on the sled, encouraged. Finally, Yang Jun extended her hand, concentrating a sphere of green light in her palm. This seems to be my special ability. Though I'm unsure of its purpose, she murmured. Has your physical condition improved at all? Li Dong asked. It might have increased slightly, but it's barely noticeable, she admitted. The team leaders, all powerful ability users, had experienced significant boosts in their strength. While Yang Jun felt her own had only increased by about 5 kilograms. 0.5 kilograms, that truly is rather paltry, Li Dong remarked. However, this did indicate that Yang Jun's awakened ability was likely not a physical enhancement, but rather a mental one. Li Dong's biochemical tyrant ability similarly lacked physical reinforcement. When Li Dong awakened, his attribute panel reflected only an increase in mental power. With no changes to other attributes. As Li Dong progressed from a first tier to a second tier awakening, his mental power doubled, yet his other attributes remained static. The strength of Li Dong's combat capabilities stemmed from two key enhancements: the attribute boost from his farming system and the power return from his parasitic hosts. Currently, Li Dong controlled both the mutated wild boar and Sun Jieli, and the attributes of these hosts would temporarily augment Li Dong's own. However, these were temporary attributes. Should he lose control of the hosts, those enhancements would vanish. The attributes of awakened abilities varied greatly, leading to distinct developmental paths. For instance, those like Lu Guangtian, with physical enhancement abilities, would see a substantial increase in their physical strength upon leveling up, while their mental power would remain largely unchanged. Yang Jun's situation seemed somewhat akin to Li Dong's. She had resolved to leave the dormitory with Wei Yong, while Wei Yong remained fixated on the remaining mutated wild boar carcasses. Donggu, there are still 5 mutated wild boar corpses on the ground. We must find a way to take them with us. Li Dong contemplated briefly but ultimately shook his head in refusal. It's best we leave them be. Why not? Wei Yong queried, perplexed. Donggu, you have that storage space. You can store the mutated wild boar corpses. That simply won't do. Li Dong firmly replied. Wei Yong, if you're craving meat, I'll make sure to provide you with some later. It's best we leave these behind. Wei Yong, still reluctant, urged. Yang Jun, go grab a hind leg of the pig. Tonight we can enjoy some braised pork knuckle. All right, Yang Gu, I'll go get it right away. Yang Junyi swung her knife decisively, severing 2 hind legs from the pig, and generously bestowed all remaining pork upon Wang Hongyin and her companions. Li Dong, without a doubt, would not consider incorporating these mutated creatures into his own system space. Although these aberrant beings were indeed alive, they were not classified as zombies. Nonetheless, they were still altered. Li Dong's system space, however, represented an untainted ecological environment of Earth. Introducing these mutated organisms into his system space could potentially contaminate it, resulting in a loss far greater than the gain. Earlier, Li Dong had given Wang Hongyan the smallest wild boar, primarily to retain fresh meat for the evolution of his host wild boar through consumption. However, after devouring a wild boar carcass, the host was already fully satiated. Consequently, the remaining wild boar carcasses held little value for Li Dong. As he packed his supplies and prepared to depart, a familiar figure suddenly obstructed his path. Li Dong, may I accompany you? Turning around, he recognized the girl as Lin Sitian. Lin Sitian, Li Dong remarked with a cold smile. Weren't you concerned that I might harbor ill intentions towards you? Indeed, I was impulsive before. I apologize, but please take me with you. I'm afraid I must decline, Li Dong replied firmly. You, being a burden with no capabilities, would only waste my resources. I am not a burden, Lin Sitian hastily protested. I have developed special abilities. Oh, is that so? Li Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet skeptical. Then allow me to see if your powers have any effect on me. Lin Sitian picked up a clump of snow from the ground, shaping it into a snowball. With a determined throw, she launched the snowball over a distance exceeding 100 meters, a feat far beyond the capabilities of an average person. Even a trained soldier would struggle to achieve such results. However, this ability proved ineffective against the evolved zombies. Li Dong's automatic rifle had an effective range of 400 meters, with a maximum range of 800 meters. Yet it could not inflict any meaningful damage upon the undead. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Dong's face as he contemplated this. Li Dong, Lin Sitian interjected quickly, I sense that my ability isn't merely a physical enhancement. It resembles a form of object manipulation. I can control the trajectory of the snowball I threw. Ha. Li Dong chuckled. I'm afraid, Lin Sitian, your powers are of little use to me. My friend, Wei Zhong, awakened an object manipulation ability far superior to yours. Not comparable, Lin Sitian insisted. In our girls' dormitory, others have awakened similar abilities. However, their control is limited to a mere 10 meters at most. My power, while not directly moving objects, allows me to control them from a greater distance. And what good does that do? Wei Yong interjected. My object manipulation can control weights of up to 10 kilograms, allowing me to drop them from heights to attack enemies. Your ability can only manipulate a few kilograms. It's merely a tickle to a zombie. Lin Sitian grew anxious. Wei Yong, let me reiterate. My ability transcends simple object manipulation. Beyond controlling the trajectory of objects, I possess considerable strength. Moreover, I believe my power requires a medium to manifest its full potential, like a firearm or a bow. Ah, I see. Li Dong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. So your ability is neither a physical enhancement nor mere object manipulation, but something akin to that of an archer or sharpshooter. Exactly, Lin Sitian affirmed eagerly. As long as I focus, my accuracy is exceptional. This ability has merit, Li Dong acknowledged with a nod before shifting his tone. Lin Sitian, your powers barely meet the threshold. Should you choose to become my partner, I may consider taking you with me. Lin Sitian immediately challenged him. Li Dong, what is your relationship with Sun Jieli? I know she was your girlfriend, and now she is by your side. Are you attempting to play both sides? Haha, Li Dong laughed. Congratulations, you are correct, but there is no reward. Lin Sitian was incensed. Li Dong, you heartless flirt. You are truly insufferable. Li Dong scoffed and, along with Wei Yong, stood to leave. After walking over 200 meters, Lin Sitian brazenly caught up with them. Li Dong, I am willing to be your partner, but you must agree to one condition. Do you even have the standing to negotiate conditions? Li Dong questioned. I have a cleanliness obsession, Lin Sitian explained. In the future, when we are intimate, there cannot be any other women present. This is my sole demand. If you can grant me this respect, I shall remain steadfastly loyal. Very well, Li Dong conceded. I can grant you this respect. By the way, Lin Sitian, what is your current strength level? I estimate that when exerting all my strength, I could manage around 150 kilograms. Good. Then I shall prepare a compound bow with a draw weight of 100 kilograms for you, Lin Sitian replied. If it can be made into a crossbow, the effect would be even better. A crossbow can store energy, allowing me to concentrate solely on aiming without the need to exert force when firing. Wouldn't a gun be even better? Li Dong queried. You have access to firearms. Do you have a gun? Lin Sitian asked. Without hesitation, Li Dong retrieved an automatic rifle from his spatial inventory and handed it to Lin Sitian for her to test. Gripping the weapon, Lin Sitian aimed at a distant tree and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! After firing several rounds, none struck the target. Stop! Stop! Don't fire anymore, Li Dong interjected, halting her. With only a few bullets remaining in the chamber, Lin Sitian's actions were a waste of ammunition. After Li Dong confiscated the gun, Lin Sitian's face flushed with embarrassment. The bullet velocity is too fast. The recoil is significant. The moment the gun fires, I have to manage the recoil. There is simply no time to control the bullet's trajectory. Honestly, my skills aren't that lacking. Just watch me hit that tree with a snowball. As she spoke, Lin Sitian bent down to retrieve another snowball, but Li Dong stopped her. Enough, enough. No need for that. I don't have many bullets left. I'll arrange a crossbow for you based on your requirements. Li Dong had not overlooked Lin Sitian's abilities. Before returning to the courtyard, he sought out Liu Haizhong once more. Li Dong personally sketched several blueprints for different models of compound bows and crossbows. With Liu's level 7 skills as a machinist, coupled with the equipment from the Red Star Steelworks, creating these items would not pose a challenge. In the courtyard belonging to Zhonghai, the current occupants were no longer Zhonghai himself, but rather Wei Yong and Yang Junyi. Upon entering, Yang Junyi conducted an inspection of the premises. The moment she did so, she was taken aback. Wei Yong, why do you have so many supplies here? How is it possible to have meat buns, chicken legs, pig trotters, pig heads, and such a large piece of pork? How could all of these fit into a single bag? Given that there is a stove for warmth, keeping meat sealed in a bag like this for an extended period will lead to spoilage. Wei Yong replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. All of these were sent over by Li Dong through Sun Jieli. After she delivered the items, she said nothing, and I was too engrossed in my training to check. What have you been eating? Then, of course, meat buns. Wei Yong pointed to a corner where a basket its filled with buns, pork and green onion filling. A delightful mix. Every day, I just heat up a bun, and it's a satisfying meal. Really? Yang Junyi frowned. If you're not inclined to cook for yourself, why not go eat at Li Dong's place? Let us skip that, Wei Yong said awkwardly. My brother is great in many ways, but he is a bit of a flirt. I felt it was inconvenient to stay at his place after spending an entire day there. I prefer my own space. Besides, now I have you to keep me company. You claim that Li Dong is fickle, which implies that Lin Sitian is not his sole affection. Ahem. Wei Yong could not help but flush with embarrassment. He has 7 or 8 women at home. What on earth? Yang Jun nearly fell apart. Then, with a watchful gaze, she looked at Wei Yong. Wei Yong, you wouldn't be contemplating adopting Li Dong's approach of keeping a harem, would you? How could that be? Wei Yong's head shook vigorously like a rattled eye. Wei Yong, swear to the heavens that if I ever pursue another woman, may I? Enough? Who asked you to swear? I believe you. At the last moment, Yang Jun covered Wei Yong's mouth with her hand. Subsequently, she activated her abilities, using the green light from her palm to press down on the fractured green light surrounding Wei Yong. Xiao Jun. What are you doing? Yang Jun whispered. I still don't know what kind of ability I have awakened. However, I find it quite pleasant to use this green light for a massage. Your abdominal ribs are broken. It must hurt terribly. Let me help you with a massage. It should alleviate some of the pain. Thereafter, Yang Jun performed a simple massage treatment on Wei Yong. Miraculously, after half an hour of treatment, Wei Yong's body began to heal remarkably. Moreover, Yang Jun's green light ability was finally developed. It was a healing type ability. The green light enveloping her hands was, in fact, a powerful rejuvenating light. The following morning, the system's voice echoed once more in Li Dong's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully adding the 8th female lead, Lin Sitian. Lin Sitian is not a character from the original work of the Courtyard. After comprehensive evaluation, she is deemed the campus belle of Beijing Northern University. The illustration of the top 10 campus belles has been unlocked. Collecting all 10 illustrations will unlock the functionality of the Lucky Value Mall. Subsequently, the icons of the 10 campus belles appeared successively before Li Dong. However, the icons were displayed in a very vague manner, lacking specific likenesses or illustrations like those of Xiao Dang and Xiao Huairu. The icons were purely black, devoid of any identification to Li Dong. These icons offer no hints whatsoever. How am I to locate these women? System. The top 10 campus belle illustrations operate on a non-fixed model. Women meeting the following criteria can successfully flip the card upon cohabitation with the host. Appearance score above 95, physique above 98, temperament above 96, currently enrolled university student. Prior to the disaster. And age not exceeding 25 years. Li Dong. Can I discern these appearance, temperament, and identity scores with the naked eye? System. Host. The free-spirited female lead Lin Sitian perfectly meets the criteria. Thus the Eye of Investigation function reward is cancelled. Li Dong. Damn it. Not only do I receive no reward for completing the task, but my previous rewards are also revoked. What use do I have for this wretched system? System. Detection indicates the host harbors resentment towards the system. The system concedes, and the Eye of Investigation function is automatically replaced with the Eye of Wisdom. Upon awakening the Eye of Wisdom, Li Dong immediately turned his gaze towards Lin Sitian, and a set of data surged into his mind. Target, Lin Sitian. Identity, Li Dong's wife. Ability, Blue Card Marksman. Level, Awakened 1. Strength, 200 kilograms. Speed, 12 meters per second. Mental power, 100 points. What on earth is a Blue Card Marksman? System. This refers to the tier classification of abilities. Ranked from lowest to highest. Green card, blue card, purple card, red card, gold card, eagle eye, annihilation. Lin Sitian is currently one of Li Dong's system female leads. She has already awakened her ability and cannot reawaken. However, she can upgrade her ability tier using lucky value. Simply expending a little lucky value can elevate her ability to the purple card level. Ding. 1 lucky value consumed. Lin Sitian's ability has been successfully upgraded. Just as Li Dong received the system notification, Lin Sitian, who lay beside him, suddenly opened her eyes. Donggu, you can actually help me upgrade my ability tier. Li Dong inquired curiously. How did you know that I was the one who helped you upgrade your ability tier? Hiki, Lin Sitian replied with a smile. I have an ability support system. It just awakened its function last night. An ability support system. For a moment, Li Dong felt his head buzzing. Chapter 74. A change in firepower system. The ability support system is not the same as the apocalyptic farm system. System. Detection indicates the ability support system is a secondary level system with low efficiency and has automatically been absorbed and integrated into this system. The ability ranking function Li Dong previously checked was, in fact, a feature of the ability support system. This function is not exclusive to Li Dong. All awakened ability users can utilize this system. While Li Dong was momentarily dazed, Lin Sitian was not pleased. She directly clung to Li Dong's arm and pleaded, Donggu, since you have this capability, please help me upgrade my ability once more. I want to become a red card marksman. Li Dong shook his head with a wry smile. All right, Tian, stop messing around. Upgrading abilities also requires resources. Where did you acquire your lucky value? Lin Sitian asked. Just now, my support system informed me that you used a bit of lucky value to help me upgrade my ability tier. Your support system is quite crafty, Li Dong replied with a bitter smile. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. Last night, when I brought you home, we cohabited for a night, and today I received a bit of lucky value. Ah, Lin Sitian's face instantly flushed crimson, so that's how lucky value is obtained. No wonder there are so many women around you. So, you must have quite a bit of lucky value on hand. Quickly, help me reach the red marksman level. No rush. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Good husband, I'm begging you. Lin Sitian clung to Li Dong's arm, beginning to act coy. Li Dong ignored Lin Sitian's antics and simply dressed and went out for a meal. During breakfast, Qin Huairu informed Lin Sitian, since you've joined this family, you must contribute to household chores as well. Starting today, you will be responsible for washing the dishes. Lin Sitian's temper flared. Qin Huairu, are you deliberately bullying the newcomers? With so many people dining, why should I wash the dishes? He Yushui retorted defiantly. Lin Sitian, what's with your attitude? Just because there are many of us dining, does that mean you're not part of it? If you don't want to work, then don't eat. Exactly. Qin Huairu also scoffed. You came to eat. Yet you're unwilling to wash a dish. If that's the case, you might as well not eat. Furious, Lin Sitian declared, don't think you can bully me just because there are so many of you. I want to eat this meal. I'll cook for myself. Humph. Wait. As Lin Sitian turned to leave, Li Dong interjected at a critical moment. Tian, stop creating a scene. Let us sit down together for this meal. After we finish, do me the favor of washing the dishes. As for your desire to cook separately, I agree. With so many people in the house, it's indeed inconvenient to eat together. If you want to cook separately, then go ahead. Qin Huairu responded. Then I'll cook with my sister. Li Dong, you can eat with us. Of course. Li Dong nodded with a smile. Yu Li then chimed in. Then I'll cook with Haidang. Li Dong, you're welcome to join us anytime. Yu Haidang followed suit. In any case, we cook for 3 people every day. So Donggu, you can come over anytime without needing to give prior notice. Qin Huairu and Qin Huairu are sisters, while Yu Li and Yu Haidang are also sisters. Naturally, having them grouped together poses no issue. The remaining trio, Yin Jeti, He Yushui, and Lu Shaoa, could not further divide themselves and decided to form a separate small cooking group. Thus, the arrangement for separate cooking was finalized. While the small cooking groups welcomed Li Dong, they were less than eager to include Lin Sitian. This fiery young woman displayed a temper that was too sharp. And on her first day, she had already caused a scene. Who would want to collaborate with her? This incident also made Li Dong acutely aware of a problem. While his women's loyalty to him was undoubtedly 100 points, their relationships with one another did not appear to be as solid as he had hoped. He would need to devise a way to foster greater harmony among them in the future. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Donggu, are you home? We brought you something. Wei Yong's voice rang from outside the door. Li Dong hurried to the window and opened it. He saw Yang Jun holding a large enamel basin. Wei Yong lifted the lid, revealing a generous portion of braised pork. Li Dong curiously asked, Wei Yong, you broke your ribs and should be resting at home. Why are you out and about? Yang Jun's ability is healing-based. My injuries have nearly healed. Wei Yong replied. This braised pork is made by Xiao Jun. It tastes quite good, and consuming the flesh of these mutated creatures can enhance one's physique. Yesterday, all that wild boar meat was given away for free, which is truly a pitied. Li Dong, without any pretense, immediately accepted the dish from Yang Jun. Subsequently, he urged Wei Yong to return and rest without delay. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to fully recover from a severe injury. Even with Yang Jun's extraordinary healing abilities, Wei Yong's bone injury would not heal instantaneously. A period of quiet recuperation is essential. That morning, Li Dong did not summon Wei Yong, but instead took Lin Sitian with him to the Hongxing steel mill. After a day of intensive work, Liu Haizhong and his team had crafted an enormous spiked club. This colossal weapon measured over 4 meters in length and weighed a staggering ton. But on this occasion, Li Dong did not enlist Sun Jelly to retrieve the spiked club. Instead, he utilized his own strength to lift the immense weapon. Buzz, buzz. The massive spiked club, wielded by Li Dong, sliced through the air with a fierce momentum, leaving Liu Haizhong and his companions utterly astonished. It is worth noting that to manufacture this spiked club, Liu Haizhong and his team of 8 had to collaborate to hoist it onto the workbench. The effort of those 8 men, straining with all their might, was required just to lift it. Yet Li Dong could manage it single-handedly, truly a marvel of strength. Suddenly, an alarmed shout interrupted the moment. Something seems to be approaching outside. While Li Dong was testing the weapon, Lu Guangfu rushed in. Panting. Who is it that has arrived? Liu Haizhong inquired. The foremost figures appear to be the security personnel from the factory. Security? Liu Haizhong exclaimed irritably. The Hongxing steel mill has been on holiday for over a month. People can barely find food, let alone any semblance of security. Indeed, the individuals were still clad in security uniforms at that moment. Li Dong, through Sun Jelly's avatar, caught sight of the armed intruders outside. Chapter 75. A blow for each little one. The assailants were armed with firearms. For safety, Li Dong swiftly ushered Lin Sitian into the system space. However, he left the host, Sun Jelly, outside. The steel mill base was currently under Liu Haizhong's jurisdiction, and such matters naturally required his intervention. Liu Haizhong quickly identified the newcomers. They were none other than Liu Dashan, the head of security at the Hongxing steel mill, along with several of his subordinates. These individuals had received military training prior to the disaster and possessed a certain level of combat capability. Now awakened with extraordinary abilities and armed with automatic rifles, their combat prowess could rival that of an army. Upon recognizing their strength, Liu Haizhong immediately donned a cheerful expression and greeted. "Ah, it's you, Section Chief Liu. What brings you here?" Liu Dashan, with a stern demeanor, replied. "Liu, this question should not be posed by you to me. It is I who ought to ask you. The factory has long been closed for the holidays. What are you and your group doing sneaking around?" Liu Haizhong was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lu Guangtian hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Section Chief Liu, the social order has completely collapsed. You must be aware of the widespread famine. Who has the luxury to concern themselves with scraps of metal?" Slap! Liu Dashan swiftly struck Lu Guangtian across the face, reprimanding him sharply. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" "All right, Guangtian, please step back." Liu Haizhong interjected to halt Lu Guangtian's protests. He then continued, bowing and smiling at Liu Dashan. "Section Chief, as you can see, we have little in the way of supplies here. Outside, there are far too many monsters. Everyone has come to the factory to scavenge some iron for weapons to defend themselves. We hope for your understanding." "Humph," Liu Dashan scoffed, commanding his men, "Search them. If you find any food, take it all." He then ordered 2 men to hold Liu Haizhong and his group at gunpoint while the others commenced a search of the workshop for supplies. The 700 pounds of grain that Li Dong had previously given to Liu Haizhong had long been securely hidden away by Lu Guangtian and the others. After a lengthy search, Liu Dashan's group found nothing and prepared to leave. At that moment, one of Liu Dashan's underlings suddenly remarked, "Boss, this little girl is quite a looker. Why not take her back to entertain the brothers?" The little girl in question was none other than Sun Jelly. Under Li Dong's control, Sun Jelly retained the appearance of a living person rather than a grotesque zombie. Although she could not rival Lin Sitian in beauty, she was still quite attractive, scoring at least an 85 out of 100. Initially, Liu Dashan had been too preoccupied with searching for supplies to notice Sun Jelly standing in the corner. Now, with his underling's comment, Liu Dashan's eyes lit up. "Haha, this little girl truly is a gem. Little sister, why don't you come back with me to have some fun? I promise to treat you well. Go to hell." Sun Jelly, under Li Dong's control, was infuriated by Liu Dashan's lewdness, in a fit of rage. She swung the spiked club with all her might. "Little girl, quite feisty. I like it." Bang! Liu Dashan's words were cut short as he was smashed to pieces by Sun Jelly's strike, dying instantly. In truth, Liu Dashan's demise was somewhat unjust. He was capable of commanding a group of thugs and possessed formidable strength himself, having awakened a powerful defensive ability. When activated, Liu Dashan's body would temporarily enter a metallic state, rendering him impervious to knives and bullets. Who could have anticipated that the spiked club in Sun Jelly's hands was solid and weighed 1,000 pounds, coupled with Li Dong's furious strength? Sun Jelly's power exceeded 4,000 kilograms. Such immense force unleashed through the spiked club could shatter even a tank, let alone Liu Dashan's resilient body. After Liu Dashan was killed on the spot, his underlings quickly turned their guns towards Sun Jelly and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets rained down upon her like a torrential storm. However, despite resembling a human, Sun Jelly's physical capabilities had far surpassed human limits. The bullets merely bounced off her, causing no harm whatsoever, while her spiked club wreaked havoc upon her attackers. In less than 5 minutes, Liu Dashan and Lu Guangtian remarked with a hint of irritation. "The snow disaster is so severe now that the factory has become utterly defunct. Here, we have only the leader, not a manager." Liu Haizhong, clearly hesitant, ultimately made a decision. "All right, it's settled then. We shall capture Li Diao." However, Liu Haizhong still harbored some doubts. "Leader, You must send us a formidable subordinate. Li Diao is a figure of considerable charisma. Even Liu Dashan, a mere section chief, can rally a group of people. Let alone Li Diao, the deputy factory director. After pondering briefly, Li Dong replied, here is the plan. You all should first eliminate Liu Dashan's stronghold today, and then, old Liu, arrange to equip everyone with a suitable weapon. Once you are prepared, we will seek out Li Diao tomorrow, and at that time, I will have this woman accompany you. The woman that Li Dong referred to was Sun Jelly, with this formidable fighter. Liu Haizhong finally felt a sense of complete assurance. That evening, as night fell, Liu Haizhong dispatched 2 weapons. One was a compound bow, and the other a compound crossbow, along with 20 crossbow bolts. Both the bow and the crossbow utilized the same model of bolts. Yet their power differed significantly. The compound bow, with a slightly simpler design, could be made quite large, boasting a longer range of over 200 meters. In contrast, the compound crossbow had a much more complex structure, resulting in a somewhat smaller model, with an effective range of only about 70 meters. I still believe this little gadget suits me better, Lin Sitian exclaimed, enamored with the crossbow. Li Dong then offered his advice. Sweetie, I suggest you practice with both weapons. As a marksman, your role is to engage at a distance, and 70 meters is simply too close. Hee, let me show you my true prowess. Donggu, Lin Sitian replied. As she loaded a bolt into the crossbow, standing by the window, she aimed at a distant zombie and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, the bolt flew forth, accurately striking a zombie over 30 meters away. A whoo! The zombie emitted a chilling wail upon being hit, collapsing to the ground and thrashing about in agony. Is this real? Qin Huairu was left in shock at the sight. Lin Sitian, how on earth did you achieve that? Those zombies are like armored turtles that we can't even penetrate with money. Hee, Lin Sitian replied, brimming with pride. After mutation, zombies undergo a metallization transformation. Their outer skin has a defensive strength comparable to a 15mm thick metal armor plate. However, they still possess weaknesses. For instance, their eyes are not metallized. My arrow just happened to strike its eye, piercing through the zombie's head. That's incredible. With Qin Huairu's flattery, Lin Sitian's pride swelled even more. I believe that's not my limit. I can actually amplify the bolts using my mental power. The effective range of these bolts is only 70 meters, but with amplification, it can exceed 100 meters. The amplification capability exceeds 50. Donggu, what do you think? I believe that should suffice, right? Lin Sitian turned her gaze towards Li Dong. Li Dong responded earnestly, since old Liu has equipped you with these 2 weapons. Do not abandon them lightly. If you prefer the crossbow, focus on mastering it, but occasionally practicing with the bow for variety is also beneficial. Remember, the effective range of this compound crossbow is over 100 meters, which may prove inadequate against automatic rifles. All right. Lin Sitian nodded in agreement. Then I'll give this bow a try. Subsequently, Lin Sitian attempted to use the bow to attack the zombie. The 100-kilogram draw weight of the compound bow was immensely taxing on her strength. During the draw, most of her energy was concentrated in her arms, preventing her from maintaining full focus, resulting in a missed shot at the zombie's eye. Nevertheless, using the bow had its advantages, offering greater range and power. Lin Sitian wasn't foolish. She understood Li Dong's implication. In this chaotic world, while zombies posed a lethal threat, with a little caution, it was entirely possible to evade them.